this way today. Greg is off today, back on Monday. And don't forget, we got the Wheel of Canned Meat today. And this week, the guys dive into the election and voting integrity with founder of True the Vote, Catherine Engelbrecht. And that is a great conversation and an RBU you do not want to miss. A lot of questions we all have about the upcoming election and voting and all this kind of stuff. We break it all down. We get an update, and Catherine does a great job of that, founder of True the Vote. Well, let's bring the other half of the kickoff hour in today. Over to my left is Mr. Michael Helms. What's up, buddy? How are you?
I'm good.
You good?
I've got my coffee. I've got my hoodie.
Yeah.
It's chilly on this side of the room.
Yeah, I know.
I was going to wait till at least 7. And no way.
No way. No way, my friend. Well, he co-leads the U.S. Open after round one, just days after announcing that he's called off the divorce. Rory McIlroy co-leads with Patrick Cantlay for the 5-under lead at the U.S. Open round one. It's a
little smooth 65.
You know,
a hard golf course.
Hey, you talking about it? I mean, think about turning like your favorite bowl upside down, and you have to, and that's the green.
Yeah.
And if you don't hit it perfectly, it'll just roll right off the side of the bowl. It's crazy.
And I don't like that.
Yeah.
I've been on record for saying that.
Yeah.
I get what they're trying to do. I think when you play with it that close to the edge, you set yourself up to lose a golf course, and they've done that before.
Yeah.
Now, they were putting water on the greens last night, and I was excited to see that because it does look like they've learned their lesson. But we'll see. It'll be entertaining to watch over the next 3 days.
There was one hole where the best 3 golfers in the world, Scotty Scheffler, Xander Schauffele, and Rory McIlroy, were all in handles standing over to the side of the green, struggling to make par.
Yeah.
The best 3 in the world.
Yeah.
FedEx points, all that, the ranking, they are 1, 2, and 3. And I laughed, and somebody in the broadcast had been talking to some amateur golfers, and they asked the question, hey, what do you think y'all would score if you played, from the tips where they play, and a couple's like, in the 100 or whatever, and they laughed.
Yeah.
They said, no, probably about 120. Yeah. You ain't going to get nowhere near 100.
Yep.
But that's what they're dealing with today. I know you've been there. I have not. It's a bucket list for me, going to Omaha.
Yeah.
The College World Series starts today, and they have got pretty full lineup, and so looking forward to that. That'll be something off in the background or sometimes sitting down and just enjoying it. But we've got a slew of games today. We've got North Carolina and Virginia. They play at 1 p.m., Tennessee and Florida State at 6 p.m. And then tomorrow you've got Kentucky and NC State, and then Texas A&M and Florida. Those are your 8 teams. If Georgia would have beaten NC State, that bottom bracket 2, it would have been the SEC tournament again.
Yeah.
Because it would have been Kentucky and Georgia and Texas A&M and Florida. But it's an all-ACC-SEC matchup, 2024 NCAA Men's College World Series, Omaha, Nebraska. We've been talking about Omaha a lot here recently since Rick has been there, and looking forward to that at Charles Schwab Field there in Omaha.
It is interesting when you think about all the cities in the world that you could do this.
Yeah.
And Omaha got ahead of it.
They did.
And they said, we'll take it.
Yeah.
We'll do it.
Yeah.
And it's just grown into what it is today. And in a new stadium that they built a few years ago. And I'm telling you, the fans, you'll see more LSU fans when they're not even there.
I mean,
it's
you're
crazy.
all over that.
Like they make this part of their trip every year. So you get good baseball fans. They know the game. They understand the game. And they're there daylight to dark.
Yeah, and you got to get ahead of it, too. You got to get your tickets. You got to get your travel. You don't know if you're going to make it or not. And, of course, if some might panic and try to sell everything, but most are just going to go on and go just because they love the experience. They're baseball fans.
It is a great experience.
And that's it. I know you were at the original stadium. Now we got the new facility, but it's a pretty cool experience. I know a number of guys that went. And matter of fact, as I mentioned the other day, a friend of mine had a youth baseball team. Instead of going to Cooperstown, all that kind of stuff, Omaha has their own version of a little World Series where you can go, kids play, then go to games and all that, and just get it all in there.
You know, I know all you ladies out there are thinking y'all have the perfect gift for your husband and for Father's Day.
Yeah.
Let me tell you what that perfect gift is. Give him some time this weekend to watch the College World Series and the U.S. Open.
Just those two things.
He don't want to be over the grill cooking, okay?
Yeah.
He don't want to do that. He may like to grill, but that's when, in the middle of the week, when we need food.
Yeah, yeah.
Not on special occasion for him.
Right.
So let's not do that to him.
Let's not do it.
Go order him a bunch of barbecue somewhere or Buffalo Wild Wings. Let him plop down in his favorite chair with his favorite drink and watch U.S. Open and College World Series. And you'll get an NBA game at some point.
Yeah. Got a lot of email on yesterday's show, yesterday's kickoff hour, and some of the conversation that you had at the gym, and then some conversation of me going to get my skin checked as my 6-month dermatologist checkup, where they do a full body checkup, and some one-liners and some things that were in there throughout the day. Because, you know, we love those of you that listen live, terrestrial radio, or however you're getting the show now. But then there's those delayed texts that I get from friends of mine that maybe choose the podcast or other forms, maybe at like 3 or 4 o'clock, 6 o'clock, sometimes 8 o'clock at night. Oh my gosh, I'm down. Because, you know, you listen at different times, and that's the beauty of where a lot of the technology is going. And some of the one-liners from yesterday still got text messages as late as last night about them. I did go get the full body checkup, and
how'd that go?
I got zapped about 7 times. Tried to cover some of that up with Band-Aids and all that, because they freeze it. They get this little device out and
it doesn't feel good either.
No, well, it's a bee sting is what it is.
It is.
And you sit there and you have to act like it doesn't hurt. I know. And look, it doesn't. It's not that bad. It's uncomfortable, but you know, but you go, what do you want? Skin cancer? You want it gone? But they have demanded I get the blue light. And I've had it one time.
This is why I don't want to go. I feel like I'm gonna have a lot. I've got things I want to do and they need to address, but I don't want the blue light.
Well, so they look at the old head. You know, when they start and they're looking down at the legs and all that, they're like, okay, you know, and just picture it. And then they work through, and arms and hands are always an issue. Oh, okay, yeah, hit that. And then they get to the old scalp. They get to the old noggin up here.
Yeah.
And then they go, oh, okay. And then they pull out this little, they got this like little magnifying glass that she looks into, and she's like, and she's kind of running along the skin where on some, and she's like, okay. And I'm thinking, please quit saying okay and what's going on? She's like, okay, yeah, okay, that's a thick one. We're gonna have to freeze this one. And I'm like, good night. She said, okay, this one's real thick. Okay, look, here's the deal. And then she steps back. I could sit here and zap your forehead and your head about 10,
like sticking your head in the beehive.
Yeah, about 10 times. And she said, hey, you'll look real pretty. Okay. Or
we can do.
I'm going to hit these thick ones that you know, it's just part of it. I'm going to hit them. But the blue light,
I can see a couple of those thick ones, by the way.
Yeah, but the blue light is just going to zap all the other ones, and then just one clean sweep. And she said, when do the boys have any time off here? And I'm like, actually, the week of the 24th, the guys are off.
Yeah, you can do it then.
And she said, okay, what about the 21st? Let's look back to that Friday.
Yeah.
She said, after the show, could you come
and
get under the blue light? Now, for 48 hours.
Can't do anything.
You can't touch the sunlight. I'm talking about it can't. I mean, you can't.
See, I don't like that.
I don't either. And she said, but if you'll do that, then we'll be fine, and then you can peel like a snake, you know, for the week that they're off, and then by the time they get back, you'll still have some redness, but it won't be as bad. So,
what did they think about your shaved arms?
Well,
did they thank
she
you for
appreciated it.
Yeah.
She actually said, hey, you know, you're kind of you're a pro because you can pinpoint with
Came in
little,
here prepared.
Yeah. She said, I do wish you could pick another color of Sharpie instead of black because I'm thinking you have molds all over you, and it freaks me out just for a second. So let's go with like green or something. So there's you an update there, and
glad it went well.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba.
You've heard us talk about Raycon before, but there's no better time to check them out than right now. They just launched their upgraded model of the best-selling everyday earbuds. You get the features you know and love, like that optimized gel tip for a custom fit, 3 customizable sound styles, and active noise cancellation, ergonomic design, and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair with 2 devices at once. And get 15% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/bigvox. That's BIGV as in voice, OX. Or find the link at rickandbubba.com. Have you heard of cancer-fighting foods? The American Cancer Society discovered diets rich in fruits and veggies may actually lower your risk of cancer. You should considering doing what I do, and that's add Field of Greens to your daily health regimen. Each fruit and veggie in Field of Greens was doctor-selected for studied health benefits. Get 15% off and free rush shipping at fieldofgreens.com and use the new promo code BIGVOX. That's BIGV as in voice, OX, to get your discount. Can't pay the IRS, receiving threatening letters, it's about to get worse. The IRS is hiring an army of agents targeting hardworking Americans like you. You need Tax Network USA. Tax Network USA has brilliant strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly and in your favor. They've resolved over $1 billion in tax debts and offer a best-in-class guarantee. Schedule your free consultation and call 1-800-245-6000. That's 1-800-245-6000 or go to tnusa.com/bigvox. Patriot Mobile offers the same dependable nationwide coverage we all want, accessing all 3 major networks, but without funding agendas you don't agree with. Switching sends the message you support free speech, our Constitution, and our military veterans. First responders are heroes. Their 100% USA-based customer service team makes switching easy. You can keep your number, keep your phone, or you can upgrade. Check them out at patriotmobile.com/bigvox. That's BIGV as in voice, OX. Or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. So what are you missing out on that you'd be doing if you felt better? That's where Relief Factor comes in. Relief Factor is a daily drug-free supplement developed by doctors. It doesn't just mask pain. Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients that work together to help reduce or eliminate pain, whether it's neck, back, joint, or muscle pain. Relief Factor can help. Give it a try by visiting relieffactor.com or calling 1-800-4RELIEF and save on your first order, or visit rickandbubba.com. Here's to less missing out and more living life with Relief Factor. Debt keeps you tossing and turning at night. You can't get away from it. Insanely high interest credit cards and loans make it nearly impossible to pay off your debt. There's a new way out of the debt trap: Pivotal Debt Solutions. Pivotal Debt Solutions can cut or even eliminate interest. They can find programs to write off your balances. They find every solution possible to end your debt. Before you do anything, contact Pivotal Debt Solutions first. Talk to them for free. Find out how fast they can help you get out of debt. Just visit zapmydebt.com. That's zapmydebt.com.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Helix Sleep mattresses are terrific, and the Helix lineup has 20 unique mattresses. How will you know which one is right for you? Take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find out in less than 2 minutes. Once you pick your mattress, Helix knows there's no better way to test it than by sleeping on it, so they offer a 100-day free trial. Don't want to take my word for it? Well, they've got over 12,000 5-star reviews. Head to helixsleep.com/bigvox to save 20% on your mattress order plus a free gift, or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. As we look to celebrate Father's Day soon and think about our dads, their values, their church-going ways, their honor of the flag, their love of their family, well, what better way to honor them than with an AMAC membership? AMAC is the Association of Mature Citizens, and AMAC works to champion the values of faith, family, and freedom. For June, you get a 2-year membership for just $16. 2 years for the price of one. You'll enjoy money-saving benefits. This AMAC magazine is wonderful, free Social Security and Medicare advice, travel benefits, and a whole lot more. And by joining AMAC, you support an organization that fights for these principles of faith, family, and freedom. Just visit amac.us/bigbox to get a 2-year membership for just $16. 2 years for the price of one. Visit amac.us/bigbox today. Or you can always visit rickandbubba.com for a link under sponsors for this Father's Day special. Just visit amac.us/bigbox right now to get the perfect Father's Day gift for your dad, the gift of AMAC.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
22 minutes past the hour. Welcome in to the Kickoff Hour. I am Speedy. Right there is Helmsy. Greg off today, back on Monday. Eddie Van Adler will be here shortly. Rick and Bubba are here, and so they will join us right at top of the hour for the main show. And a busy one we do have. We have got a lot to discuss. Golden ticket seats are coming in. Drive safely if you're part of that group. Wheel of Canned Meat will spin. And as we talked about, RBU this coming weekend is another good one. Founder of True the Vote, Catherine Engelbrecht, will be with us, and she is part of True the Vote, of course, and founded that, a citizen-led effort to restore honor, integrity in our system of voting and election day and electoral system and all that. It's much needed, and I know just water cooler talk, as everybody's sitting around talking, just the average person, which we all are, is hey. Man, is this? You think they'll let him win? You know what I'm saying? It's like, hey, we need to overwhelm the ballot box and make it to where nobody can fudge anything. And so we'll see how that is. Break it down with her. She does a great job of explaining things and kind of giving us an update.
Speaking of winning, didn't win yesterday. And this is not what you think it is. It's just something that hit me that's been bothering me since I went to bed, and I probably won't get over it till it'll be a while.
Oh no,
I lost my Wordle streak last night.
Oh, did you?
I had 36 days of Wordle success.
I just forget.
No, I did it. I could not figure it out.
Oh, okay.
Could not figure it out.
Just okay, it's over. Can't do it.
And this is something that Maddie, my 11-year-old, soon to be 12 in the next few months, do every night. This is our thing we do. Okay. We remind each other, hey, Caroline and our communication is, very slim these days because she's got a job and running around and whatever. So we'll snap pictures. That's kind of our thing. Brady and I send videos on Instagram of different sports things, and then we talk about it later. Maddie and I, it's Wordle, every night. Hey, you ready for Wordle? That kind of thing.
All right. Do you sit down and do it together?
Yeah.
Okay.
We don't share the information, and we sit so we can't see each other, and she's going to be mad at me.
Is it a race to see who can get it first, or is it, hey, we're a team?
Because she sometimes flies through it and then gets herself in trouble and really has to work hard, instead of focusing and concentrating and getting on that third try, fourth try.
Yeah.
Many times she's run through the first 3 chances.
Has to wait, yeah.
She's sitting there at 6 going, gosh, I think it's this, but if I don't get it, I'm out of them. And I'll look up and she'll have a letter that she used up there already in the fourth one that is not a letter. And I'm like, Maddie. And so it's just fun for us to do. And we don't tell each other. We either get it or we don't.
Okay.
And she got it last night.
She did.
She got it, and she texted me that. So
she got it and you didn't.
Right before bed last night, I said,
"How do I go,
Maddie? I got bad news. I did not." Her and Caroline went. I texted her and I said, "Are you ready for Wordle?" I had no idea she'd left the house.
Okay.
Her and Caroline went somewhere to buy something, which is usually the case. And I said, "Getting late. I'm going to go ahead and start Wordle. When you get here, we'll pick up." So she come in and she goes, and I've just got this. They were gone forever. And I normally take 10, 15 minutes max, and I figure it out and whatever. I was 35 minutes into it last
Staring
night.
at your phone.
Mad. And the U.S. Open was on in the background, and that might have been distracting me. I don't know.
A little bit.
But I said, I got bad news. She walked in. I said, I got bad news. She had her phone out, and I said, I didn't get it. My streak's over. And it hurt me to say it.
Yeah.
And I was almost teary-eyed.
Yeah.
And she said, Dad, what? And I said, I'm just telling you. She goes, will I be able to get it? And I said, you're going to have to focus. This is one of those things where you don't need to go down the path of being too quick with this one.
Right.
That's all I told her. Well, she texted me at, let's see what time it was, 9:30.
Oh.
And this was like, when we were having this conversation, it was like 8:55, 9 o'clock. She said, and she sent me a screenshot. She actually got it. She said I was going through every letter I had, and I was seeing if each one of them was the word, and it said that it was a word, and it said it was all right. So let's go. I got it. and
said it was a word. Let's go. I got it.
And she
That's
said,
great.
and I didn't really. The word was angst, ANGST.
Okay.
And I didn't get it. And so her streak is still alive, and my 36-day streak came to an end.
How you feel about it?
Disappointed. First thing I thought of when I woke up this morning, and we were about to do something else, you and I, during this segment.
Yeah.
And it hit me
It
again.
just hit you.
It bothered me.
Now, does she
so-
kind of rub it in a little bit? Like, I got it, you didn't?
I don't know that yet.
Because I know my boys would, but you never know. The girls are different.
They
but
are.
They're very competitive, though. I know them, so they might
She
let you
tells
have
me-
it a little bit.
I know what she will do is when I start over today,
Uh-huh.
and I have the 1-day streak after I get it today,
Right. Yeah.
she'll remind me that she has 30-something day streak,
Right.
and that'll hurt.
Yeah, because
Um,
it is tough because you have to kind of balance. Boy, if I let Dad have it, then I'm not going to get it tomorrow, and he's going to get it. So you got to be careful there. But I think she would have to celebrate a little bit.
It was a good run, and sometimes the fact that we've done this together, we have done this together for probably every day, for 45 something days. That's just kind of our thing. So that's been good to be able for us to. But I'm very frustrated that I
Very
didn't get it last
frustrated.
night.
Starting over today is what you're doing.
Yeah. Not going to see you reach those pinnacles where you're like, if I can make it to 30, hey, that's a good run.
Yeah.
And so I was in that. Hey, if I can make it to 40.
Yeah. You ever been in these?
You know
big,
where I'm starting today? 0.
You ever been in these big work facilities and it has a sign that says, such and such days since an injury or an accident or whatever, and the numbers clicking up? But today, if you had a sign like that at the house, it would start back at 0.
It would. Very disappointed in myself and saddened by the whole thing, honestly.
Right. Happy for her at all?
Was to a point last night where I was saying, I'm in my mind, I'm not doing this anymore.
You want to throw your phone stuff?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like it's the phone's fault.
But today I get to start over.
You do.
Let's look at it that
You
way.
do.
New chapter.
Yeah, back to day one.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Helix Sleep mattresses are terrific, and right now they're offering 20% off all mattress orders plus a free gift with purchase. Just head to helixsleep.com/bigbox. That's the new promo code, BIG, and then V, like in voice, OX. Helix has a lineup of 20 unique mattresses, including the award-winning Luxe Collection, the new Helix Elite Collection, a mattress designed for big and tall sleepers, even a mattress made just for kids. How will you know which one is right with you? Well, then go to Helix and take their sleep quiz. Find out in less than 2 minutes. Once you pick your mattress, Helix also knows there's no better way to test it out than by sleeping on it. So they offer a 100-night trial and a 10 to 15-year warranty. And unlike a lot of other mattress companies out there, Helix owns its own manufacturing facility where skilled manufacturers make the mattresses and ship them straight to your door for free. Go now to helixsleep.com/bigbox to save 20% off your mattress order. Debt. Keeps you tossing and turning at night. You can't get away from it. But the truth is, the system is designed to trap you in debt. Insanely high interest credit cards and loans make it nearly impossible to pay off your debt. There's a new way out of the debt trap. Pivotal Debt Solutions. Pivotal Debt Solutions isn't like the old school debt relief companies that string your debt out for years. They have new aggressive strategies that can end your debt faster and easier than you thought possible. Pivotal Debt Solutions can cut or even eliminate interest. They find programs to write off your balances so you owe less. Pivotal Debt Solutions can stop those threatening phone calls without bankruptcy and without a loan. The bottom line, they find every solution possible to end your debt permanently. Before you do anything, contact Pivotal Debt Solutions first. Talk to them for free. Find out how fast they can help you get out of debt. Just visit zapmydebt.com. That's zapmydebt.com, zapmydebt.com, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. As we look to celebrate Father's Day soon and think about our dads, their values, their church-going ways, their honor of the flag, their love of their family, well, what better way to honor them than with an AMAC membership? AMAC is the Association of Mature Citizens, and AMAC works to champion the values of faith, family, and freedom. For June, you get a 2-year membership for just $16. 2 years for the price of one. You'll enjoy money-saving benefits. This AMAC magazine is wonderful. Free Social Security and Medicare advice, travel benefits, and a whole lot more. And by joining AMAC, you support an organization that fights for these principles of faith, family, and freedom. Just visit amac.us/bigbox to get a 2-year membership for just $16. 2 years for the price of one. Visit amac.us/bigbox today. Or you can always visit rickandbubba.com for a link under sponsors for this Father's Day special. Just visit amac.us/bigbox right now to get the perfect Father's Day gift for your dad, the gift of AMAC. Folks, the people of Israel need our help. I want to talk to you about something serious and how we can all help. Lives are being destroyed in Israel by the horrors terrorism has brought, and now world pressures that are impacting so many people. The facts are people have been hunted down on the streets, kidnapped, slaughtered in their homes. Terrorism knows no boundaries and spares no one. Soldiers, women, elderly, children, entire families, innocent lives are shattered and communities are in despair. Emergency war relief is needed, and we're asking you to check out IsraelNeedsMe.com today and make a positive impact. You can provide immediate relief along with support to Israelis affected by the atrocities of war. The pain and the reality is going to last for years, but in our own small way, we can help folks rebuild their lives, have necessary food to survive, regain hope, provide medical supplies and needs for children in school. Standing with the people of Israel through this Messianic Jewish organization of Israeli believers will send a message they're not alone. Go to IsraelNeedsMe.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsor. So you woke up with a scratchy throat, congestion, a runny nose, and a cough, and you know you're getting sick. Well, you could tough it out, get worse, or take time off work, or hope the doctor can see you in a month, or wait 2 hours at an urgent care, or you can do what I'll be doing. With my new medical emergency kit, match your symptoms to the doctor-recommended prescription and start on the right meds to nip it in the bud. This kit comes with doctor-prescribed meds to treat over 39 medical issues, plus a doctor's easy guide so you know exactly what to take and when. It includes antibiotics for strep throat, UTIs, bronchitis, and more. No waiting to see the doctor, no waiting at the pharmacy. It's all in the kit, and your medical emergency kit is not a first aid kit. Every home should have at least one medical emergency kit. You want to order yours in minutes? Get 15% off at urgentcarekit.com/bigbox. That's BIGV as in voice, OX, and get 15% off.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber.
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. I am Speedy. There is Helmsy, Greg off today. A lot happening. If you're headed to the Golden Ticket seats, be safe. We have the College World Series in Omaha cranking up for the men today. We've got 2 games that's going on. A 1 o'clock first pitch with North Carolina and Virginia. And then game 2 is Tennessee and Florida State. Tomorrow, Kentucky and NC State, and then Texas A&M and Florida. You know, with Kentucky, head coach Mangione, he seems to be a great guy. When he was at Mississippi State, I got to know him a little bit just through Tyler's recruitment. That's when Butch was there and all that. Tyler, as a youth, went to some of their camps too growing up. And he was always so kind and so nice. And a big fan of his. And I know he had his post-game press conference here recently, and a lot of you have asked if we've seen that. We have. and it's a great perspective with his wife and his son sitting beside him. And so wish everybody the best of luck, but really rooting for them just personally. Want the SEC to win in general. Sorry, ACC fans, but we'll see how all that plays out. Starts today. Men's golf, U.S. Open is also in full effect. You got all these other sports happening. Did you see the Indiana Fever, Caitlin Clark's game?
I did not.
Courtside.
She go nut?
No, courtside. Joey Chestnut went and saw her.
Joey Chestnut even loves Caitlin Clark.
He's been in the news lately. His Netflix competition coming up on Labor Day. But anyway, I just thought it was funny because he's been
in the headlines.
Yeah. All right, so I got two questions. First of all, I ran into somebody because being out and about, somebody was mad at us because we never revisited the dry erasable board that you couldn't hang on the wall. It kept falling. You tried to tape it. You didn't know if you should drill into the wall and how to hang it. They said, hey, y'all left us, no pun intended, hanging on that one. And then I got an office question. But did you ever get that resolved back to your office at Jack State?
It fell a third or fourth time and snapped in half.
So it's done.
So I took it to the dumpster.
Okay.
I walked it outside to the dumpster. So
that's it.
Just said, see you, good day. It's been a decent run. You couldn't stay on the wall. And I can't have a big crack in the center of my whiteboard.
No, that's not gonna have a good team meeting feel to it.
So I had, as I was coming up on your next question, after all that played out yesterday, I was sitting back going, okay, got to have a new whiteboard. Where's it go?
Okay. So office update. For those of you who do not know, Helmsy is the head women's coach at Jack State for tennis, and the Lady Gamecocks, and so he goes over there off season now. You don't have to go every day, but yesterday I know was a day, because it was a big day for you when it came to your office.
There was a couple things coming in. I had a bunch of Adidas gear coming in for the next year, on top of that, I had something I wanted to check on in my office, and so my office, I have a spectacular office.
You did,
okay?
Just go ahead and call it.
And here's the thing:
is everybody jealous of your office?
Well, they are now. They weren't at first, and I'll just tell everybody what happened. Right. So we have a team room. That's a pretty substantial room. It's probably about the size of this studio, maybe even a little bigger.
Oh, that is nice.
And when I came on campus, I had been hired, and we were, hey, let's find an office. There were several other coaches being hired. There was a sport being added. And so there were some things going on where some people were shuffling around the athletic department, which is in Pete Matthews Coliseum. And the tennis office was not going to be big enough for both the men's and women's, for us both to be in there.
Okay.
Because we have assistant coaches as well, and so it just was a small room. And so they were like, Helms, we got to figure out what to do. And I told the men's coach, I said, if you want that office, take it. I'll find something else. It's not a big deal. I just need somewhere to put a laptop, some power, somewhere to meet. Like, I don't really care where it is. So I was going to show our athletic director, Greg Seitz, our team room and what we had done with it, because I was excited about it.
Yeah, look at us.
And as we're walking through and talking about it and showing him what we had done, he was telling me, hey, listen, I promise I'm going to find you an office, those type things. And so right outside the team room, I look up, and there's this door that says mechanical room.
Okay.
And I said, what's in there? And he goes, Helms, that's an old mechanical room. There's no telling what's in there these days.
Right.
He's like, I know they were storing some stuff at one point, other sports. And he said it used to overhang and overlook the Coliseum. And so they would even have different things for that. And there was
if you opened the door and there was like an old janitor in there that's been locked in there. He's like,
evidently, and I found this out yesterday, I didn't know, but way back in the day, it was, they didn't really have air conditioner. Way back in the day. And they had these fans that just generated, and that's how they moved air around. And so all the equipment for that and the electrical for that was up there. And so he was like, let's look in here. He wanted to see what was in there too, because he was trying to get some ideas. They were trying to expand. So we opened the door. Now, you keep in mind, our team room's right here, and merely feet from this area, it says mechanical room. So we walk in there. And first of all, we could hardly walk in there, without stepping on anything. But two, there was fencing in there, And when I mean fencing, I think 8 foot tall, nearly all the way to the ceiling. I mean inches from the ceiling. And then these cages, think like chain link cages. And 4 of them with actual gate locks. And so every one of them was like storage for something.
Did you ever watch SEAL Team?
That's a perfect example of what it looked like. That's exactly what it looked like.
Yeah.
So that's, I mean, to a T, that's what it looks
Okay.
So you have these fencing cages that in
like
every,
their own locker almost.
Yes, and every one of them is full of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't have to get into what that is, but I mean, there was just
stuff
that
nobody had seen in
from
years.
old sports to promotions to marketing to, I mean, hey, we had there was a bunch of football helmets in there.
What if you'd hurt in the back? You couldn't see him. You hurt. I'm over here.
And on so that you have cages this side that go all the way to the wall. So like from here to this wall is the cages. Well, then on this side, there was probably 8 to 10 feet of an area where if you just moved everything inside the cages, you had you a nice little space to work with. So I told Greg, I said, this is perfect, man. I'll take this. And he looked at me like I was crazy. He was like, you want to work in here.
And
I'm
mechanical
like,
room.
I'll make the best of it. I just need somewhere to sit down. The team room's right there. Makes actually sense that I can be close to that, so we can, I've got a stringer for us to use, and they can use it, and it just makes sense. I'll create a nice space. So at first, I bought these black curtains, and I put over the fencing.
Okay.
And so when you walked in, you didn't know there were fencing there. You just thought, well, why is black? What's on the other side of those curtains? You didn't know.
Yeah.
Well, got crazy one day, so I had a couple of days where I knew we weren't doing anything. And Valeria, the assistant coach, I said, hey, let's take these cages down. Let's take these cages down, and let's move everything that's in the first 3 in the last one.
Okay.
So we did. And we stacked all the fencing up against the wall in that first cage. And we took those black curtains and covered it up. So now when you walk in, you have this huge open room. You have the last cage, everything's in there, and then the curtains are on top. So you don't know what's behind the curtain.
And
we do.
dry erasable board.
Yeah. And so we're able to just, whatever. And we put a couch in there, we put a table and chairs. We made it a real nice space. Well, then a month goes by, and I had another couple days. So I start calling people. Hey, I've got this up here. If you want it, come get it, or I'm throwing it away. Like that was the kind of thing. And I'd kind of sounded the alarm to different people on what was up there.
Different departments.
That I knew, hey, y'all may be looking for this.
Yeah.
If you don't want it, let me know, because I'm going to trash it.
Right.
And then I let a month go by, and and then I had actually people reach out and go, hey, we're coming to get that. We want that. Hey, I forgot that was up there.
That's where it is.
I need that. And so then I got everything out of there, took the final cage down, put all those cages up against the wall.
Cleaned them up.
Yep. And put the black, the curtain up there. So now we have the whole space and then a black curtain, and you don't know, why is that black curtain up on that wall? So I put in a work order with maintenance, and I said, I've taken down some fencing.
Come get the fence.
I would like somebody to come get this fencing. Y'all can use it. I'm not going to use it. Can you get it?
It's behind the curtain.
It's behind the curtain. And I said, I'm not over there every day right now. Text me, gave my number, and let me know when you're coming, and I'll make a special trip.
Yeah.
I got an email Tuesday that said, hey, work order complete. If you got any questions, let us know.
Hey, thanks for the text.
And I was like, uh-oh, what happened? Like, did they say, the heck with this? We're not getting this fencing?
Yeah, what are you going to walk into now?
Yeah, exactly. And so yesterday when I walked in, I am happy to say they did everything right to a T. And every bit of that fencing is gone. And let me tell you something. That was not an easy job.
Really?
Because of where we're
gone now.
We're in the top of Pete Matthews. There's 3 flights of stairs you got to go down.
Ooh.
And turning. And they had a bunch of fencing to get down. So
good night.
So JSU maintenance crew who came out to do that on Tuesday, thank you so much.
Bravo. So now it's really open.
So now it looks fantastic.
There you go.
And it's all I've even replaced, this is crazy, I know. I've even replaced tile. Like where the fencing was in the floor, I found some replaceable tiles in another area, and I may not should have got them. I don't know, but I got like 6 of them and replaced the tile.
Oh, yeah.
So now you don't even know the fencing was in the floor.
Wait till Greg Sykes walks back
My
in.
office is the envy right now of the Coliseum, and you should have seen where it started.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're going abroad for the first time in years. To Spain.
But we don't speak Spanish.
So we started using Babbel.
And started learning Spanish fast.
With Babbel, you can start having conversations in another language in just 3 weeks. Babbel's conversational method teaches you real-life words and phrases. And with Babbel's interactive bite-sized lessons, you'll remember what you learned.
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿De dónde eres?
¿De dónde eres?
When you learn a language, you want to actually use it. Babbel is designed with that goal in mind.
In just 3 weeks, we're starting to have conversations in Spanish.
Estoy muy emocionado para ir a España contigo.
Aw, he just said, I'm very excited to go to Spain with you. Nos vamos a divertir mucho.
And that means we're going to have a lot of fun.
Sí. Gracias, Babbel.
Babbel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. Just go to Babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Whatever happened to Tony Horton, the guy who created the revolutionary P90X?
2017, I was knocked down. A very rare type of shingles that went straight into my brain. My body was completely wasting away. I started researching everything related to building my muscle back again. That's when I learned about the potential of HMB plus vitamin D3 and what they can do when it comes to helping build new muscle.
So Tony developed high-impact protein by Power Life.
Just add 1 scoop of high-impact protein to a glass of water or your morning smoothie and enjoy the effects of that boss molecule and factory worker combination. Reshaping your body each and every day. More energy, burn more fat, and probably drop a few pounds along the way.
High-impact protein by Power Life is a tasty once-a-day powder that comes in either whey or plant protein. Go to mypowerlife.com and use code ORGANIC to save 30%. Tony even offers a 90-day guarantee. Go to mypowerlife.com or text ORGANIC to 511-511 today.
All individuals are unique. Your results can and will vary. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Message and data rates may apply.
This Father's Day, visit Boot Barn for top quality gifts that pay tribute to the lasting heritage of the West. From handcrafted cowboy boots and American-made felt hats to durable jeans and outdoor gear, our in-store experts can guide you as you shop, assisting with boot sizing and helping you navigate the store so you can find the perfect gift. Share a piece of the American spirit with him this Father's Day. Boot Barn. Unwrap the West.
With Wendy's new $3 English muffin deal, you can get your choice of a sausage or bacon, egg, and cheese English muffin with small seasoned potatoes.
And with all that for just $3, it really is a proper breakfast, wouldn't you say? Huh? With a light and fluffy toasted English muffin and crispy seasoned potatoes. Go on, Catherine, give it a go.
Okay. Jolly good morning.
Ah, close, love. Grab a proper breakfast with Wendy's new $3 English muffin deal for a limited time.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Select a request English muffin deal to obtain discount. Not valid for a la carte or combo orders. Single item at regular price. Prices are higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Have you heard of cancer-fighting foods? The American Cancer Society discovered diets rich in fruits and veggies may actually lower, you heard me right, lower your risk of cancer. Hopefully you hear this and run to the store for 5 servings of fruits and veggies every day. Probably not. Maybe you should consider doing what I do. That's add Field of Greens to your daily health regimen. Each fruit and veggie in Field of Greens was doctor selected for studied health benefits. There's a heart health group, lungs, kidneys, and metabolism groups, even healthy weight. What your body needs is in each scoop of that delicious Field of Greens. And will Field of Greens prevent, treat, or cure cancer? Well, of course not. But it's so powerful, it promises at your next checkup, your doctor will notice your improved health or you get your money back. My doctor loves me doing this. So if you'd like to get 15% off and free rush shipping, go to fieldofgreens.com, use the new promo code BIGVOX. That's B-I-G and then V as in voice, O-X to get your discount. Or go to rickandbubba.com. As we look to celebrate Father's Day soon and think about our dads, their values, their church-going ways, their honor of the flag, their love of their family, well, what better way to honor them than with an AMAC membership? AMAC is the Association of Mature Citizens, and AMAC works to champion the values of faith, family, and freedom. For June, you get a 2-year membership for just $16. 2 years for the price of 1. You'll enjoy money-saving benefits. This AMAC magazine is wonderful. Free Social Security and Medicare advice, travel benefits, benefits, and a whole lot more. And by joining AMAC, you support an organization that fights for these principles of faith, family, and freedom. Just visit amac.us/bigbox to get a 2-year membership for just $16. 2 years for the price of one. Visit amac.us/bigbox today. Or you can always visit rickandbubba.com for a link under sponsors for this Father's Day special. Just visit amac.us/bigbox right now to get the perfect Father's Day gift for your dad, the gift of AMAC.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another day without him, brother.
We got 8 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Kickoff Hour, wherever you are in the world. Thank you for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show's Kickoff Hour. Always fun to hear where folks are watching or listening. This portion of the broadcast brought to you by PatriotMobile.com/BigVox. They have been America's only Christian conservative wireless provider, and when I say the only one, I mean it. They're the only one. That's why we're proud to partner with them. They also work with all three providers, too, Verizon, T-Mobile, and AT&T, so you're going to get the same service you have now, but with PatriotMobile.com/BigVox, you're sending the message that you support free speech, religious freedom, sanctity of life, our Second Amendment, military, veterans, first responders, you name it, that you'll no longer be funding agendas no one agrees with you or your family. This means the money you're already spending anyway will now have a difference. So how about joining us and making your phone money matter? It starts today. If you want to start spending your money with a company who shares your values. There's 100% U.S.-based customer service. Their team makes switching easy. You keep your number, keep your phone, or upgrade if you want. Give them a try, and let's help make a difference with the best plan that fits you. PatriotMobile.com/BigVox. For more information and free activation, you can call 972-PATRIOT. Use promo code BigVox. That's BIGVOX. Or you can go to PatriotMobile.com/BigVox. And there's always a link in sponsors at rickandbubba.com. All right, so I am Speedy. There is Helmsy. We're your good time gang today. Greg off back on Monday. Don't forget RBU, Catherine Engelbrecht, the founder of True the Vote. Break it all down. The integrity of the electoral system, where we are as far as what we learned in the last election. A lot of the news coming out with corruption and you name it. We break it all down with Catherine. It's a good RBU, and you definitely want to watch it. It'll drop Saturday morning, or listen to it. We send that out at Rick and Bubba on social media. Make sure you give us a follow, and you'll see that notification come through. We send out both the audio and the video links early Saturday morning, so check that out. If you're headed to the Golden Ticket Seats, drive safely. We look forward to seeing you. All right, so we've hit a number of different things, and there's a couple we might can squeeze in here, but you said you had a question from the audience?
Yeah, Nathan Gartman reaching out. He said, good morning, Coach. Got a question for the Kickoff Hour. Hope it's been a good, productive week for you men.
Yep.
Headed to the coast Saturday morning. It's about a 6-hour trip. Coming back next Friday.
Okay.
Of course, I'm always trying to make good time. What are the odds that I could get my wife and daughter, 4 years old, and my mom to leave? Wow, I didn't realize Mom was going. And to leave by 5 a.m. to get home before lunch. Have you ever attempted this before? Give me the pros and cons. Is it even worth mentioning? I have done everything under the sun, from get everybody up early in the morning at 4 or 5 o'clock to do exactly what you're talking about. I have waited until noon and left when checkout time. I've gotten late checkouts. I've not gotten late checkouts and us just hang around the beach and get in the car and leave when everybody's ready to go. I've also gone the night before. Like, hey, let's just go and the kids can sleep on the way home and we wake up in our own beds. Now, the older I get, and the less I go, I get a chance to go to the beach. Like, I feel like my family goes to the beach all the time, but I don't go as much. Like, I go once, maybe twice a year. I feel like they go 4 or 5 times a year. And so I will simply say this. If it were me, like perfect example. We're going on our little trip in the next couple weeks. Next week, I guess it is. No, the week after next. And I want us to stay the whole time and leave when we check out.
Okay.
Because I want to. I don't have anything to come back to quickly.
Right.
Like I want to just enjoy it. If you got something to come back to, then come on back. Having a 4-year-old daughter helps because they can sleep that early. You can just put them in the car and they sleep for a couple hours and it makes the trip. Now, I don't know about Mom, how she's going to feel about it.
Yeah.
So, look, I think you have an opportunity to get everybody on board with this, and maybe map it out and say we'll stop here for breakfast. That's another thing you got to think of when you leave that early. Some things are not open, like to grab this, that, and the other. So have a plan and see if you can get everybody on board. But I would say, man, just enjoy it. What are you rushing home for?
Yeah, right.
I mean, I get wanting to get home and get everything settled, and you're leaving Saturday, so it is 6 days. You want to get home, so
yeah, you bring up some great points here, because really there's different situations that present different opportunities. Like when Terry and I went down to Pensacola Beach, thank you, Paul Wilson, last year, it was just the two of us.
Yeah,
I mean, and it was a great getaway. Well, by the time, we're about to leave the next morning, we both look at each other about 8 or 9 the night before, and we're like, you want to go? You want to go back now?
Yeah.
Because we're grown and we can if we want to,
Yeah.
But then if you got the big family and all that, it's a tough situation. If you wait as long as you can, check out, and then go to the beach to get the full day in, I always wonder, okay, post-beach, how are we cleaning
That's
up?
tough. I hate doing that. I've done it one time and hadn't done it again.
I don't want to be sweaty and sandy and drive back. Don't want that.
No. I'm with you on
and
that.
so that there's that problem. The other is I'm not a 4 or 5 a.m., but I am, hey, let's get up and get going, because if not, we're just going to sit in traffic.
Yeah.
And now what are we doing?
I know.
So I try to get ahead of it if I can. But
I usually get
It really
up.
depends on who's with us, how big a crew you got. And if you're there 6 or 7 days, by the time you get to that last one, you're pretty ready. You're almost ready to kind of, let's go. Let's get back. And then if you have to go to work the next day, you want to get back around noon so you can kind of decompress a little bit. I know you've been on vacation, but if you've been traveling, it gives you time to settle in, unpack, and get to bed at a decent time. That's me.
No, I'm with you. I'm with you on that. I think you got a shot at it. What I would do, and I think it keeps everybody safe, is get up. You get up at 5 and kind of prep the night before. You get up at 5, get everything in the car ready to go. So all they have to do is get in the bed, get out of the bed, and get in the car, and you still home by 1 or 2, worst case.
Oh, look, I've been over listening, whispering to my sons before. All I need you to do is get to the car.
That's it. That's it.
Let's go. Grab your pillow and drag it to the car.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Bath, because you spilled something on your shirt.
You have to. The reason you have to change clothes.
Oh, see, Rick, you're out of the water.
Well,
Bubba, I'd like your autograph, Bubba.
Yeah, there it is. Champion, pyramid champion.
But you know what? Yeah, that's fun. But wait till you see what happens next week.
But
with
when
the
you get,
100,000.
I
can't tell you who
imagine.
won, but it gets down to 3 people. And when I announce the winner, I mean, it's just like unbelievably exciting.
Can you imagine, though? You're
This
not
is almost like The Bachelor.
You're
I'm
not
excited about this now.
Are you watching The Bachelor?
Are you on fire for it?
Yeah, well, you're watching The Bachelor?
Yeah.
See, now I'm really worried about Rick.
Well, there's a guy, there's a girl from Alabama that's in the final 2.
She was a guest here yesterday.
Yeah.
That's right. Yes.
She was
Wait,
on
what's
here.
her name?
She was here yesterday.
Brooke, yeah.
She was here yesterday.
Oh, really?
We tried to get her to tell us who won, but she won't do it.
Yeah.
You got any information? I know you got some connections.
I got
there.
connections, but I ain't going to give it out.
Do you know who it is?
No, I don't know who it is.
Seriously?
Seriously.
We'll be back in a moment with the best of Rick and Bubba on a king-size Christmas on Turner South.
The legendary
Turner South.
What is Jimmy doing now? Is he your manager or the group?
Jimmy's probably
the whole,
having breakfast right now.
Is he like does he handle the money for the, didn't I see that on one of the specials? He was the guy.
When we come back, Jimmy gets the money.
You're behind the music. Wow, that's a terrible, when they do that, that's bad.
We've
When
always
we
said,
come
and yours
back.
turned out really pretty good.
Yeah.
You know, the only thing they had from you was the stage fright.
Right, exactly.
Oh, my gosh, SpongeBob made it.
No,
look out there.
Oh, SpongeBob! Wow! SpongeBob! How are you? Yeah, it's the ugliest thing I've ever seen.
But, you know, on yours, you know, because usually on Behind the Music, when the guy does the, when we come back, that means somebody's, you know, gone off the deep end. But, you know, that had to be kind of weird, your story about when you got to the point where you didn't want to, I mean, was that always in you and you were just able to overcome it?
It happened when
How
I was
did that come out of any?
about 11 years old, 12 years old, when the whole recording thing started. You know, and it's like, push Donny out in the front. It was all this pressure to be the best I could possibly be. Hey, it's 11, 12 years old.
Right.
You're talking about the
You want to
time
go out and play in the dirt.
You're talking about the time the promoter said you're singing lead on Down on the Lazy River?
Yep, that's exactly
Well,
right.
that was a tough moment.
You've done your research,
Yeah.
man.
Hey, the big,
you know a lot about me.
We saw the show.
Hey, the Big Brothers didn't care for that, did they?
No, they didn't. They really didn't. When I wrote my book back in 96, 97, the lady who... Ooh, now I'm getting scared, you guys. This sponge thing is sitting right next to me.
I don't think you should scare Donnie with the giant sponge.
You know, let me just ask you one question, Sponge. Why?
You know, really, you think...
And the nose is kind of, you know...
you know, really, when you see this, you think yourself one of two things.
Yeah.
Very popular cartoon character.
Yeah.
Or very, very cutting-edge commercial for birth control. You know, I mean, it could be either one.
Or a very sick person inside.
Yeah. So this is SpongeBob SquarePants. Are you familiar with this?
No, I've heard it. When I was driving in and listening to you guys, I heard about
I'm out of the loop, too, Donnie. I don't know. I'm watching The Bachelor. I don't know what this is all about.
This is a big moment for Ryan Greenwood. This is like his most favorite character ever.
Where does it come from?
It's on, who cares it? Is it Cartoon Network or Nickelodeon?
Oh, is it Nick? Okay, yeah, I don't want to watch a lot of Nick.
Yeah, see,
My kids would know everything about
I was about to say, well, I have 4 kids, so I know.
4, I got 5.
5.
Yeah.
Well,
Boys, girls?
You're all about trying to up somebody, aren't you?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Hey, Rick, he had brothers. He's competitive, too.
Right.
So.
I mean, I have one girl who is turning 13 in December.
Okay. Oh, that's tough on you, huh?
Yes, and then the rest are boys, all 3.
Okay.
And they're 11, 3, and 1.
I really feel sorry for the guy who tries to date his daughter.
Oh, yeah.
How old is your oldest?
He'll be 60 next week. No, he's... He'll be 24, actually, pretty soon. 24, 21, 17, 11, and 4.
Have you had to do the daughter dating thing?
Yeah, it's all boys.
Oh, you have? Oh, good for you. See, I need somebody.
Boy.
And my second son's getting married at the end of the month.
Well, congratulations.
Well, hey, how about that?
What about when Donnie becomes a papa?
Yeah.
Won't that be funny?
Yeah.
Don't wish that on me yet. Come on, Bubba.
Yeah. Say, look, let's watch Papa on the Pyramid.
Yeah. Exactly.
But what, I mean, that, could you go to your dad and say, would you mind singing Puppy Love, at our wedding? I mean,
he wants me to perform at the wedding, and I know he's going to ask for Puppy Love.
Oh, sure.
Well, and you know what? I'm going to do it.
We'll play this cool version you've got.
They call Puppy
See,
Love.
you know what I like? You know what I like about you?
What's that?
There's too many people in the entertainment business that have achieved huge success, and then they act like it's annoying to them. I mean, like with the people, way you've been with these people here, and we've said that before because we're nowhere near the league, but to me, when you come into this business, what you're doing is ask people to like what you do.
Exactly.
And then to turn around and act like you're bothered by them liking it, to me, drives me up the wall.
I've never figured that out.
You're incredibly great.
I won't name the celebrity, but I was on an airplane one time, up in first class, and this guy was sitting across the aisle from me. This little teeny boy, maybe 9, 10 years old, comes up and says, "Mr. So-and-so, can I have your autograph?" He takes a card out of his pocket and gives it to him. And on the card it says, "I don't bother you, so don't bother me."
Oh, my God.
You are kidding.
And I thought, how could you do that? And the reason why I have this,
Donnie,
I ain't going to tell you.
Tell us. It is 6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. A brand new hour has begun. We are thankful that you are here. And the Rick and Bubba show rolls on with the national anthem. Seven and a half minutes now past the hour, Rick and Bubba show. Friday edition. Here we go. The golden ticket seats will come from all over the country today to settle in to watch this program. Why people desire to do it, who knows? But we're glad they're coming. We sure are honored that they are and flattered that they would visit. So that'll be coming up. The wonderful wheel of canned meat will spin today. Rock and Roll City is without a drummer. Greg out today, so hopefully back on Monday. I see Adler trying to figure that out today. So we'll get the stories for you. We got a brand new Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. We'll tell you about that coming out this weekend. We'll get your phone calls in today, and we got a lot to work through, but we need the silver tongue one. The man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master out of King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey!
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome into another edition of Rick and Bubba.
Bad Mama Jamma. Does anybody say that anymore? There's a bad Mama Jamma. Anybody say that anymore? I don't know. I don't know if that's been banned. Can you refer to someone?
I don't know if you can say anything now.
Can you say anything like, well, hey, Rick, do you know so-and-so? She's a bad Mama Jamma.
How dare you?
How dare you?
It probably wouldn't go over well.
There was a time when the woman, she'd take pride in being called a bad Mama Jamma.
I know. Absolutely.
Not anymore.
Absolutely.
Can't call nobody brick house. Can't call them a bad Mama Jamma. You can't have nothing.
No, you can't say
anything. You can't even speak about attractiveness.
And how about Happy Father's Day weekend, everybody?
Yep. Do we? Is it too late, Bubba, for us to help? I meant to get to that this week.
Well,
and kept forgetting about it.
Yeah, we had a lot of other things on the table. We didn't get to it, but
I was going to talk about it yesterday.
We haven't watered Father's Day like we wanted to.
I know,
and like maybe we have in years past. So.
Yeah, I was going to bring it up yesterday, but I had Leanne Morgan scheduled to be on the show, so I didn't. I was putting it off.
Right.
But no, we maybe. I mean, I guess here's what we could do today. Here's what we could. Oh, you're on great. Okay, great. Here's what we could do today. We could say, "Here's what you've done," and us approve of it, or say,
I think we have plenty of time. I think it's not because it's more about allowing us just to kind of relax.
True.
And that.
True that.
You make that decision today.
True that.
Well, there's people that always want gift ideas, you know.
We can help them there.
And we always say, you know, and I've announced to my family, look, don't waste your money on cards, don't waste your money on gifts. If you can get here, it'd be nice.
Sure.
It's not looking real good. We got a lot of moving going on. So
what's funny,
this year looks like it will be a Father's Day bust.
Well, it's interesting you said that. My kids, of course, like you, they're all adults now, and they're out on their own. So I was just asked about this. Bubba and I are on vacation the 22nd through the 29th of June. So next week will be our last week before vacation. And my adult kids realize that we're planning a beach trip. And Sherry loves this every 3 to 5 years, where you try to get everybody, you know, the kids all together at a beach house. And, of course, this year we're bringing 2 wives. And of course, my kids are using that as their fallback position. Hey, Dad, I'm sorry I'm not going to get home, but, you know, we got the beach trip coming up.
Mm-hmm.
So they're now moving my Father's Day to it.
Yeah, a little delayed celebration.
And that's okay, but I'm kind of like you. My Sunday is starting to look – it's starting to look a little bare.
Yeah.
Which is which is nice.
Yeah.
That ain't bad, though.
I like that.
That's all right.
Well, I hope I'm staring at that on Sunday right in front of the U.S. Open.
Yeah, talking about the no drama flag.
Well,
just wave it.
Well, I'm headed off.
Good luck with that.
I'm headed off to the farm today, and I you know, I've got a couple things I got to come back for. I got a prayer breakfast tomorrow at home church. Looking forward to that, and then, of course, church on Sunday. But I think I will spend most of the rest of the weekend there. So that
there you go.
And that was kind of what Sherry said. She said, so when she went down the other day, said, look, I'm trying to get everything in order down here, get everything cleaned up. Why don't you just plan on operating from the farm this weekend?
There you go.
And I thought,
Number one.
You know, 97 degrees, but still, but
it's in triple digits in some areas.
We should say that in December in the middle of the rut.
Right,
That's fine.
Sure. That would have been a nice that would have been a nice gesture when it didn't seem like a punishment. But no, we have air conditioning. You know,
right,
sure,
and eventually the sun will get far enough down that I can fish without needing, without needing, to be put on an IV,
right,
for loss of fluids. But anyway, so anyway, but that's all right. You know, we're not, like we said, we're not complex creatures. There's really no greater gift to Dad to really just kind of leave him alone. Just don't hassle him.
Yeah,
you know, it's.
Well, I was getting some reports say I can't get here to this time or that time or whatever, and I said, well, from 2 to 4 is nap. So don't,
Daddy's nap.
If that's your window, just don't worry about
Daddy's nap.
Yeah,
and I don't really
on a
think,
Sunday.
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't think Dad's, like Helmsy said, we don't require a whole lot.
We're not complicated at all.
And I think sometimes to complicate our Father's Day is to ruin it.
Yes, 100%.
So it's
well, at least y'all know I hadn't even
heard from
the boys hadn't even mentioned Father's Day to me.
No.
Which, I mean, they will. I know Reese is out of town, so he's out.
Mm-hmm.
The others, I have no idea what's going on.
Yeah.
I'm sure I'll figure it out.
I think I'm down to one. I will see one. And then the others say, see you at the beach.
Yeah, and even if you plan, things change.
Sure.
Sure.
But you know what? Happy Father's Day. And we've tried to elevate it to at least be even with Mother's Day, and I think we've done a better job at that. I don't know if that goal has ever been achieved, but our efforts there.
It was a lofty goal, and it was a good idea to have that lofty goal. But
and it's always fun to hear from the audience and us kind of give you the dad's point of view on what you have planned. So we'll still do that today. I think that still has some value.
Yep.
So that we'll do that today too. So if you're a golden ticket seat guest, looking forward to seeing you. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, will tell you a little more about that when we come back on what you can expect tomorrow when that drops. Omaha, the Men's College World Series is going on. Our president's at the G7 Summit. That looks good. Doesn't that look good? We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
No way. And We're the break. hands. We want to know. Nope. And the break. We'll never who won The Bachelor.
But it's. You know what really changed my attitude about this whole thing? Toward fans and signing autographs? Elvis Presley. I was performing at the Hilton in Las Vegas.
It's a pretty big name.
And he comes backstage. He and my mother, they talked on the phone all the time, because he wanted to be a preacher.
Yeah.
Eventually. And so my mother and Elvis would talk, and he said, If I had to do it all over again, I'd stay closer to my fans. I'd let them get to know me as a person.
Well, yeah, because that's what ended up being his problem. He became
He was so
became
isolated.
a parody of himself.
That's exactly right.
And
so many people do that in this business.
Yeah, and that just like when they did the USA for Africa thing, I saw Bruce Springsteen get interviewed.
Yeah.
All of them were coming up in limos. All of them were sneaking in, covering up. He drives his truck, parks,
That's right.
walks across the parking lot, shakes a few hands, and goes in.
That's why he's Bruce Springsteen.
And that's the reason why he hasn't freaked out, because he will come over to you and go, hey, how you doing?
That's right.
Thanks for listening.
Absolutely.
And move on. You know, I mean, yes, you got to have your own life, and
You know
people
who else is like
people
that to a
shouldn't be
certain
coming
extent?
in your window and all that, but
Paul McCartney's like that.
yeah, if you establish a rapport, I think, with your fans, they don't do that to you.
That's right.
Because they...
And he's the most popular one.
I was in hotel, and the phone rings, and I pick it up and I say, hello? He says, hi, this is Paul McCartney. I said, yeah, right, and I'm the President of the United States, you know? He said, no, it's really Paul. My daughter, Mary, would really like your autograph. I said, you gotta be kidding me, right? He said, no, can I come up to your room? He said, Paul yeah, sure, you can come up to my room. So I opened the door thinking it's gonna be a joke. I opened the door, it's Paul McCartney.
Did you freak?
I freaked out. And Paul McCartney asked me for my autograph. That was one of the most cool times.
That's huge.
Yeah.
Who are you big fans of, other than Paul McCartney?
Oh, we have a break.
After this break, we'll come back and Donnie will tell you.
I mean, besides SpongeBob, you know, because we knew this was somebody you really wanted to meet.
Yeah.
We'll come back. We'll
I can die now and be a happy person now that I've met
And you know,
SpongeBob.
did you notice, though, that he gave the fans a lot? He knows who got him where he's at.
Really? Who?
We'll be back in a moment with the best of Rick and Bubba on a king-size Christmas on Turner South. Best of Rick and Bubba on Turner South.
This is Donny Osmond doing I Can't Go For That.
You got the body now.
150 songs on the list.
Yeah.
You know, my favorite songs of the 70s, 80s, and 90s. So when you start crossing that off, oh, I don't want to cross that. Oh, I don't want to cross that one. And got down to 13 songs. There's actually 12 listed on the CD. There's a hidden track in there.
Somewhere in time.
A hidden track.
This is available.
Could be a message to Roxanne.
Well, no. What it is I brought all the Osmond brothers back in the studio.
No, you didn't.
I did, and we did one of the Crazy Horses.
No, you didn't.
I did.
It's on here?
It's track 13. It's hidden. It's not listed anywhere.
Cool.
So this is available everywhere. It came out last week. You can also go to Donny.com to find out more about what's going on with Donny Osmond and how to get this. There it is.
But there's some really, really cool songs in there that, like I said, it's very difficult to choose. No, I can't forget this evening. Very hard song to sing, but it's just a beautiful song. I thought, I got to do this. And at the end, it's just a hard note to hit, but I nailed it. And it felt so good, man.
And so,
still got it.
Did you say to yourself, okay, that was great, we won't do that live? I mean,
it's hard. It's really hard to do that song live.
Well, Donny, what do you have hobbies when you're away from performing? What do you like to do? Computers?
I'm a computer geek.
I noticed you got a PDA there with you.
This is my BlackBerry. Actually, the whole record was done over the internet. We recorded the basic tracks over in England, and then I'd carry my laptop, my mic, and preamp with me everywhere.
No, you didn't.
I did. And if I was in a hotel room, I felt like singing, boom, that's where I'd put up the bedspread and the sheets just to make it right acoustically.
You must have had the best sound card in the world.
Well, it's the best preamp. You know, the Apogee preamp, man, is the best.
Let me, do you deer hunt by any chance?
No.
Well, the reason why I'm asking that,
I've done deer hunting.
That's our new thing now. We ask everybody to go hunting, and that's the only time we can get away. There goes SpongeBob SquarePants.
SpongeBob.
He is appearing with you.
I know a good doctor that can help you.
Did you know he's with you at the Alabama International Auto Show this week?
Oh, is he really?
Good news for you.
Yeah. Could there ever be a sicker feeling? You look, you're signing autographs. There's Manny over here. What is that? You look, and it's SpongeBob.
It's SpongeBob.
And he's got them lined up all the way out the other way.
I know.
Now, 11 till 12 Central Time, Donny will be at the BJCC today at the Alabama International Auto Show, and you're going to meet some of the nicest people. The South, we're on all over the South. People come from all over the country. You've done it enough. You did record it here. Some of the nicest people you'll ever meet.
Absolutely, and I'm not saying this because I'm on the air here, but they are the nicest people. Just open up their homes and just say, come over, have some fried chicken.
Sure.
It's really true.
Yeah.
Roxanne, what are you doing later for dinner? No.
There we go. 21 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, working our way back. So Let's get you updated on some things that are going on outside of the live show and the news show every day. So Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, we're now on episode 200 and something, maybe 205, something like that. All right, so this weekend, one of the things that has been on everyone's mind, we hear about this a lot, and that is, have we done anything to take care of some of the voting irregularities that we had in 2020? We know people, hey, we think there were things that went on, and at one time you weren't allowed to say it. Now we have states saying, well, yes, matter of fact, we did have some issues. If you'd like to kind of find out where we are going into November, and this is very timely. We're not talking about this something you need to be pondering for a long period of time. You need to get your act together now. So we talked with Catherine Engelbrecht. She's the founder of True the Vote out of Houston, Texas. This is, they've had this going, I think, since maybe 2011 or so. She actually received the Ronald Reagan Freedom Award, Bubba. How about that? But anyway, so they are all about voter integrity. So if you, they also, have a lawsuit that they won. I think it's being appealed involving Stacey Abrams and what went on in Georgia. So they're out there fighting the good fight. And so we interview her for about 45 minutes on where are we on voter integrity, what needs to be the plan going into November. And she really gives a pretty good update on the state of things. Yeah.
Yeah, we've talked about it many, many times. Every person, we want them to vote. We want them to have access to vote, but we don't want cheating going on.
Correct.
And this has been an ongoing battle that really defies common sense, that we want people to identify who they are. But they're on the front edge of that, and they've been a target because of that.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a great conversation. She caught us up to date on a lot of it and really gave some marching orders how many of you should get involved to be sure that all of our elections are fair and above board and that democracy is safe. So, there's going to be times your candidate wins. There's going to be times your candidate loses. But we got to maintain fair and honest elections or we have no country and we have no democracy.
Yes, and the one thing I took away from it, well, two things I took away from it yesterday. This is not the time for apathy. It's going to require effort and aggression and getting after it and getting the vote out, getting registered to vote, making sure you volunteer at polls, all that. The second thing, and Bubba, I know this one was loud and clear, the notion that, hey, if something goes wrong, we'll get it overruled. Once the vote is in and certified,
once it's in.
Hey, good luck to you.
We talked about that.
Good luck.
After the vote is done, there's a limited amount of time before those votes are going to be certified. After they're certified, there's nothing you can do. And it's a very short amount of time.
Right.
There's not time to do investigations.
Right.
There's not times to go out and prove this or prove that. We saw that in the last election. You have got to make sure up front that these things are above board. And for us to have a healthy country, we have to have confidence in our vote that the people have spoken.
So if you want to get educated on that, Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this weekend, I really think it really helped me yesterday to go, okay, so that's where we are and this is what we need to do.
Right.
So catch that. So Father's Day coming up this weekend. And some of you out there may be thinking what you're going to do for Dad.
Right.
And we've kind of helped you with Father's Day by saying dads are not moms. Moms and dads are equal in value. Sometimes we don't think anybody thinks we are anymore. And are we going to do our normal thing? I know it's probably too late at this point too, because the pastors probably have their message already ready to go.
Right.
Do we once again make an appeal that if you didn't call the moms to task on Mother's Day because you're terrified of them and all you did was celebrate them and lift them up and cry over them and clap, give us a little bit of that Sunday.
Yeah, I think that would be nice.
Yeah,
I mean, just in the spirit of fairness.
Right.
And, I know this is ridiculous, but I love when they ask all the fathers to stand up.
Bubba,
you know what I mean? I love that.
That'll bring a tear to a glass eye. It's emotional.
And some years I've been and they don't do that.
I know.
And I was kind of like, doggone, I was ready to stand up.
Yeah. I don't like the attention.
There's something about just
I like honoring the other ones, but I just don't want to stand up. You know what I mean?
Well,
Right.
you
Like I don't.
by
I have
standing up, you are honoring.
I know, and I do it.
All right, here it comes.
But
Here it comes.
I don't like that.
And,
I don't like being.
and of course, Bubba, you've already been through this a long time ago. But this Sunday will be the first Father's Day without Dad.
Yep.
Yep.
And so I remember the first time I was. Here it comes. Not trying to get everybody squalling,
Rick.
But
come
you
on.
remember this, Bubba, when we were little tykes, watching our daddy, and if you ever were in the church with your granddaddy, watching them stand.
I know.
Oh, yeah.
And then
I'm picturing it now.
And then the first time they asked you to, and you realize you were with them now.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. That's
moving. Now that's different.
That's moving.
That's different.
Hey, it's moving.
That's completely different, Rick.
It is.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
I want that attention.
You know, and I'm not a puppies and kittens guy, but I'm gonna tell you, that right there is moving.
Yeah, it is.
Well, I never had that opportunity because my father passed away when I was 15, but it is still moving when you get to do that.
Yeah, I was wondering though,
that.
even after he passed, when that day came for you, didn't you remember him standing?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Y'all in there, Adler?
Thanks for that.
Right. Well, I'm just saying, we were all thinking it.
Yeah, we were.
Look at the coyote for a little bit.
Yeah. But
you talking about Doodlebug and Mac and me standing up together?
Sure.
Wow.
I never got a chance to be standing there with Dad, Granddad, and me. But I can remember standing up if Dad was in town and we were doing Father's Day at the house and he went to church with us.
Yeah. Well, at the time you think, well, that's ridiculous. Why is that a big deal?
Right.
But now, when it's not available, you think, why didn't we take time to do that?
Well, and I'm going to tell you, here he goes. I promise I won't climb up. I won't stay up here long. But it is true that when we left honoring the fathers in this attack on the patriarchal system and somehow demonizing the headship of a man in his house, once we started attacking that and not celebrating that and embracing that, we have gone down the tubes. And there's a reason the adversary attacks that, because it brings order.
Yep.
And the fact that we have gone away from that, and we've allowed fathers to abandon their responsibility or even take it away from them or usurp it, it has led to disaster. And where you see that coming back, you see a different product than where it has gone away.
Yep.
That's just a fact.
Yeah. Sadly true.
Yeah.
I remember being a kid and seeing everybody standing up, and I'm looking around, I'm just like, man, there's the men. Those are the guys.
Oh, yeah.
Look at them. Look at them standing up.
Yes. Yeah. I'm even kind of excited tomorrow, even though, we're doing some new things or whatever. There's some things that just stand the test of time. I'm kind of excited. I'm going to an old traditional prayer breakfast in the morning.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Remember the men gathering for prayer breakfast?
Uh-huh.
You over talking to Otis and over talking to Larry.
Sid.
Sid.
Yeah, I like Sid.
Harlan.
Bert.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
They're over getting their eggs and sausage, and they talking about solving the problems of the world.
Gary.
Charles.
Hey,
My dad helped cook those.
Hey, Frankie. What's up?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I'm kidding, Roxanne. I got to go home.
Yeah. How's your family? Everybody good?
They're doing great. Yeah, my children are doing wonderful. My wife and I are celebrating 24 years.
I was about to say
24 years.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's got to be great. And all the brothers.
It's difficult. This year's been kind of tough, launching Pyramid and getting this record done. I've been traveling a lot, but next year's going to slow down a little bit.
We talk about it all the time. We think it's our wife's job. You talk about keeping you grounded. Just when
Does your wife do that?
Yeah. Do you get that too?
I got to know this. Do you have to carry the garbage out? Is that your job to roll it to the road?
It's my job.
Yeah, we do. And you get in trouble no matter where you are. You know it's Thursday, don't you?
Thursday's our day. Thursday's our day.
I'll get a call, be on the air, have our show just kicking.
Yeah.
Like I said, yeah, man, I tell you, hey, today's really going good. Your wife's on hot. Okay. Hey, babe, you listen. It's Thursday. Yeah. Trash it and by the road. Okay, thanks. Thanks.
I go through the same thing.
But you know what?
Come back
for the break. We're back.
Keeps you grounded.
Well, yeah, because they're not impressed.
Honey.
You know why our wives?
I am really grounded.
You know why our wives aren't impressed? You know why they're not impressed with us? They know us better than anybody.
That's right.
You know, that's the thing. You know, I see guys all the time, they'll be struggling, whatever, say, well, you know, I said, look, if anybody knows, you know, what's wrong with you, your wife knows. So quit trying to fool her. She knows that you're not perfect.
Exactly.
Any singers in the upcoming
Yes,
family?
I have a couple kids interested in show business. My third son is in a high school play right now, Guys and Dolls. He's playing the part of Nicely Johnson. And my oldest son really doesn't want anything to do with the business. And my second son wants to get a music degree. So
You have
he's
to
a
be
great
excited
guitar
about that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Got one
look,
word.
is that it? Is
Hey,
Donnie
just-
gone? Is that it?
Yeah.
Oh,
Donnie,
you
we don't want you to go.
I don't want to go.
Where's he got to be?
We didn't get
You
to
know,
take
did
any
you hear what
phone
I
calls.
just said? I don't want to go.
You're learning.
It's rubbing off on me, guys.
See y'all later.
See y'all later.
There you go. Donnie
I'm Donny Osmond.
It is 35 minutes past the hour. Thank you for being with us as we work our way back. Tax Network USA standing by, ready to help. Still got an IRS problem, or maybe just developed one? That's a blast, isn't it? Well, let me tell you this. It's not going to get any better. We know that the large tyrannical central government loves their little government agencies, and they're sending more and more IRS agents out into the field, all looking for hardworking Americans just like us. And let me tell you, they're not going after the uber rich. You know why? Too many lawyers to deal with. Let's go knock down those that are out there getting after it every day. They're much easier. We're predators. Let's pick off the easy ones. Well, you do have an advocate, Tax Network USA. This team has brilliant strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly and in your favor. Here's an example. They discovered a limited-time special offer that the IRS is willing to waive $1 billion in penalties. But if you don't know about this or have someone to go and advocate for this, you're probably not going to get it. Never, ever, ever, ever call the IRS alone. Look, taxnetworkusa.com/bigbox. Go there. They have a preferred direct line right to the IRS. They know which agents to avoid, which ones are more likely to work with you. So you can also call them 1-800-245-6000. This will be a free consultation. 1-800-245-6000, or go to taxnetworkusa.com/bigbox. BIGV as in voice OX, or just look for the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Bubba, this week, and the audience seems to love it, we had the return of What's Eating Scott Gorosky. Today, we have to ask another question. What's eating Larry Csonka?
Larry Csonka, legendary fullback of the Miami Dolphins, was a key part of the perfect season, 1972.
The Zonk.
And I kept seeing these stories like you saying Larry Csonka apologizes for losing his cool when defending the perfect Miami Dolphins. So we got to talking about that at a break and looking into it, and apparently it has something to do with him feeling like that the 72 Dolphins are not getting the attention that they deserve, being the only perfect team ever.
Yeah, and I figured it out here.
Okay,
finally
good.
found a story.
Because we couldn't figure out what he was saying had finally happened, and he's basically saying, well, it's been a long time coming.
Yeah, well, despite their 17-0 record, NFL fans and the media have always questioned over the years if they're truly deserving of the greatest team of all time.
Got it.
And rankings have flipped back and forth between them, the 85 Chicago Bears, and the 2007 New England Patriots. And the media...
What team?
The New England Patriots.
Okay, all right.
However, none of that matters to him because he's constantly asked, do y'all think y'all are the best team? Do y'all think y'all the greatest of all time when it comes to the status of the NFL? And he continuously has these questions asked to him, and he's done with it. He says, by far, yes, we're the greatest ever. We're the only ones to be undefeated, and these rankings go back and forth, and I guess maybe the latest it has them back at the one slot. I don't know, but some would argue that they had an easy regular season schedule, most compared to others. This is the critics, which aided them in their run. They also only played 14 regular season games opposed to 17. The 2007 Patriots surpassed the Dolphins. They went 18-0 regular season. Postseason, they lost, of course, to the Giants on that catch and all that. So the critics have always kind of downplayed what they did, and he's done with it.
Well, look, the name of the game is win the game, win the Super Bowl. Perfection is not losing a game.
Right.
And you can only play what's on the schedule.
Correct.
They didn't go out there and schedule the teams. They also probably don't mention in that they lost their starting quarterback for the majority of the year.
Yes, they did.
Bob Greasy was hurt. Earl Morrall did most of the quarterbacking duties right back up to the Super Bowl.
Correct.
So, I don't really buy that. They were such a dynasty in that time anyway. They lost very few games the years they lost a game. And I don't see how in the world you don't say that is the best team ever. Even the 85 Bears, and I saw both of these teams play, and they had just a smothering defense. They lost a game that year to Miami, of all people, on Monday Night Football.
Which was funny.
Don Shula beat them, and you know how he did it? Do y'all remember what he did?
The hurry up or the spread?
He put 5 wide receivers out, and no one had ever done that before in the NFL.
Right.
4 or 5.
I remember that.
And the Bears could not run their patented 46 defense where they rushed 8 people because they didn't have enough people to cover.
Yeah.
So they had to get out of it, and it hamstrung them. And I'll give this: the Patriots did win more regular season games, but they lost the big one when they needed it. I mean, if they had won that, they are the best team ever. But they didn't finish. They didn't finish.
All right, so
they wasn't even the best team in the league that year. They were number 2. They lost the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I get confused on. So the Dolphins had 14 regular season games,
Right, and 3 playoffs.
and then 3
games.
off, so they won 17.
Right, 17-0.
The New England Patriots won 18 games because there was one extra game in the regular season, right?
I guess.
Or is there an extra
It
playoff
just
game?
came down to where they were 18-0. I guess the Dolphins were
Which is-
17.
which is-
but the Dolphins still had to beat the Cleveland Browns, Pittsburgh Steelers, Washington at the time, Redskins. So they still had a pretty good playoff run.
No,
there,
of
too.
course. No, I'm just trying to get clarification
Yeah,
on
the
how many
total
more
number.
games. Yeah.
I think it was one more regular season game.
Right. I think you're right.
Yeah.
And then
And he's done with being asked about it, in case you're wondering.
Oh,
and
but
I
look,
sent
he-
something to Adler we can't play because he's just he's
if
very
you,
upset.
If you take out a couple of cuss words, it's a pretty good speech.
It is.
Because he says, they give all these awards. They give the best rusher or whoever has the most yards, most passing, most tackles, all that. He said, we didn't care. We put all that aside to win. That was the only thing that mattered. And he said that, you just don't see that today. It's a me game.
Yeah.
And it's hard to achieve what they achieved. And, I have to agree with the Zonk.
No question. And now I will say this for the Steelers and the Dolphins and all of them, they did get to keep putting the same team together every year because you did not have unlimited free agency.
Oh yeah, it's a different time now. There's no
Comparing
doubt about
eras,
it.
in my opinion, is impossible. There's too many variables. But I do agree that if you're going to say, well, how do we come up with the best team in the first 100 years of football? The only thing you have to go on is there any of them that had perfection, and they are the only one?
Yeah,
So I have no problem with that.
They met their challenge,
Right.
and they perfected.
But
And-
I do say it's a little. We all know you can't really compare eras, and I think you have to do kind of what Emmitt Smith says when everybody says, "Well, you weren't better than some of these other running backs," and he's like, "Well, I just got the most yards."
Yeah,
and I agree with him that he's not better than them, but I can't take away his award.
But it ain't a beauty pageant.
Yeah, I can't take.
it's a stat. You got to get that yard.
Is it-
and I'm
the-
sorry you didn't have better blockers, but that's just the way it is.
Well, plus to go back to this, that's why football's so hard with it being such a team sport. Is the award the best running back, or is the award the most yards? If it's the most yards, he has it.
Yeah.
I don't think the award says best running back, does it? I think it says who has the most yards, and he does.
Well, Csonka never was a going to get the top of the league in rushing, but he
No.
got the yards you needed when he needed it.
Well,
And boy, he was a killer out there as a lead blocker.
I told Bubba, it's one of my. There's a lot of great Rich Wingo stories, and this one, you have to pull them out of him, But Rich Wingo played middle linebacker for the Green Bay Packers in this era, at the end of Zonka's deal, but he was still playing, and he said they're playing the Dolphins, and I think it was his rookie year. We're talking about Wingo, and he said it was third and short. And he said, I know what they're going to do. They're going to give it to Csonka.
Yeah, right up the pipe,
to
baby.
score. They're at like the 1 or 2 yard line. And he said, so I just sold out, and I just went in with everything I had. And he said, and I hit Csonka before he got going downhill in the backfield. And he said, and I was so thrilled that I had stopped Csonka on third and short. And he said, and it was like hitting a truck, but I got to him before he was going downhill. He goes, and what was that kicker that was so –
Gail, your premium.
He said he's coming on the field, and I see Csonka holding his hands up, using language like we just heard, get your blankety blank off the field. And he's throwing the field goal team back, no, with all the stuff you'd put before no.
Gracious.
And like that, and he said Wingo thought to himself, I really wanted him to kick the field goal.
Yeah, because now we got to do that again.
I appeared to just have made him mad.
He said he ran over me so bad on the 4th and goal. He said it's like his helmet. He said it's like he said I think he laid on me 2 yards into the end zone and just put the ball on me and pushed himself up off of it and had a few words about I hope he enjoyed third down.
Yeah.
And he said it was horrifying.
Good night.
He said when he started waving the field goal team off, and he said, and everybody was so afraid of him, the field goal team went back to the sideline.
Sure.
Good gracious. Yes, sir.
You think your premium's going to go against Csonka? You would think Shula might step in, but I think Shula said whatever Zonk wants. That's good.
All right, go
I
for
feel
it.
pretty good at Zonk at 4th and short, though, don't you?
Yeah. You're not going to stop him twice.
Yeah. 15 minutes to the top of the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
What,
I know. I keep telling him to try to come back, and he just looks at me like, "What are you doing?"
Yeah, well, just pretty much. Also, callers are wondering if Greg, my brother, who we've had on the show many times, is he sporting a Beaumont haircut?
Slightly.
It's a slight Mont.
Well, it ain't. That was falling out.
What's caused you wear that helmet all the time?
I just kind of cut it low, you know.
Hey, and
But look, I got a mini mullet. So
yeah, you got Beaumont with mullet in the back.
Well, not real. I'm thinking about growing him Joe Dirt mullet.
Also, a lot of calls, people want to know how much older Greg is than I am. Greg is not the oldest. He's actually the youngest. He just looks older.
Okay.
And you go. Well, I'm just telling you, people are calling about it. I'm not.
Rick, people want to know how come Kurt is not in on this family moment.
Well, you know, Kurt Jarvis has made us all uncomfortable, and the thing about him dating my sister, and I you know, I did bring this up on the show. The joke will be on Kurt, and you know, his you know, just having to deal with all of us and having to deal with, you know, trying to be part of these kind of events. We will eventually destroy Kurt Jarvis once and for all, and I want y'all to know I will have a maniacal laugh on the show, because what appears to be my weakest moment may be my strongest. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, it could be.
Welcome to Charlotte's Web.
That's right. To the phones. Let's also. I would like to stop the calls for Mississippi State. Wondering if you would take the Mississippi State job. From what I can understand, you're retired and good with.
Coach, my dad called and said, just could you personally ask him if he would pretty please come out of retirement and put your name in the list? Coach, we need you over at State. I mean, you know, come on, Coach.
Well, you know, there's no way, you know, because, heck, we go over there and you know, try to run the football and run the option and everything like that, get everybody mad, and we'd be right back where we started.
Yeah,
you know.
People be sitting there with the Southeastern Conference champion going, I just didn't enjoy that. All we do is run the ball, play defense. I like this trophy, but it wasn't much fun. Let me ask you this, you throw it in all over the field now. Y'all enjoying it? Is that fun?
For your 10 games to go home?
Is that good? Of course, you know, can't find many national championships from teams that throw it all over the field. But anyway, let's go to Brant in Nashville. Brant, a former player, part of the era, played at Jacksonville State from '89 to '92. Brant, what's going on, buddy?
Morning, guys.
Hey.
Monkey grass.
Hey, thanks for calling. Glad you're here.
Hey, Coach, how you doing?
I'm doing fine. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. I was sitting here on hold listening to the radio, and you guys were going over some of the highlights, and you kind of talked about me jumping off sides there. For a minute.
Was that you? Oh my gosh, Brant, was that you that on the key play that moved?
Yeah, that was me.
All right, let's Christopher Columbus. You can find Brant moving again and jumping outside.
But that's the one we was arguing about. That used to be legal. Remember, and they changed the rule, and but we didn't know the rule.
It looked like a sneeze to me.
Right.
Well, yeah, I probably shouldn't say this, but the bad thing was that was twice in a row that I did that.
Oh, Brant.
So,
how about we didn't know that, Brant?
Yeah, I thought it was.
Here it is. All right, we're showing it right here. Brant, this is you on Turner South right now at tight end.
Bottom
right there.
left-hand corner.
Yeah, bottom left-hand. Oh, there. Oh, my goodness. There it is.
Lean in a little bit. Hold, Brant. Hold. Wait a minute, Brant.
That's only an All-American linebacker you're about to have to block out there. So, look, and there's Dad not knowing the rule.
Yeah, we're just trying to get off the ball.
Yeah.
I was just calling to tell Coach Burgess that congratulations on tonight, and all of us that played for him, we love him to death, and he's our Bear Bryant, and we just want to tell him how much we appreciate those 4 or 5 years we were there, and just thanks a lot.
Well, thank you all.
I appreciate that.
Hey,
thank you so much.
Coach, will you set the record straight on something, too? Because I run into people who played for you all the time, either in high school or college. When did you start running the option?
Let's see. I think the first year we were at Oxford, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, so about when was that?
That was
70.
We came to
71?
Oxford in 71. Yeah.
Okay, did Bear Bryant visit your practice, see that?
No.
Before the Southern Cal game?
No. I'm sure that didn't happen.
You know, there's a rumor
Actually, it was the next week.
You're right. Yeah. There was a rumor that when it was the True Wishbone, that he actually had come down and sent some people to watch a few practices, and they started running.
No. No, that's out of my league, but it does sound good.
It doesn't. Well, it's a
Let me
good
tell you what
story.
I
Keep
found
telling
out.
it. Well,
Let me
don't
tell you
kill
what's
it.
Great,
Let it
though.
go.
Think about this. You know, I have found the older you get,
You got it, baby. 10 minutes to the top of the hour. Hello, America. Another Rick and Bubba show underway. This weekend, Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, we talked to the founder of True the Vote about voter integrity and what's the game plan for November. Very informative wherever you get podcasts this weekend. Looking forward to being in Birmingham tomorrow morning, 8:30 a.m. local time, Lord willing. And I'll be there for the men's breakfast on Father's Day weekend. What a blast at my home church, the Valleydale Church. And we'll also show you some opportunities to plug into the curriculum from themanchurch.com that we're doing right now. And I have the honor of giving that message to all the dads and the men and their sons tomorrow. Looking forward to that. You can join us if you're in town. Just come on over for some breakfast and we'll hang. Also, Bubba, looking at next week, headed over to beautiful Philadelphia, Mississippi on Wednesday. Be at the historic Ellis Theater. This is kind of a community-wide. I tell you, we do a lot over there with Neshoba. Is it Neshoba County? They're the ones that have that big fair every year and all that kind of stuff. I've been working with those many years, all the different churches in that association. Well, they're doing where they go out and the churches are all over the community and they're serving and they're helping, and then they have an open to everybody Wednesday night service there at the Ellis Theater. And I was asked to come over and do that message next Wednesday night. So it's free. All you have to do is just come to the historic Ellis Theater. If you need those details, just go to rickandbubba.com under upcoming events. So, Bubba, it's Father's Day weekend. I was going to say let's just do guy stuff and talk about guy stuff today, but you and I both came to the conclusion, why would that be different than any other show?
It's kind of like every other day.
We pretty much do that every day anyway.
But it brought up a discussion we've had several times, and I think worthy, very Father's Day-like discussion. Who do you think would be the hardest person to tackle in the NFL?
Of all time?
Of all time.
This may
All of 'em?
may surprise.
Ain't none of them easy,
none of 'em
okay?
easy.
Let's be clear.
But it may surprise people just from the type of people that, just from my experiences, and I never played in the NFL. I'm just talking about the type of player through the levels that I did play. The type of player that is an Earl Campbell is a nightmare. I'm talking about you can go all in, and of course we were all taught then that you threw your body like a weapon at whoever you were tackling. I know that's not popular anymore, but when you hit a player like that, I talk.
So you don't mean hardest like a Barry Sanders elusive like hard.
No,
you mean
right.
like
No,
I don't want to get in front of this guy.
Yeah, this guy will
Okay.
physically hurt me to
Yeah.
bring him down.
You're right. There's two different things.
I want to make sure what we're.
Barry Sanders would be under the shifty type,
Okay.
and for the most part, I put Walter Payton on that. I know he could put his
do
head
both.
down, but,
He could do both.
I wouldn't. Zonka has always been, I think, one of the top. Earl Campbell, I think, may be the walking dog on that.
The guy you dread the most.
Yeah. And that what we mean is, who do you tackle that is going to physically make you pay for it so bad it's almost not worth it? He can break your spirit.
Yeah.
The shifty guy, you might get frustrated, but you're still playing.
Right.
You're
not worried about him hurting you.
Yeah, he hasn't broke your spirit to continue.
Right.
You might be frustrated, but somebody like Earl Campbell will make you wonder why you're even playing the game.
Yeah.
And I hate to keep going back to Wingo, but he's the only person I know well enough that played at the highest level. He said he heard one of his teammates' Achilles break like a rifle going off when he hit Earl Campbell. The force of Earl snapped his Achilles.
It just looks like Earl Campbell punished you
Like a
because
gun going
of
off.
his knees. That's the thing.
Those
High knee
legs.
runners are can
legs.
pose a problem. You think about other great Eric Dickerson, who was like
but he ran up a little high.
Yeah, he was like a running truck.
And Csonka ran up high too, but he would just punch you in the face when you went to tackle.
Yeah,
I
I'd
remember
hate to get
Csonka-
one of those high knees though.
Earl.
I remember Csonka breaking into the secondary. Instead of just running up the field, he would look
Find
for
people.
a safety and start running toward them.
Larry Csonka was like he went into football looking to fight. He wanted to fight the entire defense, and he didn't just like you said go avoid you. He would try to find you, then throw his forearm into your face.
Yes, yeah. He was going to punish you for being on the defense.
But the fact that Larry and Eric Dickerson ran up high just as a defender, I like the guys that ran up high because they gave me a lot to hit.
Right.
I did not like the guys who had legs the size of barrels, and they knew how to churn them, and they knew how to pick them up and get their knees up, and then they could use that force and get down there where you are and drive you into the ground, and it just would break your little spirit. And
I remember Earl Campbell stepping on people, just pushing them down and walking on them, which had to be brutal. I mean, you've also got the Bo Jacksons that combine weight and speed, which the force.
Oh yeah, that wouldn't be
and the people who have tackled them all, and we've talked to several of them. You mentioned them, Kurt Jarvis, another one.
Yeah,
he used to mention that
Brent Fullwood.
Bo was like hitting a truck, but he said Brent Fullwood hurt me more than Bo did.
Yeah, Brent Fullwood,
because he was a high knee guy.
Yeah, as far as talking to people that, like you said, that we know actually had to tackle these people, and they said that one of the unsung people that was miserable was Brent Fullwood. Miserable. Miserable.
What current day? What do you think a player would say? Was it Derrick Henry? Is it somebody?
Derrick Henry would be on that list of just brutal.
But right now, the way they tackle this rugby style tackling, you couldn't tackle Earl Campbell that way. His legs would rip your arm off.
What about Marshawn Lynch in beast mode?
Probably
beast mode.
In beast mode. Probably so.
I pulled up an article from NFL. .com.
I hope it doesn't make Csonka mad.
The title is "Bruising Running Backs," and it's listing the people that you're discussing. Jerome Bettis is also on the list, and he is another one.
Yeah.
Speedy, your guy Eddie George, they list him.
Yeah, he's another one.
I can see that.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot. You could list a lot of running backs.
I didn't know this, but William Andrews, does that name?
Oh, yeah.
So that's the one.
Atlanta Falcons.
That's the one that Ronnie Lott lost his finger. Do y'all remember that?
Yeah. Just cut it off.
Yeah.
Well, he wasn't going to get to play in the Super Bowl unless he had it amputated. They took it off.
I only played against Bo Jackson in high school, but the difference in Bo Jackson's strength and power from his junior year to his senior year was unbelievable. His junior year, he really wasn't any big deal. I remember hitting him on short yardage and thinking, nah.
He's actually on this list of bruising running backs.
But when he came back his senior year, he had that 6'2", 230 look then, and it was a different deal then.
He's on this list of all the guys that John Riggins is another one that's on here.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it is.
To me, Riggins was, and really Jerome Bettis was more of that what I call a bowling ball. They were hard to get your arms around them and throw them down.
Those are zero fun.
But again, the high knee guys look like they just punished you, beat you to death with their knees.
Yeah, what they would do, and of course some running backs said, well, that's not a good business decision because your body's going to pay too. But what they would do is really a defensive version of offense, because on defense we were always taught, and it's a different game now, break the offense's will to continue with physicality. Well, there were certain running backs that tried to break your will to tackle them, and they used the same contact, game plan against you, and it's effective. I'm telling you, the pitcher getting hit by a car, and then they say, "Now you need to go get in the road again." Yeah, you're kind of like, I don't like being out there anymore. That wasn't any fun at all. I couldn't even get up and point my finger in his face because I didn't think I could get off the ground.
Right.
I mean, it's not a lot of fun to keep being thrown into vehicles that are running downhill. I mean, it'll make you ask a question: do I want to be out here?
Yeah.
Right.
Real quick.
Or is it? Some of them will say you have to talk about and think about a business decision.
Right.
But back to Rich Wingo. So the hole opens up, and you're standing there as a Mike linebacker, and here comes that running back. And it's an Oklahoma drill. It's like, okay.
Now, he was always willing.
Right.
But he said there were some that it was less fun than others.
Well, here we go.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This hour of the Rick and Bubba Show brought to you in part by our friends at firstcup.com. Do you love to have pods? Did you know that at firstcup.com their pods are hand-filled within days of being roasted? Why don't you find out more and become a subscriber by going to firstcup.com. Use the code Bubba, save 10%, become a subscriber, an additional 10% in free shipping at firstcup.com.
The better you were.
Oh,
You
sure,
ever notice that?
Yeah.
It's bad because, a lot of people that really remember, they die off, they don't know what the hell's going on anyway.
Right,
You know?
they can't
And so the
dispute it,
older you get, The older you get, the better you get. Isn't it amazing?
The people who really knew are dead.
Yeah, right.
They can't dispute.
They can't tell on you.
It's like here, we can say anything and then just cut them off. You know, we're the last word standing.
I actually had a guy one time compliment me on the fine blocking job I had done in a key game, and I never played offense, other than practice, my entire life. The guy said, I tell you what, you're blowing holes big enough, and I could have run through. And I said, I appreciate it, buddy. I never even played it.
Well, Rick, you tell Sherry you used to play running back. So.
Well, you know what? I got frustrated because, unless Sherry was on the dance line. She knows a little bit about football, but I got frustrated trying to tell my old war stories about being a defensive lineman. See, that's a bad thing about linemen. Nobody but football people even understand it. Right. So I've just changed it. I told her I was an all-state high school quarterback and actually led the Crimson Tide to the 92 championship wearing number 7. And my nickname was Barker. And she really buys into it. It's really good.
I saw in the hole.
Yeah, they show pictures of me to the kids and everything. Of course, it's Jay, but he's got a helmet on. You can't tell. We'll go to Frank in Pell City, Alabama. Frank, how are you doing?
All right. Doing fine.
Welcome, Frank. Go ahead.
Well, I just happen to be sitting here. I live in Georgia now, but I'm from Pell City, Alabama, and I just wondered if Coach Burgess remembers some of that great high school basketball rivalry we had between Pell City and Alexander when he and his brother were in high school.
I'm afraid that's not my dad. But Frank.
Well, I didn't know you were a star basketball player in the back.
I went to Alexandria. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. Frank, anyway, thanks.
Thank you, Frank.
Frank, it was a sweet thought.
It was.
There's another Burgess brothers out there somewhere.
There are some Alexander Burgess.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Or it's an uncomfortable moment. Somebody thinks Dad is loose scales. Let's go. God rest him.
Speaking of Pell City, how about this? Had a great year, undefeated, and it's one of your former guys that you coached with and that went to coach.
Yeah, Jay Brown.
Oh yeah,
at Pell City.
Yeah, Lord,
I finally got that.
Right. Right. Well, Jay, he played for us at Oxford.
Yeah.
And coached with us at Jacksonville State. He was one year. He was our recruiting coordinator. Did a great job for us. There, and then has gone to Pell City, and they're undefeated, and they got one heck of a football team down there.
Yeah, you got all kinds of
Joe Billingsley,
former players
and
coaches.
We were in Gadsden yesterday with a CD signing, which, by the way, went great.
Yeah.
And Joe was a player for you.
And
Wayne Lee coaches at Pinson Valley.
Right.
There's all kinds of them out there. They're everywhere.
Keith Maples at Springville.
Keith Henderson.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they're everywhere.
They're everywhere.
Did I tell you the story about Keith Henderson throwing Speedy around like a rag doll? Have I ever mentioned that? Really, it is one of the fondest memories I have during the Rick and Bubba era.
Well, I'm not trying to say that this young man, Keith Henderson, was strong and a good offensive center, but they're doing an all-century team, and they're putting multiple people in positions because there's so many good people over the years. There's only one center, and it's Keith Henderson.
Yeah.
They said, well, we got one.
That's right.
Let's go to Stu in North Carolina. Stu, welcome to the program.
Hey, monkey grass.
Stu, welcome to the show.
Stu with a brew. Remember from Georgia?
Stu with
the brew. Oliver North with you guys?
Oh, yes.
Stu with the brew. I just wanted to tell Coach Burgess, I think there's been 2 great coaches in Alabama football, you and Paul Bear Bryant.
Wow.
And, sir, I have to tell you, I've seen your films, and you are one of the greatest coaches, and I would have loved to play for you.
Well, I really appreciate that, but that's a little out of my class.
Well, hey, Bear Bryant learned the wishbone from you.
Yeah, sure. Hey, we probably can get away with that.
There you go. What's it good basketball team today?
Let's not look over that.
Let's go to Mike in Pelham, Alabama. Mike, how you doing?
Fine. How y'all?
Good. Mike, welcome to the show.
Fine. Coach, when did you come to Banks?
That's in '63.
Well, that was him.
In
1964, I was a freshman at Banks.
Now, who is
Caught
this?
a bunch of us pitching pennies up in the gym when it was raining.
Mike, I can't believe that.
You said, I got a list of everybody that was lagging and come downstairs and get a lick. And I just sat there.
Uh-huh.
You looked at me and that voice that you can't forget the voice.
No, you can't. As a matter of fact,
hear him in a crowd in the mall and know who that is.
Yeah, Greg and I are still shell-shocked from it.
Yeah. I just sat there and you looked at me and said, don't lie to me, boy. And I said, Coach, if you got me, whip me. If you don't, don't. And he said, oh, hell, it don't matter. Get out of here.
Wait a minute. So Dad was whipping people for pitching pennies? He taught me how to pitch pennies.
I think it's time and place.
Hey, get the paddle. I don't want you to hit anybody with it, but, you know, you should be able to throw a pretty good lick. We got a paddle. You know, we paddle people for being late, which is very controversial.
Mm-hmm.
A brand new hour from the Big Boy Studio out on the bleeding edge of technology. We come to you from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. Happy Father's Day weekend to fathers everywhere. And we thank you for being with us. Greg out today. Hopefully will be back on Monday. We'll see. But we still have everybody else here today. Golden ticket seats are making their way here. Wonderful wheel of canned meat still to come. And Bubba, my goodness, did you know G7 was yesterday?
Oh yeah, we got
G7. G7.
We got all kind of things going on.
Oh, G7. So the G7, that's the summit where we have world leaders coming from everywhere.
Yeah, the top 7 economic powers of the world.
Sadly, these 7 did not know, or these 6 did not know that they would have to babysit the United States of America and their president. We have sent the current state of our president to these other world leaders. I bet they didn't have on their list, looks like I'm the caretaker for the USA president.
Yeah.
And it did come off that way far too many times. We'll start. Where did he go?
Where to go?
Where did he go?
Where to go?
Where did he go?
Basement Joe.
Here we go.
Basement Joe.
We'll get to the other leaders having to babysit him. Let's just see if he can talk first. We'll start with him. Unfortunately, getting interrupted by a loud plane, and it really throws him. So here we go.
They include key parts of Russia's financial sector. I'll wait till it goes over.
Oh my gosh!
As well as individual and entities that supply Russia with items critical to its defense production, like microelectronics.
Oh, good gracious, man.
I think he tried to say enemy, and he said enemies.
It's not good.
Let me ask you this. We have the top 7 leaders in the world.
Yes, you do, Mr. Bussey.
On a stage.
You sure do.
Who in the H is flying an airplane overhead?
That's true.
It's a great question.
Good.
That airspace should have been secure by multiple countries, including whoever's hosting.
Yep.
And that, I mean, they shouldn't be a plane within 40 miles.
No. Unless that's a part of the security. I don't know.
Right.
Well, even if they are, they wouldn't fly overhead.
I agree.
Anybody got any idea what our president said after the plane went over?
Try it one more time, Adam. Let's see if we can.
I'll dial in this time.
Yeah, let's try to mill something out of this. Get your pans out.
Yeah, okay. So
1 or 2
They
words.
include key parts of Russia's financial sector.
Okay.
I'll wait till it goes over.
Didn't have to say that.
Not sure why it's there. I'm with Bubba on that.
As well as individual and entities that supply Russia with items critical to its defense production, like microelectronics.
Providing Russian
entities. He's trying to say entities.
He's trying to say people who are supplying Russia's defense system, like with microelectronics or something.
Microeconomics?
I thought it was economics at first, but
I think it's electronics.
I think it's electronics. I know.
We shouldn't be having this conversation.
No.
We shouldn't be having this conversation. We should all know exactly what he said.
Yep.
Next, it looks like he's going to try to talk to somebody and talk about then how far back they go. Mr. Fink, I call you Larry. I don't even know what
this is uncomfortable.
Oh, Larry Fink at BlackRock.
Uncomfortable number 2.
All right, here we go.
That includes Mr. Fink. I call you Larry. I'm calling you Mr. Fink. But we go back a long way at BlackRock, and Mr. Nadella of Microsoft, an outfit that we know well home. Today, BlackRock and other partners are committing to invest at least $4 billion toward infrastructure projects that align with our PGI priorities.
No, he's just reading. He's just reading. He's just reading what he's just reading.
Hard to follow.
He's just reading, and just looking down, reading. Just words are coming. He has no idea they're coming. Has never act like he's never seen them before.
So
At
then
what point
do we run through this with him ever?
At what
Let's
point
just
do
keep rolling.
At what point do we
These are
pull
good.
him off the public's? I mean,
Well, Speedy, apparently, I think we've passed that stage.
and let's not forget he's running again.
I know.
Oh, I know. I know. This is
4 more years.
If you vote for him, you're an idiot.
Speedy, come on now.
I'm sorry.
Y'all want the Zelensky clip?
I mean,
Yeah,
I mean
go
that
ahead.
in the
All right,
nicest
Bubba,
way.
Just keep rolling. Give us 3.
We're going to give Zelensky another 10 years of support. Here we go.
All right. He's signing a new security agreement to back Ukraine for the next 10 years.
Yeah, 50 billion.
50 what now?
Billion.
Oh, 50 billion.
Yeah. Yeah, we got a
Of course,
story on
we're
that.
broke.
American
Guys,
people couldn't use that at all.
After quantitative easing 4 times, we ain't got any money left.
Yeah, Bubba, aren't we broke?
we are broke.
We don't have 50 billion.
Almost 20% of our budget goes to interest alone now.
Yeah.
All right.
18%.
I wonder if like scholarships and national letters of intent and all that. So when you're doing the press stuff, it's really fake because you've already done it all. You've already faxed it in. I wonder when they sign those things if it's already done. Those are just fake copies.
I hate to bring this up. I don't even know that Biden has the authority to do that. Congress has to okay the money.
If Trump wins, he can reverse that agreement.
And beyond that, if it's a true treaty, the Senate has to approve it. So I really don't know what. I think he's just pledging his support. I guess.
Did you see Zelensky looks like he's trying to keep from laughing at the fact that he's pulled this off and got this 10-year thing? It's almost like
He's also sniffing. He's also sniffing a lot.
I forgot to put that in, Speedy. You sent me that sniffing
Oh, it's
clip.
just very strange.
It's just Zelensky sniffing.
Yeah.
Well,
it's like he's got something in his nose.
Yeah.
I will just say all this
allergy season in Ukraine.
We shall see.
Yeah.
A reporter, apparently the president doesn't understand about the freedom of press.
Mm-hmm. Well, he's used to being told who to call on, and he's been prompted on their question, and somebody got out of order here, and it threw him a curve.
Yeah, and I don't know how to tell him this. The press really doesn't play by any rules. They can ask you any question they want to any time.
Well, they should be.
They should be able to. But here he is. He's mad about somebody not playing by the rules.
If you don't mind, I'd like to ask you about your discussions on the situation in Gaza here at the summit. You were asked just a short time ago about it after the skydiving demonstration. Can you give us your assessment of Hamas's response? And do you believe that they are trying to work towards a deal, or is this response working against a deal? And what is your message to allies, including those here at the G7, about what more, if anything, the U.S. can do to drive towards a peace agreement? Thank you.
I wish you guys would play by the rules a little bit. I'm here to talk about a critical situation in Ukraine. You asked me another subject. I'll be happy to answer it in detail.
Oh my.
Okay, well look, I can see that. Maybe they said we're not going to talk about. We're talking about the Ukrainian situation here. That's where the questions need to be. I understand that. I don't have a problem with that. Maybe that's what he was.
Well, the reason they do it is because he won't answer these questions anywhere else.
Yeah, and it was a big
so
discussion within the G7 too about Gaza.
But if they were holding a press conference talking about their agreement with the Ukraine,
I agree with that, Bubba, 100%.
Yeah,
I think reporters are getting frustrated though because they want access to the president more than just when he has a teleprompter in front of him and some notes to go by.
And now, the skydiving demonstration, we can get to that. But remember if Trump had anything to say at all about the press, democracy dies in darkness, all this stuff. But you don't hear any of that with Biden.
But that's not new. I mean, you know that. He's playing in the home stadium. Biden malfunctioning before our very eyes. So here we go.
It includes major commitments from Ukraine to impact to implement democratic, economic, and security reforms.
Do something. Do something.
Do you remember used to?
I don't know why I think you can do something, but for some reason.
If you had a president that was that inept on anything, just one time, it would sink them. Mm-hmm. And, I mean, we have We have 6 clips today, just on yesterday.
Well, this next one is the one everybody's talking about. So it comes off this malfunction.
Oh, here we go.
And then he goes wandering off the stage, and another leader, the president of Italy, is having to babysit our president. Look at this. You're going to hate this. All right, so this is that skydiving thing. Now watch him. He has no idea.
What in the world?
Y'all don't know how much I've seen this.
There he goes. There he goes.
And he is wandering around.
Please look at the concern in the
he's going down the street.
The other leaders don't know what to do.
So they're like, Mr. President, this way. President of the United States of America, look this direction.
Yeah, let's look this way, Mr. President of the United States, by the way.
Y'all, he's going to put his sunglasses on here. And what's so alarming is how slowly his hand goes back down.
It's like it's in slow motion.
What is going on?
It's like it's in slow motion.
Are they giving him like weed edibles? Like what is wrong with this guy?
Here's the problem. You know they juice him up for the big event.
Yep.
And you can't do that day after day after day. And he's been in a situation where he had Normandy, and then he had to come home and then go back again. And he's got too many days in a row. They need him up, and they can't get him there.
Son found guilty, stuff like that.
Oh, you're right.
When we come back, his opponent in November, Trump, now he responds to all we've seen and more right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Coach, I've got to ask you about a couple of things. True, and I've heard Rick tell this story, so I have to, try to verify that he actually got to hit you with a paddle one time in practice.
He sure did.
That did happen.
Sure
and
did.
now, how did that come about?
Well, we had a...
Should you tell him?
Yeah, oh yeah. We
See what I'm talking about? How that's even worse.
We had this up, to where I told him that we was gonna quit cussing.
Right.
Which
and I see that stuck real good.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
And
he's fixing to get a lick
and I
here
told him, if they caught me, that they could give me a lick. Well, that didn't last.
Smarty pants.
Right.
There had
too long. So we in there, and the captains were going to do it. Well, the other ones, it was just a little.
Now, was this Robbie? Was Robbie involved?
Yeah, Robbie Bussey, your cousin, got a chance to give him a lick. Bruce Harmon in Pensacola. Hey, Bruce, listening this morning.
Chickened out.
Just barely, and Gerald Wayne Matt. I waited till I was last.
Right.
I was one of the.
What did Rick do?
Well, he ran all the way across the room, lifted me up off the floor.
Like I did Kurt in that garden.
It was unreal. And that's the truth. All right, but we also had a rule that if you left your equipment out, then we took care of that. So after they, went home and everything, I went there and threw his shoulder pads out in the middle of the floor and got him for leaving his equipment out the next day. And I don't want to say that I hit him hard, but he had a little red ring around his neck.
Where the helmet pin.
Right.
That was true.
We wonder where he gets it.
So I'll have to tell you that lick was not worth it.
You lit him up, though.
But you got to admit,
He did. Oh, it was, yes.
And you tried to act like it didn't hurt was the best part.
Yeah. Oh, it hurt. Boy, it hurt.
Well, so did mine. What we meant.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're back 11 minutes to the top of the hour. Those of you just joining us, having some fun reminiscing. My dad is here along with my brother, Greg Burgess. The Jacksonville State University this weekend, a big weekend. That era of football. And, because I know you don't want to say my daddy's being inducted to the Hall of Fame this weekend.
Well, hey, how about he is?
About he is, but I mean, representing an era there, and then another ceremony coming up on Saturday at the game, and a big game for Jacksonville State this weekend. So I look forward to being there, a part of that coming up on Saturday as well. More calls standing by as we reminisce. Tons of folks who played under my dad or remember the era. Ron is in Oxford, Alabama, where Greg and I, of course, were able to play for Dad for a few years.
I bet that was some quality players there.
Had the Burgess boys out there. Ron, welcome to the show. How you doing?
Hey, Rick. It's been a while. How you doing?
I'm great.
Coach, good to talk to you.
How you doing?
Oh, just fine.
Good.
I had thought, I don't know why I thought about this a couple of weeks ago, talking about y'all playing football, but of course you can laugh, but I was one of those band members that never got out there on the field and played. But
well, we needed,
we got out there and played.
Yeah, we played with. I just didn't get back off the field with cuts and bruises.
Yeah, right. Yeah, but let me tell you something. Champions was one of the finest high school fight songs ever.
You You got that right.
I would remember as a kid that you're going to like begin the season, the band getting heat exhaustion and ambulances hauling a couple of them off. I'm serious.
So it was tough out there
because them uniforms.
Yeah, they were not cool uniforms. They were very hot. They look good, but boy, they're hot.
Wool is not the most fun thing to play in.
No.
I remember that.
But one thing I remember, I don't even remember which game it was, but I remember, I think it was your sophomore year, we were playing a big game, and you got called for a personal foul.
Yeah.
No.
Boy, I can't believe it.
And
really.
and I just remember watching you, and the reason I remember you walking off the field, and you sort of veered away from your dad.
Well, sure.
And he reached out and grabbed you by the face mask.
Yes.
And pulled you where his chin was resting on the face mask,
Yes.
talking to you, and the whole stands went silent.
Yeah, well, he was asking me if I wanted to get pizza or hamburger after the game.
Yeah.
He was trying to help you get that flag out of your face guard.
Yeah, he was telling me that he wanted me to know at that moment how much I meant to him as a son.
But I tell you what, the thing that shows the quality of him after he got thrown on the field, he gave you a pat on the bottom and said, "Get out there and get him."
Yeah, well, look, the great thing about playing, and all the players will say this, discipline was there when it was deserved, but accolades were also there when you did it right, and that to me is the mark of a great leader, and you always felt like that, you were never being asked to do something that he wasn't willing to do, and I think that goes a long way.
Well, I don't want to bring up a sore spot about your studios yet, but are y'all still trying to find somebody to help with as far as decorating and furnishing the studios, or?
Well, we think JT will present that to us next week. We have two companies that are prepared to show us what they're going to do. Minutes past the hour. We're here. Thanks for being with us. Now we looked at Biden at the G7 yesterday. I know that we really look strong to the rest of the world.
Awesome. One word I can say, Rick, awesome.
Zelensky gets another 10-year commitment, 50 bill. And so now Trump, who, of course, here's a comparison on 7A. Biden versus Trump on the world stage. We'll take a look at that first.
If we're going to commit that kind of money, wouldn't we be better off just to ask the Russians if they'd take that money and quit fighting?
That's correct. Yeah,
at least we'd have an end date, wouldn't we?
That way, it wouldn't feel so much like it's going up a hog's butt. Yeah.
At least you'd have an end game in this, right?
Hey, we did get that stop. We bought them off. Yeah. So here's Trump.
This is the difference between the two.
Yeah. Here's Trump.
Y'all remember when Trump did that? He just pushed that guy out of his way. Hey, pal.
Hey, pal, get out of the way. Get out of the way. America coming through. America coming through.
Like an eagle.
America stands in front, friends, not wanders around wondering what on earth's going on in the acreage behind me.
Right.
Do y'all want to do B or you?
Yeah, let's hear. Trump posted this. It's Biden's most embarrassing quotes. How long do we have? How long?
This is only a minute, so we're okay here. There's many more, but here's a minute of them.
Yeah, it's very good.
Yeah, it's not good.
Oh, my God, something's going still. So much happening in this room. I'm so sorry.
It's an active room in there, by the way.
We hold these truths to be self-evident. All men and women created by you know the thing.
America is a nation that can be defined in a single word. I was in the foothills of the Himalayas with Xi Jinping.
She knows so long as she is denied, our freedom can never be secured.
Good gracious.
We'll never forget lying around and him lying around, actually.
It is noteworthy that the percentage of women who register to vote and cast a ballot is consistently higher than the percentage of the men who do so. End of quote. Repeat the line.
I'll lead an effective strategy to mobilize true international effort to pressure. What?
Oh, that's all you need.
So much worse than I remember.
Can I have my own copy of that?
Yes.
And then he sums this up in our next video, 8A, Adler. Here's Trump summing up everything we just saw in this ad and what we just watched at the G7. And he is saying, I think, hopefully, what all of us are thinking. So here he is.
We're a nation that is being laughed at all over the world. We have a leader that's being laughed at all over the world. And We're going to turn it around. We're going to turn it around fast.
Yeah, it doesn't feel good, does it?
Not
Do y'all
wrong.
feel embarrassed? I do.
He's not wrong.
Yeah, it's all right. So no, he'll continue on, and he's talking about what we've talked about is can we please bring the superpower of common sense back? And we're doing things that are illogical. Here we go.
So what's happening to our country is of great concern to the group of people standing alongside of me. And I just wanted to say that we have great unity. We have great common sense. A lot of very smart people in this room and a lot of people that love our country. They love our country beyond just about all else. And the only thing that maybe supersedes it is their family and maybe their faith in certain instances, and that's very nice. But they want this country to be great again, and we're going to make it great again.
If they have that,
Very
that's
nice.
good for them.
Yeah,
That's nice. That's a nice little bonus too.
Maybe
These-
faith is more important than the country.
maybe for some of them, and that's nice.
Yeah.
Well, also
the next 4 years are going to be something, no matter what happens. By the way,
yeah. And how has Trump missed the George W. Bush billboard that only missed me yet? Remember that one when that had a picture of George W.
Yeah.
Bush, and we were
Oh,
we were about 2 years into Obama, and you started seeing anybody miss me yet?
Yeah.
Anybody miss Trump's economy? Wow. So here he is now talking about he's trying to unify the Republican Party. He's going to say there's tremendous unity. There needs to be, but he says he thinks there is. So here we go.
Well, thank you very much. This was a great meeting. There's tremendous unity in the Republican Party. We want to see borders. We want to see strong military. We want to see money not wasted all over the world. We don't want to see Russian ships right off the coast of Florida, which is what they are right now. That's unthinkable. We want to see just success for our country. And we don't have success right now. We have inflation that's killing everybody. We have levels of inflation that nobody's seen for, they say 42 years, they say 53 years, and they say 75 years. I would say probably all of them are wrong. Probably we've never seen levels like this before. And we're going to end that. We're going to bring back our jobs. We're going to bring back common sense to government. We're going to have strong borders, and we're going to have people come into our country, but they're going to come in legally. They're not going to pour in from prisons all over South America and all over the world. And it's not just South America, by the way. It's all.
Yeah. I actually talked to someone yesterday, that's involved in building commercial stuff, and he said the problem you got right now is when you start trying to go out and raise the revenue you need, the capital, the people who normally will get involved with you and take out loans are like, I'm not taking out a loan at 8%.
yeah, that's tough on
And
some
then,
of the
and
big
then
deals.
look at it, then it shuts everything down.
We were talking about the Chinese buying up land in our country close to military bases. I actually had a conversation via email with a man yesterday who is married to a lady from Honduras. And when they went back to Honduras and tried to buy property, they can only buy it in her name. He cannot be on the deed at all. And there's only like a percentage, there's a very small, even if it's a business, it has to be majority Honduras citizen owned. So they have some really strict restrictions on that. And you have to think that most countries do, but us.
Right.
So maybe that's something we need to take a look at.
Well, there's a lot of things as a
Look,
superpower.
I'm a free market guy,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
you can't sell your enemy a knife to stab you with. That's ridiculous.
We'll come back. Phone calls are next, so you can comment on anything we've talked about. Also, it's a great time, first opportunity today. It's the Friday before Father's Day. If you want to run your Father's Day idea by us, what you're going to be doing for your dad or the dads on your list this weekend, and see where we are on it, we can help you with that as well. So America gets you get your shot to talk next at 866 We Be Big.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Okay. And they're also going to show us where the Ark of the Covenant is. We're moving along. Coach, I got to ask you, too, about one of the great kick blockers in football history you coached, Smokey Williams.
Better known as Ed Brunton and also Punkin Williams.
Just he variety of names.
He could go get the punt.
By
By the way, he could with that old arm. Because
Well, sure, he could hook all the way around and get them.
Exactly right.
Yes.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
He made a career of that.
Oh, yeah. Well, see, I went through the early years of Punkin. He sat right behind me in fifth grade. And Huh?
Did he bully you?
Well, no, he was, Pumpkin was...
That ear.
That was David Dillashaw.
Yeah, that was a whole different. That was school bus bully David Dillashaw.
Let's go to, and this is one of the great rumors Jeff in Pell City would like for us to deal with now that we have Dad actually in the studio. Jeff, go ahead.
Yes, I've been waiting for a lot of years for him to get on the air. There's been a rumor going around for a lot of years that he was Mr. Wrestler number 1 in Atlanta wrestling.
It was actually Mr. Wrestling number 2.
Yeah.
That was rumored to be.
If you're going to get it out there, get it right. It was number 2.
Yeah. And I remember, and it was childhood friend Mickey Shadricks that began to notice that when Mr. Wrestling number 2 was wrestling, my dad was never home.
Sure.
You remember that?
Yeah. And their nose looked the same in that mask.
Yeah. Look at the nose, Jeff. It is. You remember how the nose would stick out from the mask?
Yep.
And also the same upper body and everything. So Dad. I mean, are you ever going to come clean about that? I mean,
well, since Jeff called,
yeah,
I think I will admit it that yes, I was wrestler number 2.
I knew it. I knew it. Didn't you know it?
That's it.
I'm just now finding out. I'm kind of weirded out now.
Well, I mean, the pay as a high school football coach is so bad. I had to do that to pay our bills where we wouldn't get thrown out of our house.
You know, it was a good move. We found the mask one time, and he claimed he had just got that because he thought we'd want it since we watched wrestling all the time.
Halloween.
Yeah, and I said, man, this one's even got blood on it. He said, yeah, it's just fake, though.
Yeah, sure.
So there it is. It's that. Jeff, thanks for revealing that this morning. Those of you who watched Georgia Championship Wrestling, a historic moment here on the program.
Unmasked, so to speak.
Unmasked. We'll be back. Prater will join us. We got more phone calls, and then we got other things to come, including James Gregory will be with us. Stay close.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick.
We're back. It is top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 877 We Be Big. Really having a lot of fun today. Is my dad and brother joining us here on the program today, hanging out. Of course, we're celebrating. People ask, how many years did you coach? 35?
Rick, I tell you the truth,
30
I'm not
something?
sure. I think it was 35.
Was it 35, Greg? Do you know? Are you the family historian?
Come on, Greg.
Well,
come on, Greg.
You don't know.
He just keeps up with the family tree, doesn't
So
he?
you started in 63 coaching, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so it is 2003 now, and you have been out of coaching for how long?
So I got out in 97. Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Can anybody work the math on that?
Yeah,
34 years? 34 years?
85 to 97.
34? 34
He
years?
was at Jack State for 12
Oh, my gosh.
years.
Is Speedy going to put this together?
He was at Jack State for 12 years. How long was he at Oxford?
14.
14? Huh?
14.
That's 26.
And then Woodlawn and Banks High School. I think it's 34.
35.
30-something.
35, because it'd be 40 if he was coaching today.
Rounded
right?
up. Rounded up. And also, after Prater comes in, there are 2 former players that have actually come up and want to surprise him.
Okay,
and,
well, good.
and just bring him in.
Well,
How
good.
about that?
Well, we'll get Prater in here
I know you
first.
love a good surprise, Coach.
Prater played the position that was one of my dad's favorite, kicker. When it's time for the weather.
Oh, no, not a kicker.
Mark.
Hello, Mark.
And, I do have to say, even though he doesn't like me anymore because I'm a kicker, I would have done anything to play for Coach Burgess.
No, I would have liked to have had you as a kicker. Now, there's kickers and there's kickers.
Yeah, Prater would have been the type of kicker that you could have.
He would have been the kind you got to have.
I got scolded for trying to run in to make the tackle.
Well, that's what I figured.
Well, and what he would have done with you, Prater, what he would have done with a kicker like you would have been kicking like old school with the neck roll on.
That's me. Number 87, yeah.
Yeah, square toe, tied back, big old, big. You can't use those anymore, can you? The old square toe. Kick?
Yeah. But they,
You gotta get
the
it on
soccer
quick.
guys have taken everything over.
Yeah.
You know.
So their soccer, it was brought up. There it is.
It's all changed.
Well, you could be a kicker that makes a tackle.
This is the way
tackles
soccer-
like Joe Nedney, and then you're out. You're done.
Yeah, then
So-
Yeah.
Well, Prater, I know that another thing that, which might have been talked about in the break a couple times, I don't even like to bring it up because we don't talk about it much on the show, is, we're all going hunting together next week.
How about Greg Burgess next week?
Yeah, Greg. Look, let's talk to you, America. You can let us know what you're doing for Dad this weekend. You can comment on the stories we've already talked about if you want to. I want to run by the plan for the dads on your list, and we'll say, you might want to adjust that. Or we might say, hey, well done. 866 We Be Big, the number. Speedy's taking those calls now. Greg out today. Simplysafe.com/big box right now. Let me tell you, when they put together the Simply Safe system, remember the history. The history was they had friends who were renters, and you couldn't put a security system up. They were too invasive. With Simply Safe, you can take the system with you from property to property. You can customize the property. You can put a sensor everywhere that you may be susceptible to a break-in. Not just it's not one of those boilerplate deals you just got to make work. With their cameras, indoor, outdoor, they're monitoring. My goodness, there's no safe like it. So if you want to get the monitoring, it's less than $1 a day. You do realize that this new technology, they can see crimes in real time and stop them. Also get you emergency help quicker. They can see, hey, I've got a flood in my house. Hey, the house is on fire. Hey, we have a medical emergency. Whatever the case may be, there's no contract. You get a 60-day money-back guarantee. So right now we're going to save you 20% on your new system by you going to simplysafe.com/bigbox, BIGV as in voice, OX, save 20%. Also, you can find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no save quite like simplysafe.com. To the phones we go. Whatever topic you want to talk about, including Father's Day coming up this weekend. Let's start with Mike in Georgia. Mike, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Good morning, guys. Happy Father's Day to everyone. Just wanted to ask, what do y'all think about the voting this year? I mean, how do we know that the voting won't be stolen away like it was, 4 years ago? And I wanted to see what y'all thought about that.
Well, we did a whole podcast on it yesterday. You'll hear it this weekend with the founder of True the Vote. And we went away from that yesterday. Bubba, did you? I felt better about it.
Yeah, I think there's an increased level of scrutiny from all parties on this. And you really need to hear the podcast to fully understand it, because this is what they do.
Yep.
And she talks about a lot of that. We talk about mail-in voting. We talk about cases that are going on now. So it was really informative. If you are concerned about that, you need to listen this weekend.
Yeah, go find it wherever you get podcasts. It's called Rick and Bubba University. If you've never seen one of them or heard one of them, you can get them wherever you get podcasts, okay? And it also will be on our YouTube channel. Let's go to Scott in Alabama. Scott, go ahead.
Hey guys. So with all this stuff that's going on with Biden, I don't think.
Yeah, they got him.
Yep. Boy, he tried to talk about Biden.
Kamala.
Okay, go ahead.
Wait. Your phone cut out. Start over.
You sounded actually like the president, but that was your phone, not you. So, Scott, try it again.
Okay.
Well, never mind. Scott, I'm sorry, buddy. Your phone just is not cooperating. Let's go to Larry out of Florence, WLAY. If you want to join us, lines are opening now at 866 We Be Big. Larry, go ahead.
Hey, I was going to remind you of somebody that was hard to tackle was old Mike Allstott with Tampa Bay, and we had our local boy from Killen, Alabama. He was a blocking tight end, old Patrick Tate.
Yeah, I of course I'm familiar with the fullback. I'm not familiar with the other, but yeah, I'm sure he was a load. I think we hit.
He didn't get the carries that Csonka got.
Yeah, Allstott they used him, and they love to throw at him. Throw to him out there in the flat too.
Yeah, he was mostly a blocking back, best I remember. But he's
a handful.
He'd have a carry or two a game when you least expect it.
Yeah, but he was a handful. You are right about that. And the other guy, I'm just not familiar with. I'm sorry. Josh in Alabama. Josh, go ahead. Oh, we lost Josh. Let's go to Randy. Randy out of Sweet Home, Alabama. We ain't got no band. Randy. All right, Randy, go ahead.
Gentlemen, how are y'all?
We're good.
We're good.
Hey, look, this absolutely happened. I know it sounds a little far-fetched, but something that happened to me when I was 16 or 17 that my wife is mad about me now, and I didn't even know her at that time. So y'all tell me how y'all would have responded.
Okay.
I am driving down the road. There's a train passing me on the right. The car in front of me loses a hubcap. It takes off toward the train, and it is digging. Right at the train, it bounces, it hits the side of the train, and it starts coming back toward the cars that it was on the road. I'm thinking this is going to be good. It's going to cross the road. It does not. It runs up the leg and it hits a jogger right in the butt, in the back, and rolls this kid.
Yeah.
All right. That absolutely happened. My wife is mad at me because I did not stop and I thought it was funny. How would you guys have reacted?
No different. I would have thought, how can I be so blessed to see this?
No, they wasn't hurt.
Was the
right?
person hurt? Did he hang up? I think that's the key question. Was the person hurt?
I'm trying to figure too if a hubcap came off a car and the train is going the same direction, why it would hit and come back, or how that would happen.
He says he's driving and there's a train track, I'm assuming on his right, and he's riding with the train.
Right.
And a
It's
car
going in the same direction.
Same direction,
Right.
not the opposite direction. And then the hubcap comes off, hits that train while it's rolling down, one of the freight cars or something, and bounces back and takes out a jogger.
Okay. So it goes and kind of T-bones the train, so to speak, and bounces
Correct.
back.
Yeah.
Because I was thinking if there was any angle to it, it would not come back.
Right.
It would shoot forward.
That's right, yeah. So, I think it just hits it and goes, well, I can't do that, and comes right back. Again, it's according to how bad the person's hurt.
Well, that's kind of hard to visualize.
Yeah,
you'd almost need to see a replay on that one.
But I probably would be like you. I'd probably focus too much, and I will say too much, on the fact that how could I be so fortunate to be here to see this?
Yeah.
Because the odds of all these things happening is so low, you almost get caught up in, that was a nice little bonus today, but then you don't want anybody to be hurt.
No.
So
I'll tell you the ones that are dangerous, and I've unfortunately been in this crowd a couple of times when one of these 18-wheelers, their retread tires come off and go flopping down through the middle of the road. Man, that's
well, yeah,
'cause it'll take a windshield.
Yeah, well, speaking of windshield, the one I hate the most is the dump truck that has dropped off the load. I am at the proper distance, but they don't get it completely empty, and all of a sudden one of the rocks comes rolling out of the dump truck, bounces off the road, and cracks your windshield. And you're like, that there's nothing I can do about that.
Yep.
And now you're in a hassle of when you're going to get it fixed. Let's continue. Let's go to Joseph in Alabama. Joseph, go ahead.
Yes, good morning. You got me on there?
All right, road, Chad. Yes.
All right. My plan for Father's Day is go to the river and build a brick pit and do some barbecuing. And I got a question for you about Joe Biden. How bad of a spot would he be in if everybody else would have went off key and just started hammering him with questions?
Really trouble. I'm back to your barbecuing. You literally have to build the pit that you're going to barbecue in. You have to build it first.
No, it'll be a hole about the size of a milk crate, just enough to put a screen and some coal in.
Okay.
It won't be big.
Okay.
It sounds like he enjoys that.
Yeah, he
though.
likes that. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, good for you, Joseph. What are you going to cook?
Barbecue, maybe ribs, burgers.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Happy Father's Day, buddy.
Yep, good stuff. Yeah, I know the kickoff hour had a discussion. A lot of dads like to barbecue. They don't look at it as work when they're cooking out.
Yeah, I enjoy it.
You're right.
I do enjoy it too.
I don't like to cook on Father's Day.
I'm all right cooking out most of the time.
Let me rephrase that. I like cooking my immediate family dinner on Father's Day.
Not being a big gathering.
I don't want to be responsible for 20 people
or more.
That's
a lot.
Yeah.
That's a lot. Now you're working.
Exactly.
I would, I want one of those, what's the grill, the griddle?
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to say
Blackstone?
Blackstone.
Yeah, I got one.
I won't say Brookstone.
That's
that
awesome.
Right.
Yeah.
Cooked on it a couple days ago.
Yeah.
Speedy's got one too now.
Yeah, he does.
Can't believe he bought it.
Do y'all
Still
do
convinced
like
somebody gave it to him.
Do you do it like hibachi?
He didn't buy it.
Yeah. Yeah, you can.
He didn't buy it. No way about it.
Is it electric or gas?
Mine's I don't know if you can do electric, but I do gas. Mine's straight piped into the gas.
You got to cook with gas.
Yeah.
So yours is tied in the natural gas?
Yeah, that's the way mine is. I love it.
Do they make them just with the propane?
They do. It actually comes with the propane. They give you a converting kit.
I got you. 10-4.
Patrick in Tuscaloosa. Patrick, go ahead.
Roger that.
Good morning, oh great and wise ones.
Hello.
I was listening to you guys on the way in talking about the greatest players of all times, and you mentioned combining across eras. Seems to me that if they did a mathematical statistical thing for year by year, season by season, whoever had the highest percentages would be in the running to be chosen, because it's like the 4-minute mile.
until it was done, nobody could do it. Once it was done, people kept doing it over and over in the next year.
Yeah.
So if we compare them by era and give them their stats rating for that era, then it's more of a. It seems to me to be more fair across the board. What do you think?
It's apples and oranges.
Yeah, well, you're talking about the
so many
stats
factors.
of and the math of it. But again, you
So
go
many
back to the
factors.
Dolphins; they were perfect in their time, and
so many.
That's going to be
factors.
hard to beat.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if you get into running backs, what if I'm on an offense that's well balanced, and then the other running back with more carries and yards with me is on an offense that's not balanced?
Yeah.
I mean, there's all kinds of factors.
Yeah, the ultimate measurement is wins and losses, and the ultimate win is the Super Bowl, and the ultimate season is to not lose a game. I don't know how else you can define it.
Brandon in Knoxville. Brandon, go ahead.
Hey guys, I was seeing not sure if you guys have talked about this yet. I haven't heard it. The Chosen season 3 or 4 rather came out, episode 3. Have you guys talked anything about that? About what happened at the end of it? And
No, I haven't seen
what they got going on.
Yeah, I didn't even. I don't think watch all of 3, and I know 4 is out, but I haven't seen 4. I haven't seen any of it.
Well, I don't want to ruin it for you or anything. There's just something in there that you're kind of wondering why they added it in. It's not really biblical.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, why don't you tell us?
Well, Rama, Thomas's fiance in there, she ends up getting unalived at the end of that by Quintus.
Mm-hmm.
And you're like, well, I don't remember seeing that in the Bible. And then you go in and you just search it. They say, well, it's not in there. We just added it in. And so it's brought up a lot of discussion of, something that has been such a great series. Why would they add in something so made up like that? And the biggest part is at the end of it, Jesus is standing there and wouldn't heal her. He said it's not her time. And so that brought up a lot of theological discussion of why Jesus wouldn't do that, this and that. And, it's just like, man, for such a great series, it's kind of an odd.
Well, I think they have been true to the Bible pretty close all along, at least what I have seen. And outside of that, I think they're taking some creative leeway to try to paint a better picture. Now, I think what they're trying to do with this is to show the persecution they were up against, even though it may not have been mentioned directly in the Bible.
Yeah. All right, we'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Here's what I love. Here's what I love, even though we don't talk about hunting much on the show, because nobody wants to hear about it.
There he is.
On this same one, I love to watch Greg, and it's documented on the new CD. Got it like we like it. It's on there. Well, Greg will announce that he's not going to pile up on fried food. He's not. Hey, by the way, I ain't doing that.
I ain't gonna get in trouble out there in them woods and have a situation.
And then all of a sudden you'll look, and he'll be rolling by with a handful of fried catfish, hush puppies. Look, loud.
Talking. This how it starts with Gerald Cates go, come on, Greg. You gotta eat some more than that. You can't tote that rock.
Rick, why ain't Greg eating?
Hey, Greg ain't gonna eat. Greg ain't gonna eat.
Hey, Mark, have you got your checkbook in case we get rode up again this year? Who's gonna check the fields before we go to them? Well, that's what I talked to Kate the other night. I said, well, what kind of bait you got laying out this year?
Please, Greg.
I have to tell you, if you're a visitor, it's pretty tough.
How's it on us?
Yeah.
It can't be on us.
It is. I found legally it's on us.
But the story that's on the CD, you don't even know this, is about you getting a stomach attack because of fried food up in a tree stand.
Oh, that wasn't me.
And but what I love is he goes from it's not going to happen to the celebration of the fried food, and then the next morning you see that look, he's walking around in the cabin, he's just stupid.
I'm so dumb.
You stupid. Anybody got any Pepto? Stupid.
Yeah, how about we're going to have a camera with Greg the entire weekend?
You realize Prater's going to do an outdoor show of this hunt.
Oh my God.
I mean, we got to have Greg Burgess. We're gonna follow you around, man. I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah. Well, I wish you'd have had it down there that first hunt, Mark. We could have given me, you and Bill could have really given some good footage. Yeah.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, because you'd have had it on your shoulder as you were pimping me out. To the
Did you pimp him out? Yeah. Look, I was honest. I told him I didn't know where anybody was because I didn't. I didn't even know where I was.
Greg brought him right to me.
Greg Burgess, when he walks up and he goes, what you got in the bag? And you turn and look at him, you go, my lunch.
What, did he legal to
He's going to shoot Greg out of the tree.
Yeah.
Well, if you're having alfalfa pellets, it is.
I guess so.
ran off my deer. No wonder they're babies.
Well, I could hear y'all talking like a mile off. I thought, what are they doing? Here it comes, him and his camouflage buddy.
What I loved is when I got back, Greg was already there, and he was not happy. He was looking for Lynn Winfrey, and he was ready to box.
We had to walk like a mile and a half back, and we were both trying to decide who's going to get in the fight with Lynn first.
The further we walk, the madder we got.
Yeah. And then there was a point where Greg was declaring he was going to like fight everybody. And meanwhile, I was in the woods thinking that the end of time had come, and unfortunately, I had been left behind. I tried to like call my grandmother to see if she was gone, because I was like, if she's gone, this is not good. And because little did I know, it was kind of hard to come pick me up from my spot when everybody was trying to get out of jail.
We were too busy signing things.
Well, that was when that guy came down where I was, one of the guys to get us out of there, and we were free because we was in a swamp, and all the bait floated off. But anyway, he comes down there and tells me what happened and everything. I said, that can't be hard. Very good.
Well, you go to all that trouble, you get all excited, you get all your stuff together, and then to have that. And there was a moment where the whole weekend was over. I don't know if y'all remember that.
Oh, that guy shut it down. He said, y'all are done.
Yeah, we negotiated the continuing of the weekend. I don't know if y'all remember that.
When I handed my gun down to him, he wanted my gun unloaded, and I handed it down to him. He said, "What kind of gun is this?" I said, "It's a 7 mag." And he goes, that's pretty big for a deer. And I said, yeah. I said, well, it was a Christmas gift for my wife. And he goes, well, she's going to hate it when I take it. And I said, wow, you aren't kidding, are you?
Yeah.
And come to find out, he turned out to be this guy was a jerk, but...
well, there it is.
Now, praise
Is this guy in particular? Hey, I
have no comment. I support the game and fish.
This one guy.
Yeah, and I thought it loser. And I thought it was in bad taste when he took your 7 mag and said, well, that ain't much of a scope on it.
Really excited about this as a present.
It was really kind of educational to me. I'd never seen alfalfa squares before.
No.
But the thing, it was awful strange. He kept asking about my kids, and I thought, what do they got to do with this? They're about 2.
Yeah, what was it? Was that some kind of scare tactic there? We're going to come get your kids?
I don't know what to...
I mean, I thought alfalfa, cubes is one thing, but taking my kids away, that seems a bit extreme.
I know.
Hey, they said something about a couple of players out in the hall wanting to come in.
Oh, great.
All right, so are they too? Ain't that what he said?
Yeah, we got a couple of former players prayed to.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to
7 minutes now to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. Rick and Bubba University. The podcast out this weekend. True the Vote. So those of you that are asking the questions that even happen again today, I know we all need to get out and we need to vote. But I mean, how do we know our vote's not going to be tampered with? Blah blah blah. And we really talk about that quite a bit. This weekend with True the Vote founder, is it Catherine? Let me look.
Yes.
Engelbrecht. So she'll be with us this weekend. So catch that. It was great to conversation with her yesterday. So yeah, Bubba, I know we got hit by the break. I have not seen The Chosen's new series. I know it's out. I have it, and I saw most of 3, all of 2 and 1, but I haven't seen it as much as I was at one time. There's all the different ways to get it, and it kind of becomes, and they've had the falling out with Angel Studios, and now it's only available on their app, and I don't mind the app and all that, but it's just sometimes I get exhausted with the what it takes to actually get it up on the TV and watching it, and you kind of go, eh. But I do know they've had some, if you do anything long enough, and I'm not sitting here saying that I haven't seen enough of it to even make a comment on I disagree with this or I agree with that or whatever. I honestly haven't watched much of it recently. I don't have any reason for that other than I just don't feel as drawn to it as I once did. I'm not being critical of it or anything like that, but I do know this, and you can see that in the headlines even today. When you do anything that is faith-based, and if you decide to stand up in the public arena, you will be pummeled, but you'll be surprised. You'll be pummeled more by people within the faith and theological and denominational disagreements than you will from people who don't agree with you. They don't believe what you believe.
That's correct.
And so you're always going to have this kind of stuff. And so anyway, but I don't know this particular point to really bear down on it, except you and I were discussing in the break the part he talked about with not healing the person that was in front of him. Well, Jesus talked about that himself. I mean, you can go in the Gospels and you'll see Jesus making the point. You think these are the only paralytics around? The ones I've healed? There's some that I heal, some I don't. I'm healing them to show you that I am who I say I am. I'm here to really get y'all concentrating on the eternal life that I bring. I'm really not here to extend your life on earth. I'm here to give you eternal life. You think that the blind people that see, was that the only ones there were? Do you think the 10 lepers, there were no more lepers? That's all there was. And so everything was him pointing to who he was. And as you said, Bubba, you know, the point that was made, I mean, you don't have to go any further than the Apostle Paul. I mean, he's rolling through all his suffering in 2 Corinthians 12, and he says he begs God to take away this thorn in his flesh, that he says even the adversary's demons use it to harass him on where is God and all this. Why won't he take this from you? And does anybody think Paul didn't have enough faith? Anybody want to raise your hand on that one?
Yeah.
Could he not name it?
I think he's good.
Could he not claim it? And what does he say? I know why you won't remove it. He's not confused.
No.
Now, I wish it wasn't here. Everybody, amen. If I can get some relief, I'll take it. But he's not surprised why he's not receiving the relief. He goes as far as to say, you won't remove it because it keeps me from being conceited. So it's good for me. And what's really difficult, can we ever get to the difficulties of our life if they're beneficial to our faith or beneficial to our platform? Can we get to the point that we understand that even when God doesn't heal us and doesn't remove the suffering, that in many ways, because of the benefit for him and us, that's also grace? So we always see grace as he delivers us from something. We never see it as sometimes his grace is not delivering us from something so that he can be glorified and we can get closer to him. And Paul says that's why he doesn't have the thorn removed, because it benefits him. So he says, I celebrate it.
And
because when it's got me so weak that now I'm totally dependent on you, and that makes me stronger.
And to the example of what the caller said, when you look at what he said was in the movie, and I haven't seen that part of it about not raising somebody up because it's not their time. Even though Lazarus was raised from the dead, he died again.
He just died again.
And Joseph died.
Yep.
If there ever had been an opportunity for Jesus to say, stand up, it would have been with Joseph, and he did not, because it was not written that way. It wasn't supposed to play out that way.
Yeah,
so.
Jesus didn't even raise the ultimate stepdad of all time.
Yeah.
His own earthly daddy.
I know.
So yeah, and to your point, can you imagine Lazarus when death's coming around again? He goes, "Well, here we go again."
Yeah.
And
been there, done that.
So he didn't. I would go as far as to say that Lazarus being removed from eternity in the presence of the one and only living God was something sacrificial that Lazarus had to do. Yeah. You think he wanted to come back to this place after he'd already got there? He was brought back for the benefit of Jesus' ministry.
Yeah.
Because let's raise our hand. Wouldn't that have been the day for you? I know he raised other people from the dead, and it happened quite a bit. But if you were there for any of those, wasn't that your day?
Yeah.
Lazarus would be my day.
Yeah.
Okay, I wasn't in on this. I think I'm in now. I mean, that guy's been in there 3 days. We think he's stinking, and I just saw him walk out here, and we're taking the wrapping off of him. I'm in.
Jesus said, "Get him a meal."
Right. And so anyway, so that point, I'm crystal clear on this why we suffer. I'm crystal clear on that. But the other part, I don't know. Like, is there need to make up storylines that didn't really happen? Yeah. I think I don't really have a problem with that, as long as it doesn't play games with theology.
Exactly. Yeah. You know, the whole series has probably gone on a little too long just because of how hard it is to keep people together on a project that long. Yeah. But he's done a good job of what he's done, I think.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, it's Father's Day weekend, and we already have callers to the show. They're talking about barbecuing and grilling out, and it's that time of year. We're going to get out on the grill. But I want to make you aware of something called Backyard Butchers, and a lot of you are responding. When you're in the grocery store and you're saying, hey, going to hit the grill today, going to grab a little protein here, and you see product of the USA on the meat pack, all that means is it was packaged here. That's all that means. It does not mean it was raised here. But if you are using backyardbutchers.com/Bubba, not only are you getting 20% off the entire order, but all of the meat, they come from American farmers. They all have been raised, not just packaged, raised in the heartland of America. This Backyard Butchers is a Christian conservative Texas-based company, and they're dedicated to delivering the best deals in the market on high-quality beef and chicken. They all are grass-fed and grain-finished. The meat tastes amazing, and they come from American farms right to the grill. And I had the honor of grilling some hamburgers from them, but also some fillets, and they are fantastic. So go to backyardbutchers.com/Bubba now. Get 20% off the entire order. Now, if you decide to be a monthly subscriber, now you're going to get an additional 10% and free shipping. So backyardbutchers.com/Bubba.
Well, that'd be great.
Yeah, so we're gonna, and Don Juan is bringing them in. So we'll.
Hey, this one guy was.
Yeah. Oh, there's one. This guy really did a good job. Ladies and gentlemen, Scooby-Doo has just walked in, and there's Scooby, and
no wonder we got on probation.
There's actually one more, Rick.
Now
it's
great
the room's
defensive
so big.
end he was.
Go ahead and jump out, Scooby, real quick, because I know there's another gentleman here.
See you, Scoob. See you, Scoob.
This guy here, I mean, this guy here, he has a football head. That's for sure.
There's Arnold from Hey Arnold has just come in too. Hey, great years at Jack State. Well done, Arnold.
Always hard to fit the help. Is on their own at the Alabama International Auto Show just because of you.
Too many shots to the head right there.
Yeah, he looks like he took a couple shots to the head.
Isn't he from Piedmont?
So they're actually walking the halls with the Alabama International Auto Shows at the Civic Center this weekend, and these two guys will be there, and of course your coach B. Prater, how we looking? Real cold everywhere.
Yeah, it's pretty cold all across anywhere that we're on the air. So, yeah, it's looking like it's going to be pretty chilly. Let's just hope it happens a week from today.
Yes.
Which I'm thinking that at this point it's going to be fairly cool. So we're in pretty good shape. I can't wait to hang out with Coach Burgess and Greg. Two of my favorite people right there.
Hey, Mark, look, there's a rumor there could be severe weather next week. Any possibilities?
Yeah, around the southeast we could see some active weather on Monday.
Well, Mike at the convenience store was predicting it, so I don't know. I was going to see how it matched up with your forecast.
Yeah. You know, really, though, hey, if we could have
his knee was hurting him, wasn't it?
Hey, if we... But look, not that I care about hunting next weekend, because, you know, I don't even care.
Right.
But if we were to get a nasty front early in the week and it all kind of fade away going into the week...
Knock the dust.
And maybe since Ryan Greenwood's here, he'll actually learn how to use a weapon this year.
Hey, by the way, Ryan is on our show this Sunday.
All right, so what? Check local listings.
9:30 on ABC 3340.
Mark, I'm concerned you giving him a loaded gun after the way the Dolphins are playing.
I'm going to step up and say Ryan Greenwood can flat out shoot a rifle. He's good.
Well, if he knows how to.
And I got it on tape, so we'll show it Sunday morning.
All right, so he did do all right once he got it to work.
Yeah, now it was a little entertaining, but yeah, it was.
Hey, did you hear about me getting a bad email that I said? Because you know, those you don't know, Ryan had the biggest deer of the weekend last year on opening weekend, and he didn't know how to make his gun work. So I told him until he takes a deer or shoots the gun correctly, his nickname's Jessica Lynch. And so people got well, and look, that was just
her gun jam.
My gosh, she said it. I mean, that's not anything against her as an American hero. I'm just talking about she said her gun jam, and so did Ryan's. I don't know why y'all got so upset about it. So Jessica, you ready to go this weekend? Next weekend?
Hey, yeah.
Huh?
Yeah. I'm ready.
So
and it's on me until I shoot a deer. It's on me.
So in other words, Predator, your show has him sighting in a gun. Is that what it is?
Yeah, we're gonna have him not only sighting in the gun, but some of his results that I think you guys want to see.
Well, catch it this weekend if ABC 33
this time, Rick.
Yeah, that's good. Thanks.
Is it true Rick Bragg wanted to write a story about his hunt last year when his gun jammed?
Pulitzer Prize winner.
Hey,
How about
story
Rick
about
hadn't changed much, has he?
Is it weird? Thanks, Prater, and look forward to next week. We're going to have a blast.
See you guys.
And catch the show Sunday if ABC 3340 is your ABC affiliate, 9:30 Central Time. All right, we'll be back. James Gregory will join the fray. And should we drop James Gregory in the middle of what's already going on? It's going to be fun. Stay close. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yeah, we're the Rick and Bubba show. It has been quite a day here. Anytime my dad and my brother are here this morning, and then James Gregory comes in. Scooby-Doo has been here. Hey Arnold's here. Ryan Greenwood's here. I mean, it just goes on.
I was talking to you, Dad, a while ago during the break, and thanks to your success that you've had here on the Rick and Bubba show,
yes,
he no longer has to co-sign. He's so relieved about that. I know.
That's a big step in anybody's life.
I'm going to tell you, my dad and my brother are two of your biggest fans. So, I mean, I know you met them at Fat Fest, I think, or before, but to be able to hang out.
Well, I appreciate that.
Yeah, and it's, and you played a little ball and had quite a football history, and I know that was something that we're all proud of, too.
At Tech,
Me played football?
Yeah.
I don't even watch football. It makes me tired. It just takes too much out of my day. I know we're in football country. I'm more into pro wrestling.
Right.
I think football's fake. Really, I do. Really. That's what that huddle is all about. Oh, well, they won last time. Let us win this time. You don't see Ric Flair whispering to Hulk Hogan. They just get in there and wrestle.
Yeah, right. Sure. Yeah.
That's the kind of background I'm from. I grew up.
All right, let's all sing it together. Somebody say, Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. A brand new hour from the Big Boy Studio, out on the bleeding edge of technology from sweet home Alabama to the rest of the world. Speedy, Helmsy, Adler here. Greg is out. And welcome back, Bill Bubba Buss.
Well, Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us.
There they are. Look at there. Golden ticket seats. Yep. There they are. Crew settled in. They're watching. We got them coming off. We got them from Georgia. We got them from every part of Mississippi. You can think. I thought the whole state of Mississippi was here. We got them from Jackson, Meridian, Collinsville. We got Rick and Bubba University shirts on. 30 years of radio gold. Rick and Bubba classics there.
I knew that something special from Mississippi.
Yeah,
they just looked like they were, happier.
Yeah, we got it. We got them all here today. So they'll be spinning the wonderful wheel of canned meat if they so desire before we are done today. So welcome, and we're so thankful for you being here, and thank you for your support of the show and taking time to visit with us today. So, Bubba, also, I told you that I'd made a new commitment. What really has served me well is that I will no longer try to reason with unreasonable people.
Uh-oh.
And it really, if you'll go ahead and adopt that, you wouldn't believe how better off
freeing.
it is. I didn't realize this. Here's a better quote, a better version of that was sent to me by a friend a minute ago from Mark Twain. Listen to this from Mark Twain. Never argue with stupid people. They will drag you down to their level, then beat you with their experience. That's good. You can't out stupid people.
That's it.
So they've pulled you into their home stadium on that one.
A long time ago when he wrote that.
It was, by the way. So we've had that problem for a while.
We've dealt with stupid people for a very long time.
Yes, we have. Yes, we have.
They've been around a long time.
Oh, my goodness.
Instead of social media, they would just talk about it like one-on-one. Right to you.
Yeah. Now, some people have already said that social media has now just allowed people to show you how stupid they are in an instant.
Yeah.
And everybody sees it.
Yeah.
So some other things we're finding. You remember the dog Commander that was biting everybody?
Yep. Yeah.
Biden's dog. It was out of control. This German Shepherd, was it Major? Was that the name of it?
Commander.
Was it?
I think. I don't know.
Biden's other German Shepherd, Major. Okay, Commander's the one that bites.
Yeah.
And then Major was the other one.
Gotcha.
There we go. It says that in some records that have now been made available in these documents, it says that Commander, it didn't just bite the Secret Service a few times, was biting them multiple times. And they wouldn't do anything about it. I mean, if you're Secret Service and you're like, all right, look, I'm all about doing my job, but part of my job is not I will just sit here and be bitten by the president's German Shepherd. I mean, so
I'm shocked they don't. I mean, how many times you gonna be bit before you you down that dog.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, I would be, and they would have another.
I once.
Yeah. I was about to say, Commander might get me once.
Yeah.
But he won't get me twice.
No.
Now, I may be assigned to a weather station in Antarctica. I got that.
Right.
But,
Yeah,
I'm
right.
only going to be bitten once.
Oh, no, you're right. My news story would be Secret Service agent Rick Burgess in trouble after shooting president's dog.
Yeah.
Because that would be the headline, and then I just have to, whatever punishment I had to go through, I just have to go through it. Got no problem.
Welcome to the Antarctica.
Would never take a dog out for just being, feisty or, not well trained, but biting people.
Yeah.
As a German Shepherd, not just a little yapper
Big dog.
that's biting me on the back of my heel.
Can't have that.
Not going to let your German Shepherd bite me. Not twice.
No. You think they share like bite scars?
Probably.
Like, hey, check this out.
Somebody said, go over and talk to Jack. He got bit by Commander like 4 times.
Yeah.
So anyway, these are now showing this was a major problem. Of course, the president says he didn't know anything about it, but nobody's surprised by that.
He said,
yeah. Bubba, also, Vladimir Putin is warning us. The G7 got together. Of course, they end up having to babysit Biden, but real embarrassing. But Putin doesn't like it. He doesn't like this $50 billion that we just gave to Ukraine. And
I think
and
what he
10-year
doesn't
deal.
like, Rick, is we've pledged to give it out of the money that we've frozen to the Russians.
That's funny. Yeah,
That's where it's coming from.
Well, you know what? That would be smart. At least that makes some sense. So Putin is warning that there will be an extremely painful retaliation. So I don't know what he means by that, but he says that $50 billion deal, he's not going to let it go. That there will be an extremely painful retaliation.
I mean, something's about to get hacked.
So isn't that what they usually do? They hack something?
Sure.
So,
Well, Russia still is a nuclear power, but I think their respect for as a general military power has been greatly diminished over this thing in the Ukraine because it's drug on so long, and they've had heavy casualties in this. I really don't see it being worth it for them.
In an uncomfortable response, Joe Biden says he will not yet Boris Yeltsin talk to us this way.
That's good. That's good.
He's a leader or two behind there.
Yeah. You think he has any idea where he is right now?
Oh, goodness.
So that's
At
it.
what point?
College Baseball World Series, Omaha is ready to go. So Omaha starts today, right? I mean, that's
2 games today.
2 games today. Helmsy, you're the only one here that's ever had that experience. I've been to Omaha, saw the stadium.
I want to go.
Been there twice, but I've never been there for the World Series.
And I can't really speak to what's going on now because I went when it was at Rosenblatt Stadium. That was the stadium near the zoo, and now they're in. Is it TD Ameritrade?
Boy, it's a
maybe
nice one, too.
it's a nice park.
Yeah, it's
And so
nice.
I have not been there.
It
but
is super nice.
The experience, college baseball, there's nothing like it, and you get to see these 8 different teams play. I recommend you go early in the week before some teams are going home, so you can see everybody. But it's what a experience.
When you and your dad went, how long did y'all stay?
Oh, we were there.
Whole thing?
No, we stayed. We were there for like 5 days.
Wow!
But we were there. I mean, listen, Matt, we went to every. We did. We went to every single game.
Yeah. Just to watch.
Yeah,
That's what I want to do.
That's great.
It was. We were so exhausted, we just would go home. We'd get something to eat and go to the hotel and go to sleep and get up and go to the ballpark next day.
I think Omaha was very visionary in getting this and making it a big deal. And I've always thought we underutilized Nebraska.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you.
I mean, it's right in the middle of everything.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're on the West Coast, you got to travel the East Coast. I mean, that's a haul, or either back the other.
Yeah. Sure.
But everybody can hit Nebraska.
Let's just meet. Let's just meet in Omaha.
Yeah. I mean, it's not that. I mean, it's right in the middle of everything.
Yeah.
I think the capital needs to be somewhere in Nebraska. Maybe not Omaha itself, but somewhere in Nebraska.
Okay.
Right
Maybe
in the
we need to
middle.
start a new town.
Do you want to kick
Call
it
it
over where the
Capital
university is? You want to go over to Lincoln? Put it
No,
up over
I
there?
think you start your own town.
Okay.
Just start over.
Start over. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah.
If you've been to the Capitol, it could use a redo.
Yes, it could. Yes, it could. It could. So anyway, if someone went and said stay for the whole thing, how long are you there?
Oh, it's a
good week.
I know somebody that's over there for the whole week, and so they start today. They'll end up the following Monday. So it's about a 10-day event.
I'm here for 10.
It depends on if they go the best of 3. So you'll have Friday to Friday, and then Saturday, Sunday, Monday.
So really, unless you're
Tuesday if you need it.
Unless you're some kid out of school for the weekend and one of your parents doesn't work, you'd have to go to your job and say, I need 11 days.
Yeah.
Off.
Yeah.
That's
What
not
is
easy.
Yeah, y'all will be on. If Game 3 is needed, y'all will be on vacation.
So what is the pitching rotation? Is there rules on how much they can pitch or whatever, or is it just they rotate
but they
every
know
3 days maybe?
Yeah. You every third game.
Who do y'all like in this? Who you think's going to win it?
Well, Tennessee's going to be hard to beat.
Tennessee.
And then that's in bracket 1. I mean, North Carolina, Virginia. I mean, everybody's good. Good gracious.
I tell you who's going to win
best
it.
8, but then
there's
Kentucky.
always somebody hot too that you don't expect.
Yeah.
The SEC or the ACC.
Yeah,
That's who's
either
gonna
one.
win it.
Either one.
One of them's going to win it.
Yeah.
Yep, that's true.
Tennessee is the number 1 seed.
I'm pulling for Kentucky.
All right, we'll be back.
Come on.
The first phone troll of the day, Patriot Mobile phone troll, coming up next. All 10 lines are available. That means we get callers on rapid fire, a lot of topics, a lot of comments. Here we go. When we come back, the Patriot Mobile phone troll will be next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
My uncles and everything, that's the cultural background I'm from.
Right.
Where we think wrestling is real and the moon landing was fake. Yeah. You know. Really.
Yeah.
My Uncle Charlie believed that. Ah, hell, they didn't go to the moon. It was about at Channel 5 Studios where they did that.
Channel 5.
Yeah.
He even knows where it was done.
Right.
Hey, I still have arguments back when the space shuttle was flying. I have relatives that think that the space shuttle causes bad weather. They said we have tornadoes every time they launch it.
Well, I could top that. My mother, God bless her, thinks that the reason we have worse weather now than we used to is because Guy Sharp retired. I swear. I'm not making that up. I'm not making that up.
Is he a famous weatherman?
Long-time meteorologist in Atlanta, Georgia. 31 years.
Does he the guy had the big eyebrows?
White hair.
Yes,
white hair.
yes,
Solid
yes.
white hair.
Yeah.
He retired, and we just had all kind of bad weather since then.
He was holding it back, wasn't he?
Yeah. So that's why I brought that up, you know.
Yeah, and, it's the thing that gets me so much is how they believe that, the whole thing about going to the moon, that was the one that really, really is something, that we did it all in a studio and
oh, yeah.
And it all was completely fake. And
well, now, a lot of that kind of indirectly related to that. See, I happen to be one of those people who don't believe there's life on other planets. We keep going to Mars and going here trying to see if there's another life form out there. And I just know that there's not. If you watch, because, see, if you believe that UFOs exist, and most people do believe that, or pretend to, then you are more intelligent than us.
Somebody's got to be driving.
Intelligent enough to come from another planet millions of miles away, come down here and visit, hang around 3 or 4 days, and not even be seen by anybody, return another 12 million miles, never refuel. Now, that's what you believe. So here's what you got to believe, that this life force is that intelligent to do all that, but yet when they come here, they never land like in New York. Times Square. They never do. They never land like in Orlando. They never go to Disney World or nothing.
The White House.
They always land next to a hog pen in Arkansas. That's why nobody believes that exists. We end up with Ted Koppel interviewing a pig farmer. Hell yeah, I seen it. I was out there on blocks. It wasn't broke down. We just wanted the front yard to look good. I mean, you never see a guy, a professor in a 3-piece suit. Yes, one landed on our patio. It's never that.
Right.
See?
They can navigate galaxies and light years, but they can't find the White House.
Well, I just don't think that can be done. I mean, can you see this family of aliens up on another planet, say, with a long weekend coming up? Okay?
Yeah.
And they promised the kids a trip.
Yeah, right. Sure.
Here they are out in the driveway, loading the spaceship with the stuff they need. Bucket of chicken.
Right, sure.
Tater salad. Fuzzbuster. I mean, you know they're going to be speeding.
Right, sure.
And the father said to the kids, all right, kids, if y'all got to pee, you better pee now. We're not stopping every planet we come to. Okay. All right. And go through all that just to land in Arkansas. I just don't believe it. Yeah.
Good logic, Jay.
But the bottom line is this: if there was life on other planets, we'd have sent them some foreign aid by now.
Oh, yeah,
sure. You know, yeah. No, I think it's just us. Yeah.
Yeah. Which, to me, that makes it even more special.
Yeah. For a long time, I didn't even believe there was other countries till I went there.
But you've
You
seen
don't.
them now
You
firsthand.
don't. Really?
You thought that was
really,
made up.
Really, people used to ask me this thing, James, what's your ancestry? Where are your, forefathers from? And I'd say Cordele. South Georgia is what I thought, No, they mean, I mean your heritage. I said, no, when the Pilgrims got here from right over here on the Mayflower, my kinfolks were staying there. We were with the Indians. Yeah.
Still
Come on
in South Georgia.
Yeah, come on.
Yeah, you want some supper?
Right.
That was my kinfolk. No, I was overseas.
Oh, I know. Yeah, we talked
Went
to you.
to see the truth.
Yeah.
Yeah, went to Italy, Spain, and Greece. I'm gonna tell y'all something. There's a lot of foreigners overseas.
Oh.
And not one Waffle House. Yeah.
That's a shame.
Let the people speak. Patriot Mobile phone troll coming your way now. All 10 lines are open. Helmsy's got it covered. People roaring in. The beauty of the Patriot Mobile phone troll is we keep it moving. And that means there's no meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs. We don't do baby predictions or anything like that. This is the moment you come inside. Tell what I'd like to say. We take Father's Day calls. If you'd like to run by what you're doing for Father's Day, see if we think that would be something cool, or you need to make some adjustments. You can comment on the things you've already heard. So the beauty of the troll, even if you're in line and waiting, that troll, barriers are a blessing, keeps the line moving briskly. Have you made the switch yet? Make your phone money matter by switching to patriotmobile.com/bigbox today. Let's go to Dale in the great state of Kansas. Dale, trolling.
Keep that phone to trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. Dale, go ahead.
Green Acres.
Thanks for the call,
Hey,
Dale. Go ahead.
I think that dog, Commander, he is smarter than you give him credit for. He's probably thinking, I've got to do something to get away from Biden, no matter what it is. If I bite Biden, they're going to put me down right then and there, and even if they don't, I'll never get that nasty taste out of my mouth.
I think you make a good point. If I could make sure Biden will not be reelected, I'd bite somebody.
Yeah. So you're saying that's his cry for help.
That's him saying, I'm out of here.
I'm out.
Whatever takes me out. We continue. Let's go to Josh in the free state of Florida. Josh, 30 seconds, go.
Hey, do you think old Biden's really telling the truth when he says he ain't going to pardon Hunter? And can you imagine the secondhand embarrassment Speedy had to watch a transgender hot dog eating contest?
Yeah, both of those are bad, sir. Thank you.
I would agree.
I just melted.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that.
Visualize.
Bubba, you think he pardons him on the way out?
Absolutely, he will pardon him on the way out.
Can I tell you?
And all of this is just staged for the election. After the election, everything will change.
To me,
either way, no matter how it goes.
To me, though, there is one side for him to be in a position where he says, well, he kind of gets away. Of course, you'd have to be clear thinking. Leave this idiot in jail, and that way you don't have to deal with him anymore.
Yeah, but then you got your brother you got to deal with.
Well, that's true. Sometimes you got a son like Hunter, you just rather him be in jail. Your life just got a lot easier.
I think you've already seen the foundation he's laid down about how, he's come out of this and he's recovered.
Right,
He's
sure.
not an addict anymore, and he'll reward him for that at some point. I have no doubt.
Yeah, I agree.
Biden made a comment on it recently here after the conviction.
Yeah.
If you guys want to hear it, it's super quick.
He's made several.
Yeah.
I'm extremely proud of my son Hunter. He has overcome an addiction. He's one of the brightest, most decent men I know, and I am satisfied that I'm not going to do anything. I said I'd abide by the jury decision, and I will do that, and I will not pardon him.
Yeah, until I'm on the way out. And by the way, I do believe that I know the people that Joe Biden hangs around, and compared to those people, he probably is one of the
Very decent.
most upstanding, decent man.
Decent
he knows.
man.
I know. Who he knows, and maybe so.
Yeah.
We continue. Let's go Sam in Alabama. Sam, go ahead, 30 seconds.
Hey, good morning, Biggins.
Hey, buddy.
Yep.
Hey, I just wanted to see if anybody could top my Father's Day. My doctor loved me so much and thought so well of me that he planned my colonoscopy prep for Father's Day. So, yeah. Father's Day is really going to blow this year.
Well, I'm glad Greg's not here.
Shame you can't put that off a week, you know?
Hey, come on, dog. Give me a break. Good gracious.
The prep.
The prep is on
prep.
Father. The prep's the worst part.
Yeah.
The rest of it you sleep through.
Yeah. But, you brought up a great point. The prep, if you've had stomach issues before,
Yeah.
the prep was just another weekend.
Yeah, but I don't
You
like
know?
that on Father's Day. Yeah.
No, who wants that?
No, I remember my doctor asking me, "How did you handle the prep?" I said, "It was like being in the 80s again."
Yeah. And maybe, for some people, it's a good reset.
Yeah,
you know?
sure.
It is.
Willard out of Demopolis.
Willard.
Willard, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Happy Father's Day, guys. Happy Father's Day weekend.
Thank you.
Today is Flag Day and Trump's birthday, so I want to give a big shout out to Old Glory and President Trump.
Mm-hmm.
You say glory?
Oh, glory. The flag.
I just thought you said, "Oh, gory." I thought it was back to the other guy.
Old Glory, the red, white, and blue.
No, I
bro.
got you. You just your phone cut out, so I'm sorry about that. We continue. 866 We Be Big. Let's go to Eyeball Smiley out of Sweet Home, Alabama. Eyeball Smiley, go ahead.
What's up, fellas? Happy Father's Day.
Thank you. You too.
Hey, I've been trying to figure out how I could get Bubba on the Kamala Harris wagon. I think it's all about credibility. I think if she would just stick to stuff that she has credibility on, I'm thinking it's time for her to try to legalize prostitution.
Okay.
Eyeball
Smiley.
Good night.
Everybody feels like they have to compensate for Greg not being here.
I know.
There's no
it's
need.
okay. We have Adler.
There's no need.
Right, yeah.
There's
We're
really
talking
no
about
need.
We're talking about Kamala Harris, not Hunter Biden right now, buddy.
All right.
Wow.
JR in Alabama. JR, 30 seconds. Go.
Good morning, my kind of people.
Thank you, buddy.
All right. Watching news last night on TV, just see if I can get y'all's comment on this, what you think about it. Did y'all see the part where the biological Asian male won the Junior Miss pageant up in Maryland? Did y'all see that?
Not surprising. I did not see it, but that sadly does not surprise me.
my kind of people.
He's listening to himself.
Trying to hear himself. I haven't seen that. I'm not surprised by that.
No, that's the new thing. Got to have that.
There he is.
So now, as we've said, the women on the left not thinking this through. So now men are saying we're even better beauty queens than women.
Yeah.
We can do everything better than women, including win the beauty pageant. Can you imagine?
No.
We continue.
Last one out, cut the lights off.
That's right.
Trans women are women, guys. Don't forget that.
No, really not.
There you go.
No.
Trans women are dudes, actually. That's just a dude in makeup, everybody. Just so you know.
At one time, they were just called drag queens.
The voice.
Yeah. Corey in Alabama. Corey, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Happy Father's Day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I meant to call earlier in the week. It's just been one of them weeks. But about that bull that got out up in the Oregon show,
Yeah.
that bull wanted to get out, and he had a lot of room to move. And I think it's a bullfighter's responsibility not only to protect the Cowboys, but to keep that bull from looking for a way out. If you had somebody like Shane Esco or Cody Webster in there, it wouldn't happen.
Wouldn't happen.
Anyway, God bless, guys.
Rodeo clowns did not do the job. I hate to say it. They didn't.
Well, he kind of just bailed for the
but that's
out of the blue.
It's their job that he never looks over there.
Mm-hmm.
I blame Lee Greenwood. Because that's the song that they were playing.
They were.
I proudly stand up, and the bull went out.
We did learn from the woman outside the concession stand, do not wear a red blouse to a bull thing.
No.
Do not. No.
Golly.
And good night. Look up.
Right.
Bad end of that.
Good night.
They said the last
What
quote.
were you doing?
They said the last quote you had was the corn dog wasn't that good.
Well, you just don't expect standing at the concession stand you're gonna get jacked up by a bull.
No, you don't.
But do you not?
Oh,
do you not
man.
hear it coming?
Good night.
Rick and Bubba.
When they first contacted me about going was a few weeks after the 7/11 incident. That's when I went to the Middle East.
Yes.
We was dropping bombs all over Afghanistan. Never did find bin Laden. You know, I was concerned about that because the caves and everything. President Bush, I told him before we went over there. Now, I don't want you to think I'm bragging. It's not like that he called me or nothing. First Lady Laura Bush called me, and she was wanting my recipe for banana pudding.
Because everybody knows.
Right.
Yeah,
And she
it's
said,
world famous.
before I hang up, the president wants to talk to you. And I said, tell him to make it snappy wrestling zone. Well, here's what I told him then. I'll tell him now if he'd call again. We could avoid all these troops on this bin Laden thing. Initially, they should have just taken my cousin, Uncle Charlie's oldest boy, J.W.
Yes.
Just flew him over there. And when you got off the plane, give J.W. a shotgun. Show him a picture of Osama and say, this is the guy that stole your truck. And I just believe we'd have it by now. That's just what I believe, you know.
We'll be back. James Gregory back in Birmingham this weekend at the Comedy Club Stardome.
We've added an afternoon show Saturday, 4:30 in the afternoon.
So there's a matinee.
Yeah, because everything's selling out.
So if they told you it's sold out, say, well, I'll take some tickets to the matinee.
Afternoon show.
Afternoon show on Saturday.
Right.
So that's an additional show. Contact them at 205-444-0008 for the Comedy Club Stardome in Birmingham. We'll be back. Points the finger in this direction, so we're back. 877-WE-BE-BIG. We're going to take some phone calls. James Gregory, our guest again. They have added an additional show this weekend. Time on Saturday at the Comedy Club Stardome. So if they tell you it's sold out, ask for tickets to that. Also, we are getting calls. We are going hunting next weekend. Lynn Winfrey at Sportsman's Paradise always sets that opening weekend hunt up for us. And at Sportsman's Paradise in Oxford, Alabama, this Saturday, Chris Hammonds, relief pitcher for the New York Yankees, will be there signing autographs from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. Central. And then that afternoon, Todd Jones of the Boston Red Sox and friend of the show will be there signing autographs beginning at 2 p.m. So they'll all be hanging out there this weekend, and they will also be hunting with us the following weekend. So we'll tell you more about that as we get closer. Yesterday, Bubba, Gadsden, Alabama.
Back to where it all began, the City of Champions. And, wow, Rick, a lot of love yesterday. We sure enjoyed getting back and seeing everybody, getting to spend a little time with them. And it was good to see everybody in Gadsden again yesterday.
Yeah, thank y'all. We got some footage on Turner South of it yesterday. We had a great turnout. You know, it's funny how all of it kind of comes together today. We've been looking back, too, at the historic years of when my dad and those great coaching staffs and players were at Jacksonville State. The reason we ended up putting the show in Gadsden was because of that national championship game. I was working at another station that told me I had to work that day. I abided by that, and I thought they had asked the place I had to work if I could miss, because they told me they did.
Right.
Well, I get there, and the guy I'm doing the live broadcast from says, what are you doing here? I thought you'd be at the national championship game. I said, I'm here because you told me to be here. And he said, I never said that. They never asked me about it. So I got mad about it. Bubba called me from the national championship game that we watched earlier on the program, told me if I had been working at the Gadsden station, I would have been there. And I quit and went to Gadsden. That's how we all got together.
Yeah, I enjoyed the celebration. 50-yard line. Matter of fact, give your mother.
You did. Thanks. And that worked.
You know, strange twist of events, but wow.
And the results are in.
And
So,
when I first met y'all were the guests.
yeah, so that we went back. We're on Mix 102.9 there now, and this was an ice cream cake you'll see on TV that we got, and I know that excites you
Oh, it
guys.
does.
Look at that.
Oh, look at
Edible
that.
logos.
Yeah,
Oh.
look, the Dairy Queen there sent that to us, and look, it has all the logos on it. It actually has our pictures and stuff on the cake, which is kind of cool. Look at that. Got it like we like it. So
From the Dumb and Dumber.
yes, the Dumb and Dumber shots that we did, and there's a number of folks came out. So thank you to Crown Chrysler Dodge Kia for hosting the event, because, you know, really for them, they put out a lot of money to make it happen, you know, and it really turned into just kind of a homecoming celebration. I know a lot of people may think about them, you know, down the road, but yesterday we kind of took over their place of business, and I appreciate them allowing us to do that.
What a great group of folks, too.
Yeah, so there it is, and thanks Mix 102.9. There's Clay Bow, who we want to be our next intern, where we want to do a series with Clay, who was in a wheelchair. We think Clay might be able to get interviews nobody else could get, because he could say, what, you won't talk to me because I'm in a wheelchair?
Right. I mean, who's going to turn Clay down?
Nobody.
You know?
And
Play
also,
that sympathy angle.
and let him drive the vehicle so we can get good parking.
Yeah.
Legendary
Oh, yeah.
broadcaster Dave
Yeah.
Fitz here, Rick.
Yeah. Here's Dave Fitz. Dave Fitz, us doing an impression of him led to Dickie Nadmeyer, because it's almost Dickie Nadmeyer. News, Dave Fitz. And Dave actually
hired Sherry, so you met her.
Yeah,
during the news.
Sherry, my wife, was hired by that man right there, and bringing her into that building, I met my wife through Dave Fitz. Isn't that strange?
That is very strange.
And there's Dee's godson, right? Isn't that Don Juan's godson?
Yeah,
Duke. Hey, Duke, what's up, brother? So there's a lot of folks that came out yesterday, and we thank you so much for it.
What a great turnout.
Thanks,
Rick.
Ken.
Blew me away.
It is. 877-WE-BE. We're back 35 minutes past the hour, and we thank you for being here with us today. HelixSleep.com/bigbox. Right now, you could be sleeping on a mattress, very soon, within days, that was customized for you. Now, unlike a lot of mattress companies out there, Helix owns their own manufacturing facility, and each mattress is made right here in the USA by a team of skilled manufacturers and shipped directly from their facility to your door. Now, the lineup includes 14 unique mattresses, a collection of luxury models, a mattress for big and tall sleepers, even a mattress made just for kids. Now, if you want to know which one's going to work best for you, you take the sleep quiz. Takes about 2 minutes. They'll ask how you like to sleep, on your back, your side, your stomach. Do you like a firm mattress? You like a soft one? You like something in between? Now, they'll ship it straight to you with no charge for the shipping, and then you get 100 nights to sleep on it to make sure you love it, and you're going to. So if you'd like to start getting a better night's sleep, you might want to address the fact that you might need an upgrade on the mattress, one customized for you. We get you 20% off right now, and based on the model, they have 10 and 15-year warranties. But we'll get you one at 20% off if you go to HelixSleep.com/bigbox, BIGV as in voice OX, or you can just find the link by going to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So, Bubba, we're watching these flashbacks in the break, and we get so many people commenting on these, and the emails are coming in that people are loving these. And they're these old, they go all the way back to Turner South, which means this would be about easily 24 years ago.
This one particular one was 2003.
2003. So you're talking about 21 years ago.
Yeah.
Okay. And then
pretty good click back there, by the way.
Yeah. And so it's one of the things when we're looking at this now, what we're watching today. So we've already seen in the breaks, we've seen my dad, who has passed away in December. Right. We've seen James Gregory, who just passed away also not too long ago. Yep. And now we're seeing Dave Fitz, who's passed away. I mean, it's like we're seeing all of these people.
Close and Tony's in there.
Yes. And, and people, when you look back, and Sherry saw some of these, and she told me, she said it was almost amazing to look at two men who looked so unhealthy but had loads of energy. And we
were all sugared up.
Yeah, she said, she goes, it's almost alarming, some of them, at how unhealthy y'all look, but it's you had lots of energy.
Yeah.
And so that must have been all the sweets people brought us, or the fact we were 21 years younger. I think that's probably going to be it. But it's been interesting to look at those, and it also you can't really trust the memory. I've seen a lot of things on these flashbacks that if you asked me without me seeing the video, I would have sworn they were in a different studio.
Yeah.
I would have thought some of those were in the Red Velvet Lounge when they weren't. Did this studio that he's showing, did it even have a name? The first one we were in that had the mauve walls and
no, not really.
The logo
I don't think we named it.
I don't think so. That was soft
They
rock.
put us on a station that their logo looked like feminine products.
Mm-hmm.
And we're in this kind of mauve colored room. It was
such a tiny room.
Yeah, and so when Turner South took the deal, you see them. They went in there and tried to decorate it up a little bit for TV. But then from there, we moved into one that was designed for TV in that same building, just on a different floor. But that's tiny right there.
It sure is.
And who are the interns back there against the wall?
I
can't see.
A minute ago, it looked like, seriously, I
think that's Keith Aberstadt. He's with James. He bring the other comedian with him a lot of times, and I think that's him with the receding hairline.
Well, I also noticed on today's flashback at times, Greg is in the room.
Yeah, that's Greg and Coach
There's
Burgess.
Greg and Dad, so they're listening to James Gregory, and Dad loved James Gregory.
Is that the reason they were there, that they came that day because of James?
Earlier, we have Dad on, we're talking about the national championship of '92, and this probably was in
But do you think Greg and Coach was like, "Hey, let's go tomorrow because James Gregory's there"?
Probably.
And y'all just happened to
Well,
have Coach.
all right, so
are we going
interviewing Coach?
We may have been promoting the softball game.
Here's where I'm predicting.
That's a
all right.
big
James,
reviewing the softball.
James would come twice a year in the spring and then in the fall towards Christmas. And I think it's hunting season because Greg would never come to the studio with Coach unless we were going to do something afterwards.
Correct.
Y'all had just spoken about that, going hunting.
Are we hunting?
Okay, it
Yeah,
has to
we're
be
going
hunting.
hunting.
Yeah, has to be.
All right, we're going
Because look how happy everybody is.
We are.
Everybody's so excited about going hunting.
Well, I know this is kind of dumb when you think about it, but we were into hunting one time on the show so much that we would go hunt afternoons on a work day, 3 hours away.
3 hours away.
And we would come into the studio already in camo. We'd already be dressed.
Right.
So we could just get out and then put our boots on and hunt.
We had to drive as hard as we could, hit a drive-through to get where we were going and get in the woods by 2 o'clock.
And to make it even worse, we would get the mayonnaise. Mayonnaise they always here, and then we'd drive back the next day because I say now if y'all come back, they'll be moving.
Yeah.
So we'd drive 3 hours, come back, and then turn around and drive 3 hours the next day.
We were way too into it, and if you think it hurts your little heart to get shut out on like a weekend you went somewhere on one particular hunt, try having one afternoon hunt, drive 3 hours one way and 3 hours back and see nothing. But it didn't bother us. We were always thinking for the next time.
More than likely, I would see deer in my yard when I got home.
Of course, that's the ultimate
What?
shot right there.
What? This is really weird. These replays are weirding me out too, and this is inside. Nobody really cares about this, but I'm going to say it anyway. The shirt I'm actually wearing, when I was straight out of college, I was a hot rockin' DJ on a radio station, Live 100.5.
Yeah,
it's not around anymore, so I can plug it. I was in that room when I got out of college. That was
no,
the
you
room.
were not.
That was
you
the room.
interned in that studio. See, I wouldn't have said that.
No. When I was a DJ on Live 100.5, this is an old radio station that no longer exists.
I see. Okay.
I got that job straight out of college. I was a DJ on that station, and I was in this.
That was your studio.
I was in the room you guys were in, and the whole thing is like weirding me out. So I'm like, so I interviewed Roseanne Cash and Jim Brewer in the same room that Donny Osmond came in and sang to y'all. And it's just crazy.
Yeah, and that's also the studio where Greg got the bucket truck and lifted up to the window of that studio.
Yeah.
And
You got
you
in
remember
trouble for
how
that.
bad
Yeah.
trouble
A lot
he
of
got?
people got in trouble over that.
A lot of meetings.
People almost got fired.
Yeah, they're not big on you playing with the trucks.
Greg almost got fired.
He did, and the guy that approved it.
Yeah, I think there was one more caught up in that.
Yeah. Well, I think Greg would have been fired if they had not known. The only thing worse than Greg and the truck on the show is him reporting tomorrow that we fired Greg.
Yeah.
But Greg did have a little talking to, and the person who approved it got a real talking to.
He did.
And,
I feel like Greg got a lot of talkings too.
Oh yeah,
when he was there.
He did.
Yes.
I feel like that's like normal for him.
Yeah, if you get run over by your own truck, they're going to talk to you about it.
Yeah. Guys,
I mean, I feel
he
like
got
he was
pinched into his truck.
He got run over by his own truck.
Don't miss when he was working his way up and was on the tree crew when he cut himself out of a tree.
Yeah. Remember?
Oh, yeah.
Well, he fell down a pole, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Didn't his spike come out of the pole
that
and
happened
slid
too.
down it?
But he cut himself out of a tree one time, cut the limb he was actually sitting on.
Yeah, that's not good.
So many mishaps with dogs too.
So many.
I mean, he would come pulling up in that truck, and they would be on the front porch waving because they were like, "Oh, he's getting our power on," and then all of a sudden, their turn, they would go, "What?" And he would say, "What happened?" And they're like, "My dog."
You just ran over my dog.
My dog.
And do not.
That's
get
such
in,
a
do,
sad story.
It is. They went from
Greg would tell you sad stories, and then he would tell you
weird
traumatizing
stuff.
stories.
Yeah.
Like the gentleman that.
What?
I'll just say that.
Well, you run into a lot of people out on those
You know, when you're up on poles,
power line right away.
Yeah, when you're up on climbing poles, you can see for a long way.
Yeah.
And people may not know that.
But my favorite one, and we actually named a CD after
Yeah.
it. Hey, buddy, you're broadcasting.
It's a
when
dandy.
two guys were sitting on the microphone dogging everybody in the company, and everybody could hear them over the radio.
Yep, had the mic keyed. Had the mic keyed, just wearing everybody out.
And my favorite too is when they ran to the truck trying to tell me, "What is that? What
does he want?
What does he want?"
The person who's trying to
You're
help
broadcasting.
you. The person who's trying to help you is doing this, and he hears you say, "What's that blank?"
Look at that.
Look at this idiot. He's like, and then the famous line, "Hey, buddy, you're broadcasting."
Yep. Became a CD title.
It did. It did. So
we tried to reenact that best we could.
Yeah. So those flashbacks are, we're thankful for whoever the person is that put together this YouTube channel of all the old Turner South things.
Yeah, it's making the breaks a lot easier for me. So whoever that person is stealing our content, thank you.
Oh, thank you for stealing
there
it.
it is. There it is. Don't mind us using it back.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
The reason why we get to use it is, we had it first. So there you go. We'll be back 15 minutes to the top of the hour as we continue to walk through the day. A wonderful wheel of canned meat still to come. Also, don't forget a couple of opportunities this weekend. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, True the Vote. We talked to the founder about voter integrity in the upcoming election. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So that national championship game, I was working at another station that told me I had to work that day. I abided by that, and I thought they had asked the place I had to work if I could miss, because they told me they did.
Right.
Well, I get there, and the guy I'm doing the live broadcast from says, "What are you doing here? I thought you'd be at the national championship game." I said, I'm here because you told me to be here. And he said, "I never said that. They never asked me about it." So I got mad about it. Bubba called me from the national championship game that we watched earlier on the program, told me if I had been working at the Gadsden station, I would have been there. And I quit and went to Gadsden. That's how we all got together.
Yeah, I enjoyed the celebration. 50-yard line. Matter of fact, give your mother.
You did. Thanks. And that worked.
Strange twist of events, but wow.
And the results are in.
And
So,
when I first met y'all were guests.
yeah, so that we went back. We're on Mix 102.9 there now, and this was an ice cream cake you'll see on TV that we got, and I know that excites you
Oh,
guys.
it does.
Look at that.
Oh, look at
Edible
that.
logos.
Yeah. Look, the Dairy Queen there sent that to us, and look, it has all the logos on it. It actually has our pictures and stuff on the cake, which is kind of cool. Look at that. Got it like we like it. So
From the Dumb and Dumber.
yes, the Dumb and Dumber shots that we did, and there's a number of folks that came out. So thank you to Crown Chrysler Dodge Kia for hosting the event, because really for them, they put out a lot of money to make it happen, and it really turned into just kind of a homecoming celebration. I know a lot of people may think about them down the road, but yesterday we kind of took over their place of business, and I appreciate them allowing us to do that.
What a great group of folks too.
Yeah, so there it is, and thanks Mix 102.9. There's Clay Bow, who we want to be our next intern, where we want to do a series with Clay, who is in a wheelchair. We think Clay might be able to get interviews nobody else could get, because he could say, "What, you won't talk to me because I'm in a wheelchair?"
Right. who's going to turn Clay down?
Nobody.
And
also
that sympathy angle.
And let him drive the vehicle so we can get good parking.
Legendary broadcaster Dave Fitz here, Rick.
Here's Dave Fitz. Dave Fitz, us doing an impression of him led to Dickie Nadmeyer, because it's almost Dickie Nadmeyer. How news, Dave Fitz. And Dave actually
hired Sherry, so you met her.
Yeah,
during the news.
Sherry, my wife, was hired by that man right there, and bringing her into that building, I met my wife through Dave Fitz. Isn't that strange?
That is very strange.
And there's Dee's godson, right? Isn't that dumb one's godson? Duke. Hey, Duke, what's up, brother? So there's a lot of folks that came out yesterday, and we thank you so much for it.
What a great turnout,
Thanks,
Rick.
Gary.
Blew me away.
It did. 877 We Be Big Enough.
A little shocked, I'll have to tell you, to see Roy Webb legend Dennis Holmesley yesterday. First on
he ran
lot.
the place. Dennis Holmesley ran the lot yesterday, Greg.
He owns it.
You missed it, but I'm going to tell you what, he led the charge yesterday.
And a bit of a surprising moment when slightly removed third cousin Tammy Casey showed up.
I wish you wouldn't talk about that.
Listen to the CD. I think you'll understand.
Yeah, listen to the CD. It was the most uncomfortable moment is when Bubba began to talk to his cousin and forget that her husband was standing there. That and I shook his hand and tried to say very loudly, "Nice to meet your husband." You know what I mean? Because I'm not sure he wanted to hear. I'm not sure he wanted to hear about the treehouse. But anyway,
you said slightly removed third cousin.
Well,
it's okay to flirt with them.
Yeah,
it's the first cousins that in some states get you in trouble.
Yeah. Well, we have a whole segment about that on our new CD.
Yeah.
And we all admitted that we, at some time in our past, because of family reunions, found a cousin attractive.
Well,
now Rick dated one, but I think that was a little much.
That is
and
not
he
true.
was driving himself, which was all different.
And she was adopted, so it doesn't count. But I'm saying,
that makes y'all a step above the Gregories. You talk about how, you found some of your cousins attractive.
Sure.
There's attractive they didn't run in the Gregory clan. It's like, well, why'd you marry your cousin? Well, hell, he's working. It's just like, they married for jobs,
right, so it's different.
Yeah. he's civil service. You better grab him.
He's good for the long haul.
What a good one. right, to the phones. We go to Atlanta, Georgia. Atlanta, Georgia, watching on Turner South. Tim is standing by. Tim, welcome to the show, brother.
Thank you, Monkey Grass.
Hey, welcome, glad
sir.
you called, Tim.
I'm a longtime listener, and I've been listening to y'all up in Tennessee, and then I moved down to Georgia, and now I have to get you on Turner South, and boy, I'm glad I'm able to get you.
Well, thanks.
Listen, I just wanted to call. I was at Jacksonville State University in 91 and 92, and Coach, I was the hall director of Lettrell Hall, and at one point, and you and I had many conversations, and I always got real nervous coming in there to talk to you, and you just treated me like real good folk, and I just really appreciate it. I'm glad to see that you're being honored by JSU, and I just wanted to call and to say thank you for all you've done for all of us.
I really appreciate that. And, you know, if you were hall director, I guess we did have a lot of conversations. But I sure appreciate you looking.
Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. All right, so, you know, we all love vacationing and going places, but, you know, does it feel like, I mean, we don't want to spend our whole lives being afraid of everything. I know that's been part of it, but
I don't live my life being a number.
Me either, or even a color. But
either
one of those. But I will say this, you know, with the Bahamas thing, I remember, you know, we went to the Bahamas a couple of springs ago, and then not far from where we were, like the air condition killed people. You know, in their in one of those deals, and
like one of those Legionnaire things.
And so you're thinking, you know, I thought when you'd go on vacation, you go to stay somewhere, there's some kind of maintenance that takes place. You would think of some kind.
You would hope,
and I wouldn't have to, you know, fear of being killed by the air condition. And now we have this horrible story out of Mexico where a Texas man. And his wife, I guess,
That's what, I think
are
so.
in like a hot tub. You know, a lot of times you stay at these places and they have hot tubs if you want to get in them, and it electrocuted and killed him, and nearly killed her. Is that right?
Yeah,
It's
I
like
think last I heard she was in critical condition, and y'all not ready for this. It looks like a balcony footage or something. It's poolside.
See,
and
this is the
people are
poolside thing.
vacationing, hanging out, just enjoying life.
You just
and
wouldn't think you would have any issues at a place that has thousands of people coming through it all the time, and you got your maintenance surely is being done, but I guess not. But here's a news package about this horrible incident. Here we go.
In a resort hot tub, the husband pronounced dead and his wife taken to the hospital with life-threatening injuries. The terrifying moments captured on cell phone video. Our Valerie Castro has this story and a warning. Some of the images are disturbing.
Yeah, they are.
A hidden vacation danger in Mexico. A Texas couple electrocuted in a jacuzzi as horrified resort guests looked on.
I heard the screams.
Stephen Kaminsky, staying at the property next door in Puerto Peñasco, later learning what the commotion was about. Authorities calling it an electrical failure.
Just horrific, because I watched the raw footage of somebody actually filming them doing CPR on the man, and I remember those screams. I did not sleep that night, to be honest with you.
That's such a shame. You come on vacation and you lose your life. That is a shame.
The Attorney General's office for the state of Sonora, where the private condo resort the Sonoran Sea is located, now investigating the death of 42-year-old Jorge Guillen, his wife, 35-year-old Lizette Zambrano, hospitalized with life-threatening injuries. The state prosecutor's office telling our El Paso affiliate possible faulty wiring is being examined as the cause. NBC News reached out to the resort but did not hear back.
People got electrocuted in a hot tub next door, and all the authorities are there.
Kaminsky says his own resort briefly shut down access to its hot tub.
I'll never get in a hot tub down here again, personally.
The couple's family and friends putting together a GoFundMe to bring Guillen's body home to El Paso and help with Zambrano's hospital expenses. Describing Guillen as having a heart of gold and was always there for family and friends. The love the couple shared was one for the ages.
And Valerie Castro joins us now. Still.
I mean, you just,
NBC.
as everybody was saying, I mean, I'm on vacation. I'm going out here to the hot tub that you see by the swimming pool. You see these a lot. You don't think there's even a remote chance that you're getting in this, and the faulty wiring is gonna get you. And And
we have this issue from time to time in our country around docks and things at lakes or at the beach, where an animal has got in and chewed into a wire and it's got exposed to the water. And we have things you can test for that now. You have a little deal you can drag around and look for current in the water before you get in. But
smart.
In this case, they'd mentioned faulty wiring again. I don't know. Most of the hot tubs, you're kind of isolated from it other than the water going through the motor. So I don't know, and I don't know if they have GFI restrictions there or what their deal is.
Adler, can you pull that back? You were zooming in really tight. I had a question for Bubba. You see this gentleman getting in right now to try to help?
Yeah.
So I know that a lot of the other bystanders were trying to figure out how do we help without us being electrocuted.
Yeah.
And I guess it was determined, okay, we can get in because this guy jumps in to try to help.
Well, where'd he go, though?
He came up, and then they pulled the guy. They're working on him. If Rick had his
he's
pointer,
pulled out.
They're giving him CPR right there.
That blurred section is pulled out.
But they had to go
That's
in and
terrible.
help get him.
Can you get if it's frying him?
That's
Will
what I
it fry
thought.
everybody who gets in?
Maybe it was cut off at that point. He could
Okay.
jump in.
Shorted
Yeah,
out,
but you
something.
wouldn't want to jump in or touch him,
No.
or you'll be electrocuted too. You need something that's an insulator, like a piece of wood or something you can hand to them, and hopefully they can grab a hold of it.
The like Bubba was talking about, I wonder if it was like the pump or even the lighting. You ever get in a pool and there's that glass bulb and you're like, huh?
Yeah.
I wonder if that leaked. It would shock me.
Yeah. It's a good point. I don't know. It'd be interesting to see the details on it.
Man, I hate that.
We watched that one footage a while back. I think it was from like India or something crazy. But a guy is closing down his shop, closing the metal gate, and it hit that wire. And his buddy behind him took his scarf off, put it around his neck, and pulled him away, so that he didn't get shocked and he broke the current.
In that situation too, if you have AC current, it pulls you to it. It won't let you go. If it's DC, it'll knock you off of it.
Right.
But the AC is changing polarity, so.
Bubba, you are intelligent.
Y'all get that?
Well, just a note.
Thank goodness you have that buttoned up.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Not really.
Well, let me give you the
I
nutshell.
do, but when you threw in a couple extra words there that you lost me on.
I love AC/DC.
So
Love
AC,
AC/DC.
alternating current, okay, it's going
Gotcha.
back and forth.
Got it.
Okay. So you grab a hold of something hot
Pay attention, Rick.
and say it's in a positive phase.
Yeah.
It makes you positive.
Right.
Okay.
What do you think?
Then, when you think you could get rid of it, then by then it's going negative, so it pulls you back because it attracts. The
Do
opposites
understand
attract.
that.
And then you are charged negative, so about the time it's about to push you off, it goes back positive
Right.
again.
So
So
you're-
you can't let go
Let
of
go.
it. It's a problem.
So
if
you're
it's
at-
AC,
You're at the farm now in your mind. What are you doing down
Just
there?
run the checklist.
Okay.
Thanks.
Well, let me tell you, if you're gonna get shocked, make sure it's DC.
Yeah, that's what I.
Neither
took
one of
away.
them's good, but that one will at least throw you off. Now you may hit yourself in the face with your
Sure.
hand coming
But
off. Of
how
it.
will I know though?
Well,
You're alive.
know.
I'm alive.
You're alive. That's how you know.
If you're alive, talk about it. It was probably DC.
It's amazing too to see how people are different during an emergency. You had some that were just running around an umbrella like they didn't know what to do, and then others just stayed focused and tried to help. Probably some of them work in that emergency phase for their job, and they're just vacationing because you could tell they jumped into action.
The problem
Did you
there
call them
is
they work in an emergency
you're not-
phase?
or whatever, like a nurse or a doctor
Right.
or an EMS.
I saw you reaching for it.
Yeah,
and
you
went
were
with
no help because hell, you're at the farm.
You went to emergency phase. They might be working in that emergency phase.
All I can think about too.
You just look at me.
Seriously, and this is
Don't
this
help
is,
or
listen.
nothing.
This is not good. Okay, but I do think
That
about
word had
things
you like
this.
AC,
I got
not
my
DC.
hey Rick, I got my hand going.
I do think about things like this, and that's not necessarily good because we're just seeing this.
Thanks, buddy.
But what if they were the people that are like, "Hey, look, we're pool people and jacuzzi people because we're scared of sharks."
See,
Oh, yeah.
You know,
you can't have nothing.
and now they go here, and this is what happens.
Well, those
Anytime you're seeing somebody
great
get
that's- I mean-
electrocuted, you want to try to get like a board or a limb to pull them off.
Yeah, you
Not-
could tell
not metal,
somebody-
and there's not a lot there.
No,
See,
no,
that's-
no,
I mean,
no.
you don't necessarily have a 2x4 laying.
Grab
Somebody
his
was
chair.
over there pulling on that tree. Did you see them? They were trying to pull.
Well,
on
the
tree.
concerning part is they probably worked in the emergency phase, but the
Well, a lot of folks don't
the-
know it. It's
the,
just
uh,
an industry.
There it is.
The thing that's so concerning, and those of you that are listening and you can't see it, don't picture this as some rundown resort.
No,
I mean, if you were there, you'd be like, everything here's safe.
Yeah.
I'm good. Like you just said, I ain't gonna get out there. I'm gonna hang up here.
Yes.
Yeah. And Post Malone's broke brother was at the resort next door.
Hey, it really upset Post Malone. Post Malone ain't getting in one anymore.
No, he's not.
No.
Of course, when his
He
number...
said he had trouble sleeping. I think I'd have trouble sleeping if I was in the room next to that guy.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
Hey, man.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for calling.
Thanks, Tim.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Let's go to Melinda in Oxford, Alabama. Melinda, how you doing?
Hi, Rick.
Hey.
How are you?
Good.
I'm on my way to Fairhope. Oxford's playing in the state playoffs.
Yeah.
And I was just calling to congratulate Coach Burgess on being inducted. That's wonderful.
Is this
I
the
was
former,
listening to you on my way down there.
the former Melinda Vaughn?
Yeah.
Yeah, cheerleader at Oxford. Yeah, the whole time we were there. Well, you know,
Can you hear okay, Greg? You hear okay? I didn't know.
His headphones on.
Yeah.
Let me say this. Melinda, when I looked up, how in the world did Oxford, Alabama, those of you that know the geography, it's in northeast Alabama, how have they been moved into the southern region and now playing down on the Gulf of Mexico?
Exactly. They put us in the region that is the northern region. We are the very top of the northern region, so we didn't make it in the southern region for some reason.
That's strange, but
I have heard that they're going to do all of that again. So hopefully we'll get to play the teams that we have rivals with instead of people we have no idea who we're playing.
Yeah, well, we're on down that way, so I'm sure the Fairhope High School people are anxiously awaiting the arrival, so that it'll be our old high school playing down there. So good luck to all of them.
Melinda, the message we got and what we hear is that they will go back, start going north this next year, which would put it back at Gaston and some of those places. So
right, that's what
hopefully that'll happen.
Yeah, but at least when you go to play, you're close to the beach.
Yeah,
you know, that's a good thing.
See, that's where I'm going. I'm
tied
going
into vacation.
right now.
Well, Melinda, thanks, and a lot of great memories. And when Dad was there and we were all playing there and all going to school together. So tell everybody we said hello, and I hope we win tonight.
Well, and good luck on your hunting trip. I just die laughing every time I hear your stories when you come back. And I teach with Leslie, which is Gerald's wife, so we get to hear some of those stories at school.
There's a woman with patience right there.
Let me tell you, Gerald Cates. Gerald Cates' wife, we need to just honor her on the show one day. Just for what she's been through.
Yes, and she has two boys like I do, so I...
But no, we don't talk about hunting here on this show.
Yeah, you know, Melinda, we don't talk about hunting much. No. Melinda, thanks. Y'all be careful going down and have a good time.
Okay, tell Greg I said hello.
I will. We'll also get a call.
Look, Coach Burgess laughing. That's what I want to know.
Greg,
Ron, what are y'all doing?
Right there.
Hey, that bunch here will do you right there. I'll tell you.
Hey, there's you some friends right there. And Speedy, of all people, being the person. That's what seems so inappropriate.
You think he...
Let's go to Eddie. Eddie, welcome to the program, Eddie. Good morning.
Good morning. How y'all doing?
Good. Hey,
Eddie.
Monkey Grass.
Thanks for calling, Eddie. Thanks.
I just got a question for the coach. I was just wondering if, in your years of coaching, when you were wrestling and they overlapped, if you ever had a brain freeze and happened to discipline your players with that knee lift you used to use in wrestling.
Well, it only happened one time.
Right.
And, I was able to control it and keep it separate most of the time. But that one time, after we got through with the court case and all the lawyers were paid and everything, I learned not to do that again.
Yeah. James, you may not have heard, Rick's dad was Mr. Wrestling #2.
You remember him in
original
Georgia
Championship Wrestling.
Did you know that?
I remember him. I didn't recognize without your mask.
Birmingham, Alabama. Is this Alan Doss?
Yes, it is.
Alan Doss standing by. What's up, Alan?
Hey, how you doing, Rick?
Good.
Coach Burgess, congratulations. Long time waiting for that. I tell you, it's an honor to be associated with someone of yourself and working for you as long as I did. Tell you, the one thing that I wanted to say was you talked about Mississippi State and him going down there to coach and being a running team. on 3rd and 55, ask Coach Burgess what he had run.
Yeah, was that the world famous Delta, Mississippi, the Delta State game?
Delta State, he walked by Coach Mann when he was looking for a play-action pass and said, "You better run the fullback. That's all I'm going to tell you."
3rd and 55.
Well, it was more like a draw, though, wasn't
Right.
it?
Oh, it was close to that.
Yeah. Well, you said, let's try to act like we're going to pass, then hand it off.
No, to be honest with you, I told him, I said, "Charlie, we need one first down. Don't you throw that damn thing."
Well, I just wanted to say congratulations.
Hey, Alan,
you,
thanks
Alex.
for a lot of great memories.
Thank you, Alex.
When you played there also. Thanks. Y'all all be honored this weekend.
Thank you, man.
All right, man. So many things. This is that moment in life where you go, okay, we're probably, do you continue and let it continue to build? Or
Yeah, because there's trouble out there.
Sure. Anyway, so we'll be right back. More with James Gregory. Dad, Greg, thanks. Good to see y'all again this morning. Did we know Speedy? Hey, Rick, let's take some more calls. Well,
Rick and Bubba.
77 We Be Big is our number. Back, James Gregory, the funniest man in America, is our guest. My dad, Greg Burgess, here this morning. He's here, Ryan Greenwood and Speedy.
Nobody in this room has a real job.
No.
You got radio, you got comedy, you got this football stuff.
Actually,
nobody in this room has ever seen a time clock. What you mean, punch in?
Who was it? Was it Granny that used to ask you all the time when you going to get a job and quit playing around with football?
My Uncle Charlie did that.
So you had the same problem?
God rest his soul. My dad, who's long gone now, too, but every month, the first of the month, my dad would go get Uncle Charlie, take him around, get his check, cash, and pay his bills. And there's 3 of us. There was me, my brother, and my sister. All right? And my sister retired some years ago. She was with the Crystal Corporation. But every month, he'd ask my dad this thing.
With the what corporation?
Crystal, the burgers.
How happy were From the Big Boy Studio, Greg's actually out today. Everybody else here. Wonderful wheel of canned meat coming your way this hour. And also, don't forget, coming up this weekend, a brand new Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. So, everybody here but Greg, as we move forward, Bubba, Jim Jordan, now we're in the aftermath of the President Trump convictions and, Hunter Biden convictions, and now we're getting into keep waiting on an update on this juror in the Trump case that obviously was talking about the case when they were not supposed to. It led to even one of them's cousin making a Facebook post before the verdict had ever even been announced that Trump was going to be guilty. So we haven't heard of any of that, but we do have Jim Jordan asking some questions about Judge Merchan, and he's looking for answers. And here is Jim Jordan asking some questions about the trial. Here we go.
So I just want to get this straight. The campaign finance expert wasn't allowed to testify about campaign finance.
Yeah, exactly. And, the way Judge Merchan tried to explain it is he said, well, I'm the expert of the law. And, okay, granted, that's why the judge is there. But
Brad Smith wasn't allowed to talk about the very testimony we just got from Commissioner Traynor, in essence.
Precisely.
Right? Well, we're going to give Brad Smith a chance to testify in front of this committee as well.
So this committee is now just reviewing the trial?
I'm not familiar with what committee that is meeting or why they're discussing this. Now, I know Jim Jordan is on the Judiciary Committee,
Correct.
which reviews all of this.
That's what it was, the House Judiciary.
Easy. Settle in there, Alt Adler.
Can you say the House Judiciary Committee was doing jiu-jitsu?
Yes.
Ooh, say that fast.
I didn't even say
Here's
it
another
once
one.
right.
Hey, Mr. Tiffany is good, too.
Bubba, one of our favorites are now the president now has asked the question, how does his large head stay up with that pencil neck? Adam Schiff. Adam Schiff is going to lecture us a little bit. If you are voting for Trump, he has come up with a phrase for you.
It's really it's amazing what they call everybody else what they're doing. Well, I know, but watch.
Okay,
this
here we
is
go.
funny.
The party formerly of the moral majority is now, I suppose, hoping to fashion some kind of immoral majority to reinstate Donald Trump as president.
Reinstate? I mean,
he
moral
probably
majority. Rick.
Somebody probably told him that line at a dinner party.
He thought
that's something. I'm going to use it.
He thought, hey, baby, I'm sharp.
It really brought the house down, didn't it?
Yeah. So the very high morals of Adam Schiff will now look down his high moral nose at anyone voting for Trump and call all of us the immoral majority.
Yeah. Wasn't he censored?
Yes.
Censured.
The other as well.
Yeah, censured.
Right.
And lost his chairmanship.
Yes.
Over some of his activities.
Oh yes.
Speedy, did you want that, Miss?
He's just really good. He brings
good.
Who is this?
Mr. Tiffany here.
Okay.
We wish his name wasn't Tiffany, but yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
I believe the judge contributed to President Biden, the judge in this case. Is that common for a case that has a real nexus that the judge would contribute and then not recuse?
I've never seen a case like that. I mean, usually a lawyer feels pretty confident if he finds out that the judge has overtly, expressed preference for one party or another, and political contributions to the Biden administration would seem to fit that bill, given the political overtones of this case. Right, this was not an ordinary state prosecution. This was a state prosecution that, if successful, even though it had been turned down at every other level to even proceed as a prosecution, if it proved successful, it would basically interfere with the 2024 presidential election. And possibly that interference could not be remedied, could not be rectified until after the election. So it's slam dunk 2024 election interference.
Yeah, all along, I'm kind of surprised the Trump lawyers hadn't been screaming more about this, because that would almost overrule what they're wanting to charge him on these paperwork issues. So it was very strange all along. And to her point, you have one of the highest profile cases ever in American history. You have a former president who is on trial for felonies, and you have a judge who has donated to his opponent, and the judge does not recuse himself. Now, it wasn't a lot of money. May have been less than 100. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
His own ethics commission looked at it and asked him, does this affect the way you rule on things? He said no. They said, okay, well, you can go back on the bench, because this issue was brought up a long time ago.
And all we took is his word for it?
Yeah, that pretty much. And but again, just the appearance of anything being prejudiced against someone in your courtroom, usually you go out of your way to avoid that.
High standard.
I mean, there's dozens and dozens of judges who have said, look, I'm not going to sit on this case because of a relative or because of a political issue or something. And not only that he donated directly to Biden's campaign, he also has a daughter that works for the Democrats.
Right.
So,
but none of that was anything we should be concerned
about. But again, that all he did was give them grounds for an appeal and a dismissal. Where if he'd have just stepped aside and let the facts speak for themselves, then you wouldn't have had an issue. But what Jim Jordan was raising, the guy who was an expert on campaign finance law, was not allowed to testify.
No.
And the judge said, I'm the one that interprets
I
the
know
law.
his stuff.
Although you're not an expert in every aspect of the law, nobody is.
No.
Everybody has areas they're have more expertise than others.
Yeah.
So
if you use this judge's standard, there's no need to bring experts into the courtroom because the judge has got it.
Yeah. I mean, he's got it covered. The whole thing is just history is going to look at this as an absolute laughingstock.
CNN's Caitlin Collins is trying to talk now. Do I have this right? Even though her name clearly looks like it's Fannie, it's Fani Willis. Fani, not Fanny.
I think it's Fanny.
Is it?
Hush. He's got his hair down.
Fanny. Okay.
That's like Greg having a toothpick.
It looks like Fanny, but I think and if my name was Fanny, I would also prefer to be called Fanny.
Yeah. Right.
But anyway, so this is the fella she's been rolling in the hay with a little bit, Nathan Wade.
Yeah.
And he's being interviewed by Caitlin Collins, and gets up abruptly and leaves the interview because Caitlin Collins is going to ask about his relationship with Fonnie Fanny.
Yeah, and it can get lengthy here, and y'all can come out of it. Okay. There's a little bit of secondhand because he's struggling answering the question, and then over her shoulder, his lawyer starts signaling to him, and they go huddle up and have a private conversation, and then he comes back.
Okay.
Just to clarify, when did the romantic relationship between the two of you start?
Yeah, so, you know, we get into, there's been this effort to say that, okay,
struggling. His lawyer's going to wave him off here, Rick.
Right. Are at issue, and these exact dates are, I'm getting signaled here.
Getting signaled.
Why would you say that?
All right, so then now the staff, the production
The lawyer
crew,
doesn't like the way he's answering that question.
They come in and take his mic off. And then,
mic for a second? Yes. Okay.
And they go huddle up.
Okay, this feels straight up, doesn't it, guys? I'm glad we're getting to the bottom of this. No Fanny, pun intended.
Okay.
So now they huddle up, and then he comes back and finishes the interview.
Hey, brother, you know he's saying, hey, man, you want to be talking about
This screams innocence.
You know what this
screams nothing to hide.
You know what this is?
This screams transparency, doesn't it?
Bubba, let me tell you what this is. Hey, keep it down home, cuz.
Yeah.
You're killing us.
Hey, Rick.
You're killing us.
Hey, buddy, you are struggling. You're not answering.
You are killing us.
Look, she's not happy. Mad.
Yeah, well, you know what? She's trying to, interview this person and get some answers, but, okay. Look, mad.
Everything okay?
Real mad.
Just to revisit the question, it was
and he gets
to clarify when the romantic relationship started and when it ended.
Sure. So, I believe that the public has, through the testimony and other interviews, the public has a clear snapshot that this is clearly just a distraction. It is not a relevant issue in this case, and I think that we should be focusing on more of the facts and the indictment of the case.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I ask because obviously it's still a pending matter. It's going to be before the Court of Appeals. And you talked about how proud you were of all the work that you did in this office. And I think the question people have when they hear from the Court of Appeals, this isn't happening until next spring, is did the relationship jeopardize that work that you did in this investigation?
And therein lies the issue. Why we wouldn't touch upon the work of the Court of Appeals or some higher court, because it's a pending issue before them. I think that we should allow them, take a step back and allow them to take the evidence that they have.
Okay.
Speaking of touching, that's kind of at the center of this.
Bubba! Don't say touch. Don't say get to the bottom.
He said it. That's all his own quotes.
That's his quote.
Come on. Come on.
Also, we have some Supreme Court rulings coming down, Rick, and it looks like the Supreme Court has reversed the ban on bump stocks. They say bump stocks are not machine guns.
Well, and you've been saying that. We've been talking about that for how long?
A few years.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Were you having that inroad? Well, that was a happy day.
Oh, yeah. Because even now, you get a sack of them for $5.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? You just get a sack of them for $2.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, yeah. But anyway, so my brother's a plumber. So every month he'd ask my dad the same thing. Here's how it went. My dad would tell me this story, and I'd get tickled, but my brother said, my dad would say, it's not funny, it's driving me crazy. They're on 285, my dad's pickup. Uncle Charlie, old people who can't hear, they think the world can't hear. They always talk too loud.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's Melvin? Melvin's still plumbing. Yeah, Charlie's still plumbing. Been plumbing for 20 years. Well, he ought to stay with that. Plumbers make more money than lawyers. Ma'am, I'm still retired. Yeah, Charlie, she ain't gonna never work again. She's disabled. All right. How about Junior? That'd be me.
Yeah.
Charlie, I told you Junior has a job. He's a comedian. I don't mean jokes, damn it, I mean jobs. I tell you, every month.
I don't mean jokes.
Every month. I don't mean jokes, damn it, I mean a job. He never thought I had a job.
Yeah.
Well, my brother.
I hate that James can't go hunting with us next weekend.
James, go with us.
I wish I could.
Campfire comedian James Gregory.
You can just hang out.
I love guns, and I love being around them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just go with us. You working next weekend?
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Well, come on.
I'll be in Columbus, Mississippi next Friday night.
Oh, that's right.
The Trotter Civic Center.
Yeah, so if you get tickets for that, because you said you was worried about that one.
I always worry about ticket sales.
Yeah.
I always worry about ticket sales.
Because you don't know.
Because, I don't get a guarantee. It's percentage. Really?
But you know, Greg works for the power company, so he makes fun of all of us all the time for not having jobs. He's kind of like your
He's
uncle.
probably the one in the room with the 401k.
Oh, I would agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah. I got a big, I use these big plastic Coca-Cola bottles that are about 3 feet high.
Yeah.
2 feet. I got 3 of those full of coins in my laundry room. People say, Jason, what's all them coins in here? That's my 401k right there. That's my whole retirement, my coin.
Unfortunately, the way the stock market's been, everybody else's 401k is also a jar full of pennies right now, but starting to bounce back. Randy wants to talk to you, James, in Albany, Georgia.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, so how you doing? Good morning. Welcome to the show, Randy.
Good morning, Monkey Grass.
Hey, Monkey Grass, thanks a lot for calling. We're glad you called in, and thanks for listening to us on K Country 104.
Albany, Georgia. I'm very familiar with that town. Matter of fact, they passed an ordinance down there this past year. You cannot smoke indoors anywhere, not even in a Waffle House.
Very true.
In the city of Albany.
Really?
Yeah, it's a shame. That's almost like New York. But, we'll get that repealed eventually. You got them good old boys down there. They ain't going to put up with that very long.
What I think smokers need to do is your protest should be, we're at least going to smoke in the buildings we built with the tax money off of what we did.
Well, see, I don't protest at all because I just ignore the regulations. This is true. Here's what happened to me if he don't mind me taking a little bit of his time.
No,
see, in Charlotte, North Carolina, I was staying at this brand new high-rise Holiday Inn.
Yes.
And I was smoking at the check-in counter. I really, and the young man behind the counter said, "Sir, you cannot smoke in the lobby." I said, "Do you have a badge or a gun?" He said, "Of course not." I said, "Well, hell, I'm smoking." You know what he did? He got me an ashtray. So let me tell you, see, these smokers that whine about this all the time.
Yeah.
Well, you see that little sign in the lobby. It's just a sign. It's just a sign. Now, let's say it is a city ordinance.
Okay.
And let's say they call the police. All right? Hello, Charlotte Police. Yeah, this is the night under the Holiday Inn. There's a man in the lobby smoking a Marlboro. What's going to happen? Even if the cop comes, time he gets there, you put it out. And he's just going to say, "Don't do that again. I'm on my way to a robbery call." You know?
Sure, yeah.
Nobody cares.
Yeah.
It's just you can't be intimidated by these little whippy people in the lobby.
Right, and signs.
Yeah, these little granola munching bottled water sipping people.
Yeah.
They're in charge of all this.
Yeah.
You know.
And how they drink that water.
Sip, sip, sip. Did you know that I have never bought a bottle of water in my life?
Well, no.
Not one bottle. You know why? I have something in my house that I thought everybody had. It's called faucets. Even when I go on the road, these hotel rooms got a faucet.
Yeah.
It's just free.
Right.
It's free.
You're right.
Yeah, I hate to be at a convenience store and I'm buying a Coke, okay, and it's 89 cents. And the guy next to me has got 12 ounces of water, $1.09. And I tell him, I say, that's just water in there. Really? Really, I just tell him, that's water. $1.09 for 16 ounces of water.
Right.
That's $2.38 a quart. That's $4.36 a half a gallon. That's $9.72 a gallon they're paying for water. And while they're sipping on that, they're complaining.
Yeah, I feel sorry for words sometimes, the way we treat them. As we work our way back, we thank you for being with us today. We're illuminating the wonderful will of meat. The wonderful will of canned meat. Somebody say, "Will of meat's got me yearning."
Come on, give it a try.
It is the wonderful will of canned meat. Listeners in the golden ticket seats today all get a chance to spin, to have a shot at Rick and Bubba prizes. Most of them no longer in stock at the Rick and Bubba store, but are available here. Some keepsakes next to Bubba here. There's some pretty cool stuff out of different offices, out of storage rooms. We've got that if you want to grab that. If we don't have it on the wheel, Moultrie is on the wheel. We do have that. So that's available to you. Spam's on the wheel. Canned meat is on the wheel. So any of those would work for you. Now, we do not have Rock and Roll City today. Greg is out. So Adler will be just shredding on the axe.
Back to old school.
Is that it? Yeah, and so he's in there now getting ready to go. So I don't think he has his mic on, but
What is that sounds like a
there you go.
Oh,
there you go. All right, so the axe is ready.
Okay.
Now Adler, I could come in there and groove in the break if you wanted to and give you some drumming.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
Since Greg is out. So, but I can't do it and do the wheel. Yeah. All right, so
Rick, it's a shame you can't do all of it at one time. That'd be great.
Can you imagine?
Yeah.
What if I had a drum set right here? Look, I'm just you know. So what if I could do both at the same time?
Oh, I know you'd try.
So let's bring David Harper up to the wheel. David, and we'll say for David to get him to spin it. Here we go. Wow, what a wheel! All right, David, give it a he's going reverse spin right out of the gate. Right out of the gate. So here we go. See if David can get one here. T-shirt, 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 wear it. So we don't have that available. So you can come here and pick a keepsake out. Let's see. Yeah, there. Oh, there he goes. They got Bubba the CD
cake.
And cake.
And cake.
One of the great lines of all time. A little hurtful, but sure was funny. Andrew Harper is up next. What do we say for Andrew? Wow, what a wheel! Here we go. All right, here we go. Alrighty.
Oh, wow. That's
okay. T-shirt, 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 wear it. All right, so pick something off the table here, too, because we're out of just about all the T-shirts there at rickandbubba.com. He goes with a USFL helmet there.
Collector's item now.
Way to go, buddy.
Go Stallions, win it this weekend.
That's right, big game this weekend. Here we go. John Cardwell comes to the wheel. John, what do we say? Wow, what a wheel! Let's go, Johnny. Little finesse.
John with an easy spin.
From John today.
Didn't want to ruffle the feathers.
Let's see here. Johnny. Oh, yeah, he's got it.
Yeah!
Spam it is, but we got
Give me
spam. Johnny got spam.
It's fuel for the brain.
I know he's proud.
Knees and stomach pain. Everybody are on the grill. Served with candied yam.
I don't care what else you give me.
I said, give me spam. Give me spam. All right, Tyler Sample has come to the wheel. Tyler, what do we say? Wow, what a wheel! Give it a rip, Tyler. Here we go. More finesse. More finesse. Let's see here. Bandana. Wow, that was close. Bandana. Don't have those either. So look here on the old table. Let's see what you got there. Tyler.
Okay. That's a Frank TV cup, right?
Frank. Okay, there you go. All right, you got there.
Frank Caliendo brought that.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
That's when he had his TBS show.
Bubba, we got a lot of Giles coming up now. Joe Giles is ready to go. All right, Joe.
Giles.
What do we say? Wow, what a wheel! All right, let's go, Joe. Let it rip, baby. Let it rip. Look here, Bubba. Right on, Henry the horse. What a horse! Of course.
He's coming in from the back 40,
Here
Rick.
he
He had to
comes.
trot in a little ways. There he is.
What do you say, Henry?
What's up, guys?
Henry, how are you?
I'm not good.
What's wrong, buddy?
I'm starving.
Why are you starving?
Because Friday's the day that Greg's supposed to feed me, and he's not here. Thanks, ass.
You mean that in a horse way? You mean that in the jack?
What to say about
It's
that?
horse humor.
Right, that's farm language.
It's farm language.
Yeah.
Cindy Giles is up next.
The parade of Giles continues.
What do we say? Wow, what a wheel! Cindy, give it a rip. Here we go. All right, here, coming around the bend. Can Cindy get a win? There's that bandana again.
Oh, my goodness.
so sorry, Cindy, we don't have that. But look right here. There's a lot of goodies. Right. Oh, the Weeby Big Book, Bubba. Yes.
That's a good one.
The story.
Does that one have the CD in it too?
I don't think.
I mean,
it does.
look in your.
Does it?
One of them had.
Yeah,
I can't
the
remember
old
now.
ones did. I don't think that one
Okay.
does. Yeah, that one. We have to hold right. We got 2 Giles to go.
Got some Giles.
We got
left.
2 Giles left to go. Justin and Kelsey, and we're running up on the hard break here. So we'll come back. We have 2 more spins to go, but congratulations to those that have already spun. We'll get 2 more Giles, and then we'll run down some more stories before the hour is over and kind of send you off, for a lot of you, into the weekend if this is your last hour with us today. Adler will shred in the break. Rock and Roll City down to 1 today because Greg is out, and Tom just didn't feel like a drummer without a bass is a road to go down. And I'll come in and see if I can do that with you. I'll see what I can do. I'm a little rusty, but I'll see if we can give out or something. Yeah. We'll be right back. Hang on.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Check. Oh my, this is a historic day today. You got sticks?
I got some.
Here, let me give you some real sticks. Here.
Well, I don't want to overwhelm you.
Here you go.
All right.
Here you go.
So you want me to just give you something basic?
Yeah, and this song has nothing to do with Greg.
Okay. You want something?
That's good. I don't need you. I don't want you. Nobody likes you. Go away forever. You smell bad. You aren't funny. Nobody likes you. Stay away forever. Your breath stinks and you don't know about power lines. And nobody wants you in the band. Go, Rick, go! You're not good at the drums, and you don't know anything about power lines. That's the greatest we've ever sounded. Frankly, that's the greatest we've ever sounded. It's like we have like a much better member of the band or something.
93 octane fuel is $1.55.
And how they drink it?
Little granola munching mindless. I said mindless.
We can feel it coming, though.
Yeah. Granola munching mindless. That's all I said.
That's right. You're fine.
Y'all made Speedy nervous.
You were sleeping on the ice. We were running to help you.
You scared me, too.
All right, well, Randy, what was your question, real quick, for James?
I saw you years ago back in Atlanta. Do you still use some of the same stuff where, like the fat lady and how much gas you got to put in the airplane, and the airplane that left as a hardtop and came back as a convertible?
Yes, sir. I haven't wrote a new joke since 1988. Yes, sir. It'd be the same
Well, it takes
stuff.
up so much time.
Well, I'm not smart enough.
Yeah,
I'm not smart enough.
You're basically telling the world, I've given you my best stuff, and it's kind of like a band that's traveling around playing the hits.
It would be foolish for, we talked about Dreamland a while ago, it'd be foolish for them to change the recipe.
Yes, it would.
So I got the best act in the country, why mess with it?
Sure. James, thanks. James Gregory.
Thank you.
Catch him in Birmingham. We got an extra show that's been added on Saturday. Dad, Greg, thanks.
Coach, congratulations.
Looking forward to the weekend. We'll have a blast, and we'll tell you all about it when we get back on Monday. If you still got an hour of radio, stick around. We'll be back. If you leave us now, have a great weekend. See ya.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio!
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no other.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Waking on their blubber.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Gonna be a big star.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Fat will get you very far.
We're back. Thank you for being with us on another edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. And Father's Day, happy Father's Day to all the dads everywhere this weekend. We hope you'll have a great weekend. We'll let you guys chat again before we're done. If you want to talk about your Father's Day or maybe you're planning stuff for Dad, we can kind of give you some feedback on that before we're done this hour. TheraBreath, if Greg was here, speaking of Father's Day, he would say that Dr. Katz should be thankful that his daughter had bad breath. Yeah. You remember when he walked that point out the other day because it made him a wealthy man? Only Greg would find that angle. But let me tell you this, this product is fantastic. It is just far above all the other competitive products in this category. And you can find, a lot of times if you go into a retailer, there's over 100 retailers that carry it. Sometimes you can find all of it, but usually, Bubba, they've expanded so much, the shelf space just does not allow for all of it. So there's usually some featured products there. If you want to see them all, you can go to TheraBreath.com. That's TheraBreath.com, or you can go to RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button. Now, if you find it in a retailer, just look for that bright orange cap. Some of the things that is so wonderful about their, like the breath oral rinse, a lot of it out there, they just mask bad breath. A lot of them have burning alcohol content. They irritate the mouth. But here, no added dyes, no artificial colors. It's actually gluten-free, if you're trying to be gluten-free, too. It's even certified kosher, which Bubba and I would love to be invited to when that process takes place. But anyway, if you have bleeding gums when you brush or you floss, why don't you try TheraBreath Healthy Gums Oral Rinse? Also great. And, of course, we love the lozenges. I have those right here in my pocket right now and keep them with me all the time. So go to TheraBreath.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button. Bubba, we have 2 more Giles left to go. You know what's the only thing better than 2 Giles is 4. So we now have Justin Giles. I think that's the one. Yeah, Justin hasn't spun yet. So Justin Giles will now spin the wheel of meat. What do we say? Wow, what a wheel! All right, Justin, let it rip. He's going two-handed. Reverse. Finesse reverse.
A finesse
reverse. Here we go. Yeah! Meat, and meat it is. Oh, Bubba, this means he gets a random canned meat.
Oh, Rick, and it's the Star-Kissed Chunk Light Tuna in water.
That looks like the big one. That looks like the big one there. Tuna tonight, my friend.
You'll have that one after the nuclear holocaust. That will be around.
Well, Kelsey Giles will wrap up all the Giles. Here she is. What do we say for Kelsey? Wow, what a wheel! Let it rip, Kelsey, here. Boy, the Giles are reverse spin at the drop of a can of Spam. Let's see what happens here. Oh, look at here. She's right on. Yeah! Toe pass. Try it. We do not have that shirt anymore. So you're going to have to go here and pick out, see what you... All right, she takes the Chick-fil-A cow with her. The Chick-fil-A cow takes that with her, so congratulations to everybody. on the wheel today, and all the jobs are done. Bubba, speaking of Chick-fil-A, you mentioned this earlier in the program off the air, but we didn't talk about this this Burger King story today.
Yeah, what is the deal with that? Why is that such a big story today?
Yes,
You know?
so Burger King has rolled out a fan favorite. Now, you remember it used to be Have It Your Way. You remember that song?
Right.
And go to Burger King. And, of course, down where the farm is, we're all still excited about, a Burger King finally showed up. Do you hit Burger King much?
I like Burger King.
Yeah, I usually don't hit a lot of Burger King. It doesn't happen a whole lot. But, the Whopper is a fantastic item. But Burger King has the new $5 value meal, and they're calling it Your Way $5 meal.
Oh,
Have it your way.
$5.
Yeah, does that mean, am I back
You go to total, like everything's $1, or what are we talking about?
So, and they
What's it
say it's a
include?
fan favorite, and it has returned. This is
You okay,
another.
Bub? Something's got to be
Something got
sneezing.
me stirred up here.
I didn't know you were allergic to Burger King. But anyway, or maybe it's canned tuna. I'm not sure which one's got you.
Or that fifth cookie.
Yeah, right.
No, I haven't had any.
Bubba,
cookies.
I'm
Yeah,
joking.
I had a donut.
I made that up because
Are there donuts
the
here?
Giles
Oh,
brought.
yeah,
Oh
Dunkin'.
yeah, they brought that and Dunkin'.
Okay.
Everything else.
So it says you get here we go, Helmsy. I got it for you. You ready?
Yeah.
You get a choice of one of these three sandwiches: a Whopper Junior. I noticed they won't give you the main Whopper. A bacon cheeseburger. Okay. I don't know what a chicken junior is because you may not be shocked. I usually don't order the junior version.
Probably the
yeah.
little
it's a
chicken
little-
sandwich.
Yeah, plus 4 chicken nuggets, fries, and a soft drink. So
Not a bad deal.
you can go, I'll take the Whopper Junior, 4 nuggets, fries, and soft drink 5, or I'll take a bacon cheeseburger, 4 nuggets, fries, or I'll take the chicken junior. So it looks like you pick the sandwich out of the 3 that they assign, and you get 4 nuggets. Can they call it nuggets? At Burger King?
I think so.
Can
I
you?
don't think you can copyright
Why
nuggets.
wouldn't- yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
well,
Rick.
It's not McNuggets.
yeah, I just asking. I wasn't trying to start a nugget controversy.
No.
But
We got
the,
nugget
If you just got a
I didn't
piece
know
of something,
that.
it's a nugget.
Yeah, right. I guess
That'd be a great documentary, Nugget Wars.
Yeah. So anyway, so that's the $5 meal. I think right now the price of fast food, I think it's getting to the point. I think we all agree with this. Hey, I understand. Like Greg has said, know your role and shut your hole. Your fast food. Part of this deal is supposed to be cheap. Okay, we're sacrificing quality. Many times we're sacrificing our gastrointestinal health. We're here to get cheap food fast. If it ceases to be fast, or it ceases to be cheap, or sadly both,
Right.
we find
we want it to taste good on
Right,
top of all
right.
that.
We kind of find ourselves going, it's not.
Yeah.
But so I think they're trying to get back to we're fast, we're inexpensive. I won't use cheap, and come on back. You can get a full meal for $5. Mm-hmm. So I have a feeling there's going to be a lot.
This is just temporary. They said it won't be all summer.
Yeah, that's right.
Take advantage of it now.
Well, Bubba, they're having a hard time finding a $5 meal when they're paying the person who's taking your order $30 an hour.
Yeah, it's, if you look at the math on that, you see where there's going to be a problem.
Little bit of issue there.
Rick, also update on a story we had earlier this week. John Fetterman, Senator John Fetterman, who was in the car wreck, who rear-ended some folks on the highway, they're saying now that he was speeding.
Twice the speed limit, right? Or was that, did I make that part up?
I don't know about. I haven't seen
I
that
thought it was in
part.
there, but maybe I'm wrong.
Right.
The police report said that he was at fault for hitting a car while driving at a high rate of speed, well over the posted speed limit.
Yeah. So
and rear-ended him.
If you're an ambulance chaser. You got yourself a senator that has run into you.
I tell you, the car they hit, their neck just got much worse.
And it didn't get out. He got off to a rough start because he was asked, did he know how fast he was going? And they asked him about the speedometer, and he didn't know what it was.
Right.
Wait.
He
So,
pulled.
I mean, I want. Should he even be driving still? I mean,
well, Bubba apparently not.
He pulled a little bit of a Biden. You know how Biden's will say like period and like end of quote,
right?
Repeat the line, things like that. Fetterman was going over some kind of stuff here, and he accidentally says "bang the gavel," but he at least laughed at it. He at least acknowledged it.
Here
He
we go.
knew it, unlike Biden.
Under the previous order, the Senate stands adjourned until 3 p.m. on Monday. Bang gavel.
Oh my goodness!
He caught himself.
He did.
I give him props. He caught himself and laughed it off.
It made a weird sound. Listen.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. That was the car wreck.
Hey,
that's good.
There you go. Adler, have you seen this about McGregor? Conor McGregor is officially ruled out.
What were we saying?
A UFC 303 return.
Months ago, we were calling
Mm-hmm.
when he was all coked up doing the Roadhouse movie tour.
I'm going to make a prediction, okay?
Uh-huh.
I'm going to predict that when Tyson can't fight Jake Paul,
here we go.
McGregor steps in.
Ooh.
I'll take on McGregor.
And I will watch that just as much as I would Tyson.
Ooh, that would be an interesting.
That's a good call.
I'm really shocked at Tyson Bailey.
I know.
It was postponed. Hopefully,
he was so well. Y'all, it's not going to happen.
It's the start of a bail.
Yeah, it's not going to
Well,
happen.
sure is a lot of money to bail on.
I know.
Yes.
He was such a feared fighter. And now it almost looks like he doesn't want to do this.
Oh, yeah.
I just hope he.
Why'd you bail, Tyson?
Well, I mean, it's precarious. With the precarious, I feel like I'm dying. I'm selfish, chill stuff moving up and down this fine electrician. Marauder.
What?
I had a marauder. I killed the man, but I'm too sick.
Too sick.
Would you eat his children?
I eat his ear, his children, and eat his punching bag.
Eat his punching bag.
So, yeah, I don't know.
Has anybody heard any more from Tyson since this?
No.
I just hope that they're just giving him tons of human growth hormone to get his 60-year-old body in a little bit better shape.
Thank you for not caring about his health.
And the fight happens.
We'll be back. Phone calls in the hour.
I really
wanted to see that.
Yeah, I want to see Conor McGregor get his butt kicked by Michael Chandler as well.
You speak of McGregor.
Frankly.
We'll take your phone calls next.
I cannot fight.
866 We Be Big.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I'll be honest with you. So when I started, go ahead and turn the radio up a little bit, but you can hear what's going on because I really want you to hear this. Kind of let you know exactly where we came from. And, hey, we all had to start somewhere, but it is precious. I mean, goodness gracious, Bubba's morning show intro from 1980. Come on, folks. And Rick is begging for it. He's got to hear it.
Bubba, can I please?
All for charity.
Can I please hear this?
Yeah, if you want to hear it now it's as good a time.
Right now.
It's a little longer than you want it to be, and it really makes no sense. But let's see, this was, as I said, about 1980, so it had to be, it was, it was a long time.
All right, is this you actually DJing on an AM?
No, this is a pre-produced open for my show, Rick.
But you did it.
Yes, I did it.
Okay.
Of course, you can tell I did it when you hear it. Rick, listen, we didn't have multi-track, okay?
But let me ask you,
it was quick.
What kind of show did you do?
Well, Rick, it was your basic,
spinning records?
Yeah.
What day was it on?
Rick, I don't know. It's probably Saturday morning or something.
All right, so you had an intro to your Saturday morning. You were like a part-timer and you did your own intro. Is that correct?
Rick the man was holding me down. When you hear this, you'll realize that I could have carried that station places if they'd have just let me go.
You
know what I mean? They were holding me back, man.
We opened up the curtain so much on radio. Every radio guy who starts out thinks, man, if they just turn me loose.
They're holding me back, man.
Man, if they just turn me loose.
Let me do my thing.
Let me do my thing.
And Rick, once again, to show that I can dish it out as well as take it, this is a sacrificial lamb on myself.
All right, here's Bubba.
And don't forget, I have one on you, too.
Bubba's intro. I know. I admit that I sounded like a goob. I admit it.
All right, this is very gooby.
Okay, here we go.
This is so gooby.
Yeah, but have you heard our show lately?
Yes,
I keep going back to that.
I know.
All right, here is Bubba DJing somewhere around 1980. His opening to his show.
This is me getting ready to go to work.
Oh, you going out to your car?
Yeah, that's it.
Are you on a motorcycle?
No, that's a race car.
Okay.
Folks, this was a long time ago. Traffic sure is bad this morning. Oh, excuse me. Gosh, I hope the boss isn't too mad at me. Can you even hear it? Yeah, a little bit.
Now, what was
Oh, good morning, Mr. Allen. I hope you're not too mad at me. I was running a little bit late this morning, and I was hoping you wouldn't be too mad with me. Mr. Allen, there's no need to get upset now. Mr. Allen, what are you doing? Okay, I'm going right now. I'm fixing the sign on right now, Mr. Allen. Hello, friends. Yes, once again, it's time for the Bill Bussey Get Your Feet Out of Bed and On the Floor show. The show that tries to get you woke up in the morning time. Thank you, and keep it tuned.
See, if that show would have had a prime spot, they just would have been holding me back.
If they just turned it on,
Just let me go. I don't know what you could hear that. I could barely hear it.
Yeah, it didn't have exactly a lot of volume to it, but I heard enough. This is the Bill Bussey Get Your Feet on the Morning Wake Up Morning Show.
Something.
Drinking warm water before bed.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Here we go. Working our way back. Final phone calls of the day. For a lot of you, could be final phone calls of the week. So if you're your final hour of the week, don't forget Rick and Bubba University, the podcast coming out this weekend, wherever you get podcasts. True the Vote is our focus. Voter integrity, as we kind of get a game plan for November. So catch that wherever you get podcasts. And, of course, all the dads out there, we wish you a happy Father's Day weekend. You can call us right now, run some stuff by us for Father's Day if you want, or just talk about any topic. But first, say hello to the golden ticket seats. Somebody about to win a $50 American Express gift card from Dr. Dudney and the gang. David Harper, Andrew Harper here, John Cardwell here, Tyler Sample, Joe, Cindy, Justin, and Kelsey Giles. All here today, Bubba. How about a number between 1 and 8?
Now, these are jumbled up, so there's no tie in there.
Nope.
Let's see, 1 and 8. What about number 5?
Number 5 winner is Justin Giles. Justin gets it done. $50 American Express gift card for Justin.
I like Justin said, I'm going to come get it right now.
Get it right now.
No need to wait on that after the show.
I'm not going to wait on that. Lunch is on Justin today, so enjoy that. Thank you so much. Good to see all of you today in the golden ticket seats. Your support of what we do means so much. So if you have a notion, you can call right now. We'll work them in. Let's go to Louisville, Kentucky, where Pete is standing by. Pete, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you?
Hey, Biggins.
Hey, buddy.
On the Jake Paul fight,
yep.
Mike Tyson's out, but Platinum Mike Perry's in, bare knuckles fighter.
Are you being serious about that, or is that something you were hoping for?
No, it's on the internet. Yeah, it's already a signed deal, supposedly.
See, that doesn't intrigue me. Does it you, Bubba? I mean, that doesn't bring me in.
Yeah, I don't even know who
like
you're talking
Iron
about.
Mike Tyson.
Something about him being a little out of breath really helped.
Yeah, it did. It did. So Adler's checking
it out.
He's checking on that.
Yeah, I'm reading up on that. I hadn't heard Platinum Mike Perry was stepping in.
Well, that's what he's saying. Bubba, also, I wanted to mention this before we leave today. In Missouri last weekend, had the honor of meeting a couple there, Chester and Vicky today, and they just sent me an email saying that today is their 32nd anniversary. So Sykeston, Missouri, or wherever they came from, to that event last weekend. So for Chester and Vicky, we say 1, 2, happy anniversary, baby. I got you on my mind. Wish you guys many more, and what a pleasure to meet you. Willard, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead, Willard.
Happy Father's Day, guys.
Thank you, Willard. And if you're one, happy Father's Day to you.
Thank you. Wanted to give a shout out to the creamy smooth brother, Don Juan DeMarco. Wanted to say thanks for him accepting my friend request.
Oh, really? So you chatting with D now?
Yeah, and I got an interesting question from y'all from early in y'all's career, probably about 90, I'm going to say 96 or 97. Do y'all remember when y'all were in Tuscaloosa on 15th Street throwing biscuits from
the
a high
scissor,
platform?
yeah, the scissor lift. Yeah, sure do.
Yeah, sure do.
Scissor lift, Bubba, yes, brother. I was one of the few guys that caught the biscuit after it bounced off my nose, and they said you were laughing so hard y'all couldn't hardly keep up with the show. Can you find it in your archives and maybe play it, brother, for old time's sake?
No way we find that. I don't think that.
It may pop up, but I doubt we have any way to track that down.
Yeah, in those days, the way we were recording, and I doubt we even recorded that show. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either.
That one to be a tough, but I do remember that. I don't remember Willard taking one off the nose, but I
several
know that
people took one off the nose.
Right. All right, now there I go with a step out. Was that also the place that David Lehner used to work at? Is that where we were?
I know he worked somewhere around there, and I know we did that at a car lot, but I'm not sure if it's the two or the same.
I could be taking different stories and putting them together. But anyway, if you want to join us, 866 We Be Big. But we do remember that, Willard, sure do. And glad you've connected with D, and he seems to be doing great. And he's coaching, what is it, Body Jam? That he does?
Oh, yeah. He's yes.
And I know he works in radio still, too.
I told Speedy in the break, we got to have a day that we go ahead and plan to get D back for one more visit.
I agree. Yeah, absolutely. Frank in Pell City. Frankie, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, man.
Hey, buddy.
First thing, happy Father's Day weekend to all of you guys.
Thank you.
Just want to let you know that I will be spending my Father's Day cooking a nice meal for my mother, who's 81, who I take basically care of, and in remembrance of my father.
Awesome.
How about that? That's really cool, man. And that's the way to take care of mom.
That's right.
Matt in Springville says it's going to be your first Father's Day, Matt. Is that right?
Yes, sir. Good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy. Congratulations. That's a big day.
Yeah, it is.
Well, it's been a long road. We did the IVF for, I want to say, 7 years or so. We tried, and the Lord finally blessed us this year with a healthy baby boy. He's 7 months old.
Wow.
And not only the best thing of that, he shared the birthday with my wife.
Wow.
A double header.
Yeah, he was born at 11:45 p.m.
Well, the man,
on my wife's birthday.
He just barely got in there, or out of there.
Congratulations. It's special.
But yeah, I just wanted to say happy Father's Day to y'all as well, and really enjoy the show.
Yep. Thank you, buddy.
That's great.
Yeah, and the fact that that's something you guys really struggled to get there makes it even more special. So it'll be a big day for you, emotional, coming up on Sunday. Tony in Alabaster, listing on ZZK. Tony, go ahead.
Hey, guys, y'all were talking about David Langner a minute ago. He actually worked for the Townsend Automotive Group in Tuscaloosa. I knew him and worked with him. Great guy.
Yeah, we knew he worked there.
Yeah.
We couldn't remember if that's where we were for that show that we did.
Yeah, because we did scissor lift in a parking lot, and I remember us discussing Langner because, he played for Dad as well before Auburn. He played for Dad at Woodlawn, and Dad said possibly in all of his years of coaching that David Langner and his brother were two of the meanest human beings he'd ever put on a football field. And,
now, you realize to get that's
a big honor.
Some of the people that played for your
team,
how you got to be at that level. And he played for him in high school,
yeah,
right?
He said he didn't get any meaner than the Langners. He said you didn't want to mess with him. So, George in Texas. George, go ahead.
Hey, we got a saying here in Texas. You may have it there in Tennessee. Bite me once, shame on you. But you won't get bit again.
That's a
Good job. I didn't know if you could land it, but you did.
That's a good one.
Mike in Gadsden, where it all began, Z93. Go ahead, Mike.
Hey, as we speak, my father and my stepfather are both being delivered gift packs from Dreamland.
Yeah, what a son. What a
That's
son.
good. Classic.
What a
Classic.
son. That is a classic right there, my friend.
Classic move
Classic.
made by my wife.
Oh, well, you know.
You could have kept that to
Look,
yourself.
yeah, nobody has to know that.
Me?
Look, everybody.
Well, I know.
Everybody in our family, when they receive a card, there's one thing that they see every single time. Both our names were signed at the bottom by my wife.
Right,
Yeah.
But you know what? I was there going, hey, I agree.
Who wants to scribble?
Right. Nobody could read what I wrote anyway. So, but it's good. That's the beauty. Wives stay on top of that kind of stuff. And let me tell you,
look, you got to have a team.
as long as these two
Team
men,
effort.
hey, these two men, you think they're going to complain when those boxes come to the door?
No, heck no.
Ain't nothing like it nowhere. Thanks to each and every one of you in the studio for being with us today. Thanks to all of you out there for listening, watching, whether it was live or archived. Dads, may you all have a wonderful, wonderful
Amen.
Father's Day.
Amen.
And for those of you that are doing your job, you make a huge difference. And hope you get celebrated and somebody says thank you to you this weekend. And if you're leaving us, that's the weekend. Catch Rick and Bubba University, the podcast as well. If you got more Rick and Bubba, hang around.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and